Good morning, and welcome to the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public meeting and public hearing for December 2nd, 2025. I want to note that the cameras are not working in the LPC hearing room. So for those of you participating via Zoom, you're going to be able to see the presentation and remote testimony. We are working on repairing the cameras and hope that this issue will be resolved soon. We're going to Oh, and you will be able to have audio and you will be able to hear all of the testimony in the presentation. We're going to begin by taking attendance, and I'm going to ask our legal counsel, Mark Silberman, to call the roll.
Vice Chair Master,
Here.
Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Ginsburg,
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Ekwembe,
Here.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Here.
Commissioner Mann,
Here.
Commissioner Wilder.
This meeting is being held in our hearing room at 253 Broadway on the second floor. It is also being held via Zoom and live streamed on our YouTube channel for anyone who would like to participate remotely. We're going to start today with a public meeting agenda by the Research Department to review 3 proposals for designation that the Research Department will be presenting to us. We will vote on whether or not to calendar these items for future consideration. Then we will move to our preservation agenda, where we will have our public meeting agenda for applications which have already had a public hearing, and then move to our public hearing agenda for new applications on our designated properties. Now I'd like to turn it over to our Director of Research, Margaret Herman.
Good morning. Item number 1 is LP 2696, Public School 15 Annex, 362 Skirmahorn Street in Brooklyn, Block 174, Lot 1201, formerly Lot 1 in part. The item proposed for the Commission's calendar is a 3-story Romanesque Revival school building designed by James Naughton and built in 1889. Presenting is Sarah Eccles.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Eccles from the Research Department. The Public School 15 Annex at 362 Skirmahorn represents a distinctive design by James Naughton, the prolific superintendent of public school buildings in Brooklyn in the last quarter of the 19th century. Set on a prominent corner at 3rd Avenue and Skirmahorn Street for over a decade, it served as one of the largest continuation schools in the city. The building is located at the southeast corner of Skirmahorn Street and 3rd Avenue. The landmark is the tax lot. James Naughton was an Irish immigrant who came here as a child in 1848. As an architect, he worked with several firms before completing his studies at Cooper Union. He held various city positions until he became the superintendent for schools for the Brooklyn Board of Ed. In this position, he constructed over 100 schools. Some notable schools Naughton's we have designated include Public School 116, Public School 73, and the Boys High School on Marcy Avenue. The old school building of Public School 15 was constructed in 1859 on what was previously farmland. It sufficiently served as a local school until the 1880s, when it became overcrowded as Brooklyn's population began to boom. The annex was constructed in 1889 as the surrounding area developed largely with churches, row houses, and some warehouses. By 1929, the annex became its own separate school building, housing the girls' continuation school, and the surrounding area became more urban with the L train, the Williamsburg Savings Bank, and courthouses. In the summer of 1889, Public School 15 was extensively altered, including this new building on Skirmahorn. In August of 1889, Naughton said Brooklyn's old school buildings lacked in architectural styles. For his new design, he said he was going to give the city schools it would, quote, not need be ashamed of, including the annex. The annex differs from Naughton's later work in its massing and ornamentation. It represents a unique blend of styles not atypical in a late 1880s building. When Public School 15 Annex was built in 1889, it was described as, quote, one of the handsomest schools in the city. The school is a 3-story red brick Romanesque Revival building with Queen Anne details, featuring decorative brownstone, brick corbelling, and ironwork. The building's ornate facade, elevated entrance, and original iron dormer, complete with a pediment and finials, reoriented Public School 15 complex to face Skirmahorn, just steps away from the elevated train. The school's building card details the use of the building through its lifetime. The annex functioned as an expansion of Public School 15 until the mid-1920s, when it became its own school. In 1926, the Girls' Continuation School, originally established on Washington Avenue as part of an effort to bring continuation schools to Brooklyn, took over 2 floors in the Annex and established its headquarters there. By 1929, the girls' school expanded, taking over the entire building, separating it from Public School 15. Here it serves some 7,000 girls a year who learn vocational and everyday home economic skills. Continuation schools were significant in advancing child labor laws by requiring continuing education for children under the age of 18, no matter their working status. Labor unions, parents, and employers all supported the continuation schools as they gave students skills, prevented workplace hazards of incompetence, and gave young adults direction. In 1919, Governor Al Smith enshrined the students' right to continuation schools with the part-time school law, which some regarded as the Children's Charter. This early law enforced free continuing education for working adolescents under the age of 18. One proponent wrote the schools were, quote, of the people, by the people, and for the people. Continuation schools were regarded as the forefront of democracy in the school system. As previously only privileged children could continue their studies instead of going to work, now this was the right of every child. The continuation schools varied from continuing studies of typical school classes such as maths and social studies to vocational training like mechanics and carpentry, and ones divided by the sexes. In the girls' continuation school at 362 Schermerhorn, the girls learned garment manufacturing, nursing, bookkeeping, homemaking, and beauty, all the things a girl could and should know in the early 20th century. In the mid-1920s, the population of downtown Brooklyn surrounding the school was primarily immigrants from Europe, including Lithuania, Italy, Poland, Ireland, and the Netherlands. The girls who attended the school reflected the neighborhood, with students that were mostly immigrants or children of immigrants. Through census records, we see many of the girls went on to have careers in the courses they took here. With the onset of the Depression, young adults continued to balance school and work, while women who were long stay-at-home mothers, grandmothers, or even young college graduates found themselves in need of employment. The Girls' Continuation School provided opportunities for women to earn money and gain independence, even offering childcare to women with children taking a course. Later in the 1930s, as the Depression continued, the school also became an evening vocational school for both men and women thanks to funding from the WPA. The evening school taught English to adult immigrants, being referred to as, quote, the Hall of Languages, as well as teaching vocational trades. The school continued to function until 1942. After the school closed in 1942, the building became a Department of Education outpatient clinic facility for child psychology. The Psychology Center was used to integrate early forms of mental health services into schools. In the 1990s, it became home to a specialized business school, continuing to teach young adults vocational skills. And in the 2000s, it became a public school known for offering the first Arabic-English dual language program in New York City. In 2018, City Council approved a rezoning to allow for a full block development here, which was done in conjunction with the Educational Construction Fund and the developer Alloy. In addition to a mix of residential and commercial development, the proposal included 2 new public schools, which have been constructed. Now, in the final phase of development, a new commercial and residential tower, the old Public School 15 building facing 3rd Avenue will be partially preserved. A connector building between the old school and the public school was recently demolished, and it anticipates that Public School 15 Annex will be adaptively reused as part of this development. The Public School 15 Annex is highly intact with only minor alterations, including the removal of roofline finials, windows altered in kind, and the entrance door replaced with a fireproof safety door, a typical alteration for a school building. The alterations do not detract from the ornamentation or its significance as an important public school. Set on a prominent corner in downtown Brooklyn, the Annex of Public School 15 is a handsome, well-preserved building that is a unique design of James Naughton's. A reminder of late 19th century school design, the building still reflects its history as a space of opportunity and independence for girls, women, and immigrants. The Research Department recommends that the Landmarks Preservation Commission vote to calendar the Public School 15 Annex for consideration as an individual landmark.
Thank you, Sarah. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Sarah? Okay, Commissioner Mahan?
Did you note that there's plans, I wasn't sure if you're referring to this particular building under consideration, there's plans to largely preserve it as part of the new development. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, it's planned to be adaptively reused.
Okay.
When Sarah was referring to the plans, she was saying that the old building, which is the one that faces Third Avenue, that building will be partially preserved, but PS 15 Annex, our understanding is that it will be preserved and adaptively reused as part of the development.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Commissioners, if we're comfortable, can we make a motion to calendar this item? Commissioner Ikumbe, would you make a motion to calendar this item?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, would you second that motion?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the item is officially calendared, and we will hold a public hearing in the near future. Let's move to the next proposal.
Okay, item number 2 is LP 2694, the Church of St. Mary at 440 Grand Street in Manhattan, Block 341, Lot 26. The item proposed for the Commission's calendar is a church built in 1833 with a Romanesque Revival facade designed by architect Patrick Charles Keeley in 1864. Presenting is Lisa Buckley.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Buckley from the Research Department. The Church at St. Mary, founded in 1826, was one of the earliest Catholic parishes to be established in New York City. Its formation grew from the needs of an early Irish immigrant population, and today it remains an important center of Catholic immigrant life on the Lower East Side. The building was completed in 1833, ranking it among the oldest Catholic churches in New York City. Originally adorned with a Greek Revival facade, prolific architect of Catholic churches Patrick Charles Keeley was engaged to design its current Romanesque Revival facade and flanking towers in 1864. The church is located at 440 Grand Street between Clinton and Pitt Streets. The landmark site is the tax lot. Commissioners, please note that a very small sliver of the right tower is on the adjacent lot, which is a remnant of the former street that was demapped. We are currently working with the Archdiocese to find the best way to address this. At the time of the church's construction in the early 19th century, it was in the midst of a dynamic Lower East Side community, many of whom were attracted by the shipbuilding industry located nearby. The current home of St. Mary's was completed in 1833 after their earlier building, a former Protestant church on Sheriff Street, was burned by arsonists in 1831. The new church on Grand Street was built with a monumental Greek Revival facade, a design likely based on architectural pattern books. The Irish had faced nativist and anti-Catholic discrimination and violence in America since the colonial period, including a prohibition on Catholic priests in the colony of New York that persisted beyond American independence. The repeal of this law in 1784 cleared the way for the open practice of Catholicism in New York State, and St. Peter's Catholic Church, a New York City landmark, soon became the first Catholic congregation in the city in 1786. St. Mary's was to follow 40 years later. While the law changed, anti-Catholic and anti-Irish sentiment persisted much longer. The church thrived in its new home on Grand Street, and within 30 years, the congregation engaged architect Patrick Charles Keeley to enclose the portico and design an updated facade in the Romanesque Revival style. Utilizing red brick with brownstone trim, its tripartite facade is dominated by double towers. Like the majority of the parish, Keeley was an immigrant from Ireland, arriving in 1842 and becoming an important and highly prolific designer and builder of Catholic churches. Despite having no formal architectural training beyond the masonry training he received from his father, he went on to design nearly 600 churches in the northeastern United States and elsewhere over the course of his career, including nearly all of the cathedrals in New England. Keeley's designs, such as the Bishop of Brooklyn's parsonage and St. Anthony of Padua Church, are represented in several New York City historic districts. St. Mary's will be the first individual landmark designed by Keeley. The church is a striking example of Romanesque Revival architecture, utilizing round arches typical of the style. The gabled facade added in 1864, is flanked by imposing dual bell towers. The stained glass windows around the facade are later additions dating to the late 19th century. The side facades are composed of fieldstone and date to the original 1833 construction. In 1871, expansion of the church was again necessary due to crowding. Lawrence J. O'Connor designed a rear addition, which required the demolition of the rectory situated behind the church. The rectory was moved to a nearby building on Attorney Street. The blocks surrounding the church, once uniformly comprised of low-rise buildings, were changed dramatically over the course of the mid-20th century as smaller tenements and mixed-use structures gave way to high-rise residential buildings during the era of urban renewal. In the 1960s, St. Mary's partnered with the Department of Housing and Urban Development to start the Grand Street Guild, an organization dedicated to building affordable housing in the neighborhood. One of these housing projects was built just to the east of St. Mary's, resulting in the demapping of Ridge Street and the creation of a pedestrian path and community space. In its early history, the Church of St. Mary was central to the lives of many of the earliest Catholics who came to New York from Ireland. It continues to be an important community institution to more recent Catholic immigrants, including many from Spanish-speaking communities who make up the congregation today. The Church of St. Mary embodies 2 centuries of the history and diversity of New York City, particularly that of the Lower East Side of Manhattan. The church is a striking example of Romanesque Revival architecture, boasting original early 19th century fieldstone sidewalls, an impressive facade and dual bell towers, and late 19th century stained glass with elaborate enfranements. St. Mary's remains an important reminder of the architectural and historical development of New York City's Lower East Side. The research department recommends that the Landmark Preservation Commission votes to calendar the Church of St. Mary for consideration as an individual landmark.
Thank you, Lisa. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Lisa? Okay. So if everyone is comfortable, let's make a motion to calendar this item. Commissioner Mayen, would you make a motion to calendar this item?
So moved.
Commissioner Ginsburg, would you
Second.
second that? Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this item is officially calendared and we will hold a public hearing in the near future. Let's move to the next proposal.
Item number 3 is LP 2695, the Lithuanian Alliance Building, 307 West 30th Street in Manhattan, Block 754, Lot 34. The item proposed for the Commission's calendar is a neo-Grec French flats building constructed in 1876 to 1877 that has been home to the Lithuanian Alliance since 1910. Presenting is Jessica Fletcher.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Fletcher from the Research Department. The Lithuanian Alliance Building is a 4-story and basement neo-Grec building constructed between 1876 and 1877. Located in Midtown West in the northernmost limits of Chelsea, the building is both an example of the neighborhood's handsome residential fabric and of key cultural importance due to the Lithuanian Alliance's purchase of the property in 1910. The Lithuanian Alliance has occupied the building for more than 100 years and has supported the Lithuanian community in numerous ways from 307 West 30th Street, ranging from providing insurance policies to keeping the Lithuanian language press alive. The Lithuanian Alliance Building is located at 307 West 30th Street on the west side of the block between 8th and 9th Avenues. The proposed landmark site is the tax lot. In the early 19th century, this area was rural and the location of estates of wealthy families. As shown on this map, the future site of the Lithuanian Alliance Building was on Richard Harrison's property. Over the course of the 19th century, the neighborhood became built up with row houses and apartment buildings. The photo on the right shows the street the building is on, and the building can just be seen under the red arrow. The developer brothers Samuel J. and Edward E. Ashley bought the lot in 1867, and in 1876 filed plans for a 4-family dwelling with James C. Springstead as their builder. The 4-story plus basement dwelling held 1 apartment on each floor and was referred to as a French flat in documentation recording its construction. French flats were developed for the middle classes, and the term was intended to separate them from the perceived stigma of tenements. The 1880 census shows predominantly middle and lower middle class families living in the surrounding streets, slightly to the north of the fashionable heart of Chelsea. The Lithuanian Alliance was established in 1886, and the organization bought the building in 1910. They chose the site for its relative proximity to Ellis Island after considering sites in Brooklyn and as far afield as Boston. Fraternal alliances such as the Lithuanian Alliance were set up to help fellow immigrants weather the difficulties of life in the United States. It offered help in the form of material aid like insurance policies, health benefits, and loans, as well as seeking to preserve and propagate Lithuanian cultural heritage. Lithuanians have a long history in the United States. A famine in 1867 to 1868 brought an early wave of Lithuanian immigrants to the United States. Most of these new arrivals were poor agricultural workers. Though many arrived in New York and some settled in farms around the state, they often did not stay there. Instead, a substantial number found jobs in railroad construction and coal mining in Pennsylvania. Indeed, a surplus of agricultural workers in Lithuania brought many to America throughout the 19th century, spiking between 1889 and 1891 when there was a huge crop failure. There was also political instability and an oppressive Tsarist regime that prompted many to move in the late 19th century. It is difficult to accurately judge the number of Lithuanians in the nation because it wasn't until 1899 that there was a separate category included in immigration statistics. Before this, and sometimes even after, they were counted as Polish, Russian, or German. Indeed, Lithuania did not declare independence until 1918, making the question of nationality a vexed one well into the 20th century. Nonetheless, there was a growing Lithuanian community in New York in the period, and in 1904, by one count, there were roughly 15,000 Lithuanians in New York and New Jersey, with many settling in Brooklyn and Long Island City. After World War I, many Lithuanians stopped planning to return home, and by 1920, there were around 135,000 foreign-born Lithuanians in the United States. In addition to its other activities, the Alliance also established the Lithuanian language paper Tėvynė. The paper was first published in Pennsylvania in 1896 and later in Boston, before moving to 307 West 30th Street around the time the Alliance bought the building in 1910. It operated in the basement of the building, as can be seen in the photo on the right, and was published on a weekly basis. The paper covered Lithuanian news for immigrants. Lithuanian American leader Jonas Slipas wrote, quote, "Between 1900 and 1914, the number of emigrants increased markedly in America. Many new newspapers appeared, lectures came into fashion, organizations proliferated like mushrooms, and Lithuanianism truly blossomed." End quote. Between 1879 and 1940, there were 225 magazines and newspapers published in the US in Lithuanian. In the period following World War II, the Alliance shifted from providing financial support to members in the form of insurance and health policies to offering opportunities for cultural enrichment. The building was altered in 1976 as part of a modernization plan that involved the facade being painted white and adding metal panels to the ground level, which entailed removing the lintels above the windows and door surround. The Lithuanian Alliance removed these panels in 2018 and restored the historical features, preserving the appearance of the building as it was first constructed. Altogether, the Lithuanian Alliance Building stands as a testament to Midtown West's history as a 19th century residential enclave and to the significant history of Lithuanian activity in the city. The Lithuanian Alliance played an essential role in aiding immigrants, ranging from those recently arrived at Ellis Island to those with a longer tenure in the country. Using its basement printing press, the organization spread news and information, creating a diasporic Lithuanian community in the United States. For over a century, the Lithuanian Alliance has been located at 307 West 30th Street, and it continues to be a hub of Lithuanian culture to this day. The research department recommends that the Landmarks Preservation Commission votes to calendar the Lithuanian Alliance Building for consideration as an individual landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Jessica? Okay. If everyone is comfortable, let's make a motion to calendar this item. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to calendar this item?
So moved.
Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this item is officially calendared and we'll hold a public hearing in the near future. I want to say thank you to Margaret and the entire research team that has worked so hard to bring these designations to us. I'm so happy that we are calendaring these three items, which are broadly reflected of our immigration, cultural, historically, immigration history in New York City, and they also have architectural merit. Let's go ahead and move to the Preservation Department's public hearing agenda. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
Thank you, Vice Chair Master. We'll start today's Preservation Department agenda with the public meeting item. That's item number 1, LPC 26-02908, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1378, lots 14 and 114. 710 Madison Avenue, aka 23 East 63rd Street, and 712 Madison Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is 2 Italianate neo-Greek style residential buildings designed by Gage Ensley, built in 1871 and altered in the early 20th century to accommodate storefronts at the first and second floors. The application is to modify and infill masonry openings, combine the buildings, reclad and reconfigure the commercial base, replace storefront infill and windows, replace a cornice, and install signage and window film. This was read into the record at the public hearing of October 28th, 2025. The presentation was not given at that time, nor was testimony taken, so we'll do that today after we open the proceedings.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the proceedings. Commissioner Ikembe, would you make a motion to open the proceedings?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the proceedings are open.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cass Stackelberg, Higgins, Quays, Barth and Partners. Nice to see you all. Hope everybody had a nice holiday. Seeing you on the other end of it. I'm here with Michelle Franks, who is the principal at Spacemith Architect. And I think we're joined via Zoom by our client, Mark Rushka, who is CEO USA of Graph. I'll be making the presentation, but Mark and Michelle are certainly available for any questions that you may have. The work we'll be presenting today is associated with a building-wide rehabilitation by Graph of both 710 and 712 Madison Avenue with a 2-story retail base and commercial office use on the upper 2 floors. Photograph here on the left and a district map of the Upper East Side Historic District. The 2 buildings are located on the northwest corner of 63rd Street and Madison Avenue and were constructed as part of a row of 5 houses that date to the 1870s. 710, as you can see in the photograph, has sort of diverged from the balance of the other buildings. In 1915, a top story was added, the cornice was removed and reconstructed at a slightly lower level. I think it's notable to state here that Graph, who has occupied the corner site since 2010, now actually owns both buildings. So this is not an application for just retail work at the storefront by a tenant, but this is a long-term commitment on the part of Graph to be stewards of these 2 important landmark buildings in the Upper East Side Historic District. This image just illustrates the existing ground floor infill on Madison Avenue, 710 on the left, 712 on the right, and then a historic map from the 1950s illustrating the original row of 5 houses here, and 710 called out as 6 stories following the addition of that top floor. Notable here is the fact that at the lower 2 levels, none of the fabric at the base of the building is historic. It dates to a 2008 approval for 710 on the left and a 2009 approval for 712. And the work that's proposed today does not impact any of the historic fabric at the base of the building, or for that matter, on the upper floors as well. A block front photograph, two photos looking sort of north and south on Madison Avenue, just giving you the context of this row. A fair degree of variety in finish on the upper floors, but you still can certainly read this as a row with the alignments of the windows, the consistent cornices at the northern four buildings of the group. But I think also worth noting just at the lower level, the variety that exists across the retail base of these buildings. And this is consistent up and down Madison Avenue. 2- and 3-story storefronts that have evolved over time, some historic, some under commission approval, 3-story storefront at the center here at 714, and 2-story storefronts, all with different articulations. Although the two buildings to the south now sort of share a common color palette with this lighter finish. Existing photo on the left and a rendered view on the right. The goal here really is to unify the base, but to create distinctions between the two parts of the building. The cladding of the piers done in travertine, a consistent cornice that unites the base of the building, but clearly the upper floors allow the row to read, but the building at 710 to remain distinct. Continuing on, a series of existing photographs. This is at 710. You can see the infill that dates to about 2010, the 2008 approval. Dark metal infill, vitrines set into the piers, incised lettering at the cornice above, and then signage on the spandrels separating the first and second level as well. On the 63rd Street side, that storefront articulation turns the corner, and then fenestration on the upper floors. I'll just point out this row of windows here was added following the building's completion, and part of the proposal, and I'll share this in more detail later, is to infill those non-historic openings and just restore back that brick pier. And then a photo here on the west side of the back of the building on the 63rd Street elevation. A little bit more detail on those windows. So again, this is the back of the building here on the 63rd Street side. There was a 3-story extension built off the back of the house in the 1890s. These windows here, which just have simple steel windows and don't have any of the sort of articulated enfranements that the other windows around the base of the building, on the upper floors of the building have, we are proposing to infill these with brick to just blend and restore back that brick pier. Some details of the storefronts along the 63rd Street side, the dark metal spandrel with signage, and then these double height storefront windows on the lower 2 levels. Coming back around to Madison Avenue, this is the infill at 712. As I mentioned, all of this dates to 2009 approval, and none of the infill at the ground floor at 712 or 710 is historic. Some photos just illustrating the evolution since designation. The photo on the left is from the Landmarks Designation Collection from 1981, illustrating that the upper floors have been painted very early on, and storefronts, 2-story storefronts at the base of these buildings, which did have historic materials at the time of designation, had been changed over time. The photograph in the middle from 2006 showing a previous approval that Landmarks issued for 712, and then the current condition here with the new infill at both buildings. For a bit of context, Madison Avenue, the storefronts along Madison Avenue are governed by a storefront master plan that the commission adopted in 2001. And the goals of the master plan really are to allow for flexibility for retailers to ensure the vitality along the base of these buildings. It is largely governs a wide range of work that allow retailers, particularly to proceed at staff level. The proposal that we have here today does not meet the underlying rules of the master plan just because the pier widths are changing slightly, and that really is the main distinction. But we included this to just indicate the sort of function and purpose of the master plan, but also to call out a couple items in the language of the master plan that we think are important to note. One, that the base of these buildings historically was always distinct architecturally from the upper floors of the building, but also the master plan notes that the contemporary architecture along these storefronts is really sort of a key piece of the vitality of this important shopping district. And I think the photographs here illustrate the range of historic and commission approved storefronts that exist across the base. You see storefronts typically of contemporary design, some very transparent with large panes of glass and this simple horizontal dividing the first and second levels, but you also see ones that are much more solid where there's more masonry. So there's a lot of variability and clear distinctions between this lower tier and the upper floors of these buildings. Historically, not surprisingly, that was the way these storefronts evolved. So beginning in the 19-teens and 20s, the base of these buildings, which had been built as row houses, stoops were removed and two-story storefronts, sometimes three-story storefronts were incorporated. And what you see is a wide range of architectural styles, sort of mission revival. You see a lot of these buildings with tile roofs, large scale windows on some of the storefronts, and then others that have much more solidity and masonry across the base, just depending on the whims of the retailer and what was planned for those spaces. So you can see the range that existed. Also, we've noted that there are examples historically of two houses in a group of historic houses being joined. So the photograph on the left, it's 677 and 679 Madison Avenue, and the one on the right, 933 and 935. On the left here, you can see clearly these houses are two distinct two-bay wide houses with a break in the cornice. But at some point, at the base of the building, these were joined with a unified storefront, a single entry to that wide space. And then similarly here, the Gristides brothers, Superior Markets, a similar treatment, sort of a unified storefront, single entry, and here sort of a unified cornice that wraps both storefronts. This too was a combining of two buildings, as you can see from the break in the cornice and the upper floors, but the consistent cornice above the storefront. Looking at some of the commission approvals, again, a wide variety of approvals. This is 694 and 696 Madison, the commission approved earlier this year. Very transparent, a clear distinction between the first and second levels, but also this sort of solidity here around the perimeter with this almost proscenium-like treatment, and then a central door here for access to the store. And then other variations with sort of more masonry and more solidity, consistencies in the material palette and color palette of the base and the upper floors of those row houses. And as well, you see a variety of symmetries and asymmetries. This on the right, 818 Madison, this sort of consistent frame that frames the base of the building with a central door in glass and then a separate egress door solid. So asymmetries playing off of the transparency and solidity of the base. Returning back to our proposal, again, recladding the base of the building in travertine, large-scale storefront windows on 63rd and Madison, and a slight different treatments on the Madison Avenue side at 710 and 712. The ground floor is 710 at the bottom, 712 above. The main entry will be here at 710 on Madison. An egress door here with access out onto Madison Avenue, and then a large sales area here. The bearing wall will remain. It's about 7 or 8 feet off of the front facade, and then just connections between that wall to allow for circulation both sides of the space. Much of the space is already double height space. There'll be a little bit more created at the 712 area, and then you can see this connecting stair that goes up the height of the building and connected to the sales area below, and then the egress stair on the north side. The elevations existing and proposed on Madison Avenue, there's different treatments at the two buildings, 712 with the entry and these vitrines, and then 712 at 710, 712 with a large window, and the egress door here. The goal here is to blend the two with common details and materials, but slight different articulations to maintain that distinction. And the way the 712 storefront has been designed, there's a consistent frame that wraps the opening, and then a slight recess where the storefronts are and where this door is, and that allows for this egress door, which has to open out, to be slightly recessed. It's designed with a balance door so it doesn't extend more than 18 inches over the property line. And then a rendered view of that, you can see the storefront and entry vitrines here at 710, and then the large-scale window at 712 with this frame that wraps the base of the building, and then this slight recess for the storefront and the egress door to the north. Materiality, and I'll pass these around. The base of the building. The base of the building will be clad in travertine. The metal for the storefront framing and the signage is a polished metal, has a sort of brassy nickel finish to it, and then a simple trim detail that will frame each of the storefront windows. The base of the piers will be finished in a granite that will match the color of the travertine above. Detail elevations on Madison Avenue, again, sort of reestablishing the vitrines at the corner piers, storefront windows, large glazed areas, and then this 2-foot spandrel panel here with applied signage, just dimensional letters on that, and then signage up at the head of the storefront. The egress door, as I mentioned, at the north end of 712, this is proposed as a balance door, which will allow us to have no more than an 18-inch swing over the property line. It will be faced in the same same travertine to sort of blend with the pier and disappear, but is framed by this narrow pier that wraps the base of the 712 elevation. Turning the corner onto East 63rd Street, similar treatments for the storefronts, similar even to what's there today, this sort of rhythm of storefront bays divided by this distinct horizontal band. As I mentioned, we are proposing to infill this line of windows, these 3 windows here, which are non-historic and just have simple steel lintels, unlike the richly ornamented enframelments of the other windows, and reestablishing that brick pier here. And then signage. We are also proposing, because of the position of the stair, that connecting stair that we saw in plan, to apply a film on this glass because of the proximity of the stair to the windows. But given the presence of these awnings, we think that those will be really inconspicuous and won't really be noticed as windows with a grayscale film. We're also proposing to put a grayscale film behind these 2 narrow windows, where there will be a fixture inboard of those. And then a rendering here along 63rd Street, the infilling of the windows, the storefront arrangement similar really to what is there today. Detail elevations on 63rd Street, illustrating that rhythm of 4 storefront bays, signage on the spandrels, and then 1 sign here on the cornice. Some sections just illustrating how the storefronts come together, framed in that metal with vitrines set at the windows. And the goal here is to allow for transparency around the vitrines, above them. They will be at the window line, set back by a few inches, but there's clear transparency on either side, below them, above them, and then large glazed windows at the upper level as well. Signage, simple dimensional letters, 9-inch letters at the spandrels, and then 11-inch letters here at the cornice line, and then the finish consistent with the storefront framing. Some additional detailing, just illustrating the system, this bead motif which will frame the openings, combined with the metal framing and the travertine. This connecting stair that I mentioned down in the southwest corner in plan runs up the full height of the building at 710 and is set right behind the windows. So we're proposing a grayscale film similar to what the staff often approves behind on the back of this glass, fully reversible treatment, and this stair will be enclosed. So there's a partition wall behind these windows. There are multi-light windows up in this penthouse at 710, this historic addition that was built in 1915. 4/4 windows here and 6/6 windows. Staff rules do not allow for replacement of multi-light windows in a metal material. They would have to be wood, which was the historic. All the windows that are being replaced on these upper floors are being done in steel for security reasons, and we are proposing to do these as multi-light steel windows on the upper floors, as well as the 1/1s, which on the lower floors, which match the historic condition. These will be arranged as double hungs. Top sash will be fixed, bottom sash will be operable. And then some details of those replacement windows. In doing some probes, we found that there's a very simple brick mold, which you can see not in good condition, but you can see in this photograph. We're proposing to install a wood brick mold around each of these openings, and then the steel windows, double hung steel, single hung steel windows in each of these openings, multi-light with a 7/8 inch muntin on the top floor. These windows really begin on at about 25 feet above the sidewalk. And the detailing is something that we've been working with the staff on. And then finally, just returning back to this final rendering, and just noting that the goal here really is to bring vitality back to this corner, to unite the two buildings, but to also acknowledge the distinctions and the evolution of the two. There is a sort of symmetry and harmony at the base of the building that works with the upper floors. In terms of the materiality, high quality materials, lighter in their finish that we think harmonizes with the floors above, refined and elegant detailing. And we think that collectively this represents an enhancement to the corner and to this important part of the Upper East Side Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Ginsburg?
I have two. One is, and this rendering shows it very well, the reveal between the two buildings at the first and second floor is pretty shallow and of the same material, so it doesn't seem to read particularly well here. Did you look at using a different material or a deeper reveal?
So I think the idea of introducing another material there probably was not something we looked at. We looked at a range of different treatments to separate the two. Obviously, the cornice is consistent, and we think that's an appropriate treatment. It's something that sort of unites the buildings. We see it historically as an example. The reveal could be slightly deeper, but we think that sort of subtle shadow line sort of works with the reveals that exist elsewhere incised into the travertine.
You've raised my second question. You may have already fully answered it. Why are you changing the cornice at 712 to make it line up when it sort of makes the two buildings seem a lot like one?
Right. So I think, the team and collectively we've looked at this, over time. We've considered different treatments at that cornice line. These two buildings, work together and will work together. So we thought it was an appropriate treatment to replace what is there, which is non-historic, and have a unified cornice. It's sort of a design decision. I think these two buildings, obviously they relate to one another. They're read together. There's consistent window openings along the entire row, but the corner building is distinct. It has this additional floor. It's got a different cornice at the top of the building. So at the storefront level, we thought a little bit more connectivity was acceptable and even appropriate, whereas the entire building reads as distinct from its neighbors because of the changes up at the top of the building. So it's a bit of a balance between the base of the building and the upper portions, and then the overall row of 5 houses.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay. All right. So since this was just read into the record last time, we're going to go ahead and take public testimony. Is there anybody in this room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Thompson for remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak on this item, please use the raise hand function. Once called upon, you'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Friends of the Upper East Side.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Zeynep Turan, and I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. While Friends Preservation Committee laments the removal of the historic second-floor retail fabric, a decision regrettably approved by the LPC under the 2009 application, we are pleased to support the current thoughtful proposal. We find the travertine recladding, window replacements, infill of non-historic windows, and non-visible rooftop mechanical addition on the 63rd Street facade to be appropriate and well conceived. Similarly, we are pleased to support the redesign of the retail base with new glazing, display windows, and in-swinging entry doors, which aligns with the district master plan for storefronts on Madison Avenue. However, we ask that greater attention be given to visually reinforcing the distinction between the two buildings at 710 and 712 Madison Avenue. While we appreciate the shallow stone reveal between the buildings, we believe that integrating additional subtle visual cues, especially within the uniform stone cornice, would truly complete the design. Maintaining the historic 20-foot wide building rhythm is essential for preserving the pedestrian-friendly character of this vital stretch of Madison Avenue. Thank you, Commissioners.
The next speaker is Christina Conroy.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. We object to the proposed changes to 710 to 12 Madison Avenue. Madison Avenue has historically been characterized by row houses. The Graph lot, as it stands today, honors this history by showing the different facades between 710 and 712. This proposal would alter the separate low house facade such that this historic perspective would be lost. We view the destruction as unnecessary. We take no issue with the color and changes to the materials that the proposal suggests, but removing the lower cornice and creating one singular edge at the second floor erases the historic facade of the two buildings. Graph can achieve the aesthetic changes they seek without ruining the historic integrity of these buildings. We recommend that the changes to the lower cornice and the joint line be rejected. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else joining via Zoom who wishes to speak on this item, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends approval.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and start this discussion. Commissioner Ginsburg. I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. I think that this notion that we are erasing the historic facade, I think is really not accurate. I just want to sort of note that there is no historic fabric at the base of these buildings. There are not many examples of where two historic buildings in a row were combined, but as per the presentation and some of the images, the tax photos, this did occur, and there was unity often between the two. So I think what we're proposing is sort of not an ahistorical treatment. There is a clear distinction between these buildings, both in terms of the design of what we're proposing, but even just the existing historic fabric on the upper floor. So there is a continuity at the base of the building with distinctions, but there is a continuity. It's a historic condition that one saw across the base of these buildings. But I think what's being proposed at 710 and 712 does extend the distinctions between the buildings subtly with a common use of materials. And it's certainly within the breadth of Madison Avenue and the wide range of treatments, certainly consistent with what the commission has approved and even what the staff frequently approves as part of the overall master plan.
Thanks, Cass. Good thing you're a pro at this. Okay, let's go ahead and start. I don't think so because it's a public. So let's go ahead and start this discussion. Commission, we do have to close the hearing? Oh, okay. We're going to close the hearing. Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, would you second?
So second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to close the proceedings, the hearing. The hearing is closed. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you like to start this discussion?
Yeah. So in general, I think this is a really good proposal. And I have to say, I like the awnings being kept on the upper floors, given how often the awnings have disappeared. I'm going to be curious what the other commissioners say, because My two areas that I have comments on, which were related to the questions, was should the reveal between the two buildings be deeper or in some way made to read a little more? And whether the cornice at 712 should be redone to align with 710. Besides that, I think everything's fine, and I'm curious. I could go either way on these and want to hear what my fellow commissioners say.
Thank you. Commissioner Mahan?
Thank you. Thank you for the clear and comprehensive proposal. I think this is an improvement over what's there. I understand that there is no historic fabric being removed. But I think the larger issue really is the sort of width of the storefront expression, the retail expression, and the rhythm up and down Madison Avenue. I have no issues with this as proposed. There is a strong consistency of the bottom two, sometimes three floors being, largely divorced, perhaps entirely from the upper portions of these townhouses up and down Madison Avenue. It's quite consistent. There's significant variety in those retail expressions, including in the width, because the buildings themselves vary in width, as well as there are, on occasion, two building wide expressions. So there is a kind of, variability, I think in a kind of pleasing way for the urban streetscape up and down Madison Avenue, which I think this is consistent with. So I have no issue with combining the buildings via the storefront and cornice expression. This represents, I think, a significant investment in the historic fabric and historic district. And I have no issue with the rest of the proposals, steel windows, infills. These all seem sort of minor and sensitive to me, so I can support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree with Frank. I think this is an appropriate proposal. I think that the issue that Mark raised about increasing the degree of separation between the storefronts would be acceptable to me, but I don't think it's necessary. I think that for the reasons that Frank stated, the joining of the two is appropriate, especially on a corner building, which was the case that was cited by the applicant as precedent for recent approvals. So I think it's appropriate as is.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I find this project and the definition at the corner and connecting the two buildings makes the corner very powerful and quite lovely, I think. I think the discipline of the design of the base is really commendable. It's very disciplined, very clear. And I'm not, I think connecting the cornices make this corner just architecturally significant.
Thank you. Commissioner Kembe?
I find that the articulation of the presentation is actually very nice, and the subtle moves that were made as well. And also do find that it was expressed the precedent that can be used to support the combining of the cornice. So I do find it appropriate.
And thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
I think I agree overall with most of the comments that have been made. I think the existing building, even though they do appear more clear as separate buildings, but there's still some similarities in that storefront. And so I think the applicant trying to kind of maintain some of those similarities in terms of the size of the storefront and the relationship of the left side and the right side are kind of the same. It's just consistent materials. So I can still see the difference, even though the cornice is unified at the same level. But overall, I think I can find it appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg, are you comfortable reading the
Yes.
motion? It looks like most of the commissioners are comfortable with it as is.
With regards to LPC 26-02908, 710 Madison Avenue, AKA 23 East 63rd Street, 712 Madison Avenue, Upper East Side Historic District. Two Italianate neo-Greek style residential buildings designed by Gage Inslee, built in 1871 and altered in the early 20th century to accommodate storefronts at the first and second floor. Application is to modify and infill masonry openings, combine the buildings, reclad and configure the commercial base, replace storefront infill and windows, replace cornice, and install a signage and window film. I know that the building style, scale, material, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the cornice at the extension of 712 Madison Avenue being removed is a replica of the historic simple design and not unique or exemplary, that the change to the size and placement of the openings at the extension will form a unified pattern which will be in keeping with the variety and size and pattern of openings found at commercial storefront extensions throughout this portion of Madison Avenue, that the unification of the extension at the building by installing cladding and infill with matching materials, finishes, and details, and slightly lowering the parapet at 712 Madison Avenue will be consistent with the treatment of historic and modern combined extensions found along Madison Avenue without eliminating a sense of the individuality of the two buildings. That the front extension will feature travertine cladding, metal framing, large expanses of glazing, and horizontal divisions at the level of the second floor, in keeping with the historic character of the storefront extensions within this historic district. That the proposed exterior vitrines will be similar in scale to the existing vitrines and well integrated into the overall design, and the interior vitrines will be slightly set back from the display window and will only obstruct portions of the ground floor window. That the profile and details of the decorative basket weave pattern at the masonry will subtly integrate into the overall design. That the proposed sign will be typical in placement and material and well scaled to the facade and spandrel. That the ceiling of the vertical row of openings on East 63rd Street facade which do not feature the decorative surrounds that may have been added in the early 20th century, will not diminish the unity of the fenestration pattern. That the proposed steel single-hung replacement windows at the upper floors will match the historic double-hung windows in terms of configuration and dimension, and will harmonize with the painted facade in terms of finish. That the profile and detail of the street's steel sash, when seen in conjunction with the profiled wood brick mold, will recall the level of articulation historically found at windows of row houses of this age and style, and that the proposed translucent grayscale film will be reversible and only applied to the interior face of select windows at the upper floors adjacent to a stair.
Thank you. Commissioner Mayen, can you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Mark, can you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 7 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes. It's 8 in favor.
That's approved. Thank you. Now let's move to our public hearing agenda.
All right, we'll start with public hearing item number 1. LPC 26-03280, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 2111, Lot 45, 138 to 154 St. Felix Street, AKA 11 to 21 Hanson Place, and the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. This is a neo-Gothic style church building designed by Halsey, McCormack, and Helmer and built in 1929 to 1930. The application is to alter and demolish portions of the building, remove, replace, and relocate doors and stained glass windows, and construct a tower on the site.
Good morning, Vice Chair Oster and Commissioners. I'm Meenakshi Srinivasan from Cozen O'Connor. We represent Strecht Corp., the owners of 144 St. Felix Street. We're extremely pleased to be here to present our Certificate of Appropriateness application for the preservation, the adaptive reuse, and the residential enlargement of Hanson Place Methodist Church. I'm joined by Dan Kaplan and Bill Chalkley from FX Collaborative, the architects on the project, and Drew Hartley from Atchison Doyle Partners, our preservation consultant and architects. We have other team members here as well to take any questions. I would first like to give you some background and context to the project, and then the team will cover the neighborhood and historic district context, existing conditions, and our proposal, which includes the proposed residential enlargement and the church restoration. This is a complicated project, and we have a lot of information here addressing many aspects of our plan, and we hope you'll bear with us as we go through the presentation. The church is located in Brooklyn, Community District 2, at the corner of Hanson Place and St. Felix Street in the Fort Greene downtown Brooklyn neighborhoods. Designed in a neo-Gothic style by Halsey, McCormack, and Helmer, the church was completed in 1931. It is within the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District, which was designated in 1978, though it's not an individual landmark. For decades, the church has been in extremely poor condition. Violations from the buildings department were first issued around 2004 for site safety, and pedestrian sheds have been placed since then. With limited resources, the congregation wasn't able to invest in maintenance and repairs. And finally, in 2019, the building was vacated when the congregation relocated to Grace Church on 7th Avenue. Despite years of marketing, the property didn't gain any interest. The plight of historic churches is a long-standing issue, not only in New York City, but around the country, especially as congregations shrink and the cost for maintenance and repairs increase. Adaptive reuse has been an alternative to preserve and maintain historic structures. However, Hanson Place Church is particularly challenging to adapt to other uses. It is a purpose-built religious structure, and while 5 to 6 stories in volume, it is underbuilt, and it has a large sanctuary with little auxiliary spaces. The heavier masonry facade and few windows and limited transparency make it difficult to adapt to residential and retail uses by itself. Prior to the 2021 rezoning that took place in the context of 130 St. Felix Street development, which some of you may remember, the permitted density under the zoning was just not sufficient to offset the high cost to save the church building, which is estimated now at around 25 to 30 million, just for the facade restoration and stabilization. Under the new zoning, the site is significantly underdeveloped. The church footprint occupies the entire property with no opportunity to accommodate new development. And because it isn't an individual landmark, there's no ability to transfer available development rights to recoup costs. Okay, sorry about that. So after years of neglect, the owner who bought the property in 2024 has undertaken immediate measures to ensure that no further damage takes place to the building. What has changed is that the rezoning in 2021 now allows additional density and market rate housing to subsidize the costs of repairing and restoring the church. And if the density is allowed to be utilized and generate revenue on the site. Therefore, our proposal, harnessing the opportunities under the current zoning, is for residential enlargement above the church that will provide the investment and viability to restore and stabilize the church, and at the same time provide much-needed housing, including affordable housing, required under the MIH program. It will enliven a streetscape that's been marred by sidewalk sheds and neglected vacancy for years. It'll activate a prominent intersection of the BAM Historic District, Fort Greene, and downtown Brooklyn neighborhoods, and it's adjacent to Brooklyn's premier transportation hub, Atlantic Terminal. We believe that the design, as you will see, has been carefully crafted to respect the integrity of the church and be sensitive to the adjacent neighboring buildings and the historic district context. These are some examples of adaptive reuse projects involving church buildings that include significant developments and enlargements that allow for a feasible project. Often the larger scale is necessary to save the church building. These are in and outside of New York City, including the Lucas and Boston, Connolly and the Bloor Street United Church, both in Canada, and the two others are in New York City, including 101 Park Avenue within the Park Avenue Historic District, and the French Evangelical Church on West 16th Street, which is not a designated building. These are examples of adaptive reuse projects that the Commission has approved, which include significant development and prominent additions on landmark buildings. While these projects clearly have different fact patterns and development histories from the church building, and none of them are historic buildings that are churches or religious structures, these examples illustrate that the Commission has approved bold concepts to design and development in the context of adaptive reuse projects. These include the Hearst Building, 712 Fifth Avenue above the Cody Rizzoli buildings, Terminal Warehouse, and Domino's Sugar Refinery. These were all individual landmarks and all required creative approaches and strategic interventions to address the long-term preservation of the historic building through significant development and innovative design. And with that, I will turn it over to Dan Kaplan.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Okay, great. I'll just use these and then, great. Good morning, Commissioners. Dan Kaplan, Senior Partner, FX Collaborative Architects. I'm, as Meenakshi said, joined here by Drew Hartley of ADP and Bill Chalkley from FX Collaborative. We'll tag team this. I'm going to start with the Historic District, the BAM Historic District. The site is in red and the yellow is the outline of the district. Here it is in aerial. It's a wonderful historic district. It has a real variety of structures from cast iron to brownstones, but significantly, it has high-rise buildings in it and civic buildings, especially along Hanson Place and along this block that makes a transition between the historic district and downtown Brooklyn, including the BAM Brooklyn Academy of Music itself and the church. The church had been on the site for over 160 years, continually in 3 different structures. And as the city changed around it, it changed the structure and went from brownstone Brooklyn to in the upper left and over the years, especially in the area of really explosive growth in Brooklyn, immediately pre and post World War I. The block changed significantly and became surrounded by the civic and commercial core. Here is that block in aerial, and the question is why, why high rises here? The confluence of rail lines, the Long Island Railroad, subways, elevateds. This was the core of historic Brooklyn, and this newspaper article from the late 20s really cited it as almost like a terminal city for Brooklyn, like the terminal city around Grand Central. There are buildings along Hanson Place, 67 to the right, which is in the historic district, the state office building, also pre-war, outside the historic district, 55, that are mid to low high rises. The site itself with the church, one Hanson, and then to the left, downtown Brooklyn. So clearly a transitional site. I just like to start to talk about the relationship of one Hanson to the historic district and to the proposed enlargement. These are a series of photographs. I'll get into this in a little bit more detail, but on the upper left, you really can see that the building consists of two distinct zones, the shoulder and below, which is really a street wall type of building, and then the tower above the shoulder, which is really a cruciform and a tower. Again, I'll show you this in more detail. And the tower portion is really can be seen around not only the historic district, but the neighborhood, and really pokes through in various locations. At Fulton and Hanson, the actual historic building within the historic district 67, blocks a substantial part of the building, but it still leaves the clock tower and the dome. One notable exception for the visibility of the rear side below the tower is the Fowler Place, which is at the intersection of Fulton and Lafayette, Fowler Square, actually. And then to the right is St. Felix. Before I turn it over to Drew, one more point about the block itself. It really has, as I said, a variety of scales, a variety of textures, but it goes from a more limestone, brick, stucco, tan on the left to the more bronze and red color masonry on the right, including Bam Fisher, the church itself, and the Brown's townhouses across the street. And in the center is 130 St. Felix proposal, which we were the architects of, which is a transitional building. With that, I'll turn it over to Drew, and I'll return for the discussion of the building.
Morning, Commissioners. Drew Hartley from Atchison Doyle Partners Architects. So the existing building, there's some key factors that we wanted to discuss. It has always had a retail on Hanson Place. That's the upper left-hand photo. Those retail will be returned as part of this project, but it's important that this is a urban church, and there are other functions than just the church structure itself. It also creates a transition. The lower left-hand photo is the transition between the low-scale brownstone townhouses across the street and the larger scale high-rise building of One Hanson Place. So it currently creates a transition between those in the stepping form of the church, and that's being retained as part of the project as well. The church building is currently in severe condition. There's a lot of conditions that need to be restored on the building. There are significant brick cracks and spalling and repointing. The windows are in poor condition. We have a couple of photos that are not photos, but elevations that I'll click through of our proposed restoration work on the building. But the building needs to be stabilized and significant work needs to be done. We talked about it in the intro of considerable amount of money is required to do this work. This is the St. Felix elevation, highlighted as the tracery of the windows needs to be replaced. And specifically, there's a lot of brick cracking on the buttresses that are between those windows. The rose window on the lot line, we are working closely with the structural engineer, both as far as monitoring the building. There are new monitors in the building that are being actively monitored. And we have seen little movement in the building so far. However, we haven't gone through a freeze-thaw cycle yet, so we will see this winter, but it's being actively monitored. And then this is the lot line with the Williamsburg Savings Bank, One Hanson Place next door. So You can see the bottom is blocked out where it abuts that building, and just the windows of the nave are above. These are better than drawings. Pictures always help tell the story. So we have deteriorated railings and lots of metal pieces on the building are deteriorated, spalling cast stone throughout. And then the upper right and lower left photos, you can see better examples of that brick cracking that we have at the piers of the building. Bottom right, there have been probes that were done previous to our engagement in the project to try to understand the structural elements, but there's a lot of masonry covering the existing steel structure that's beneath. And just the existing materials are cast stone on the top and brick on the bottom, but cast stone comes in 3 different types. We have some cast stone that looks like limestone, some cast stone that looks like granite, and some cast stone that looks like terracotta. So everything you see on the building is cast stone, but it comes in different forms. And then on the bottom, it looks from a long ways away that there might be multiple bricks on this building, but it is just that it has weathered over time differently in different aspects of the building. We've done cleaning exercises to verify this, and we're in the process of getting a good match for the brick, for the iron spot brick. We have, we'll go into more details about the stained glass window restoration program and what we're doing with all those pieces. But these are just some examples of the current condition. We're also working with a stained glass expert on stabilizing these and carefully restoring them. Even touching them at all needs a careful touch. And then some of the decorative elements of the building, these pieces really add to the historic district. A lot of this happens in the lower tier of the building, on the pedestrian scale of the building. So from the stepping of the massing of the building to the tracery and fine details. And then above the lower right hand, there's a lead gutter at the top of the first tier of the building, which is really nice elements, but they happen throughout the building. The sanctuary of the building on the left, we have the large rose window. The circular window you see there is going to be repurposed and used in our proposal. The flanking stained glass windows on the left and the right of the nave have they have either religious icons or non-religious icons, and there are 4 different windows that are non-religious that will be reused as part of this project. And then on the upper right, there are 2 Tiffany windows in the project that will be given back to the church as part of the project. So there has been water infiltration. We talked about there's been scaffolding around the building since 2004. It really has fallen into disrepair. And these are some of the conditions of the interior. So a lot of work is required.
So let's get into the proposal. Let's starting with the zoning. The site is in the downtown Brooklyn Special District. As was noted before, was rezoned for a high-density mixed use of 12 FAR. The site area is 16,000, almost 500 square feet. By the time when you multiply that out with the FAR and the grossing factors, the total maximum approximately is 227,000 gross square feet. The massing you're going to see is a bit less than that due to what we feel is a appropriate scale and size of 215,000 square feet above grade. There'll be a maximum approximately 240 units. This was zoned as mandatory inclusionary housing, so there will be 25% affordable. So there'll probably be between 50 and 60 units of permanently affordable housing, a rare occurrence in a historic district. From a massing envelope bulk control point of view on the right, there's a maximum base of 155, and then Hanson Place is a wide street with a 10-foot setback. St. Felix is a narrow with a 15. There's lot coverage requirements, 65% maximum below 300 and 50 above, 50% above. One thing of note is it's a corner lot. There is no rear yard required. It is possible to build this building right up to the property line that it shares with One Hanson. One Hanson is also known as Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower. I will refer to it as One Hanson. So the design drivers, really three things. Obviously, this wonderful church building in poor shape. How do we restore it? Second is the massing of the enlargement. How do we make it work with the existing church? How do we make it feel bespoke and particular to this condition of the church? And finally, making it relate to the historic district. So our three goals leading out of that is really to enable the adaptive reuse of this church and a conversion to primarily residential use, preserve as much of the historic fabric as possible. Two is to create something that's unique and complementary to this situation. And three, really make something that works with the historic district itself and its ethos and DNA. So I'm going to take you through a series of isometrics that build up the massing. These are two views of the same. On the left, Hanson Place in the foreground. On the right, St. Felix, starting with the existing church and One Hanson in the background. The first move is preserving the side aisle and the facade of the nave above along St. Felix, and then turning the corner, preserving the nose, the front of the nave and its frontispiece along Hanson Place. You see where it says three-story room. The proposal recreates a room behind that special window to recall the volume of the nave in the existing nave. Also the rose window, which Drew already referenced. First move was, as we massed the building, was to pull it away from the corner so that that front of the building, as you see it on the angles and directly, will the front of the church building will have presence and pride of place, and the building above will step back. Also, the second thing was pulling the building away from the side lot line along One Hanson Place to create a court for light and air. Next move was to take that mass and begin to subdivide it vertically so that it related directly to the geometry of the church and the structural rhythm of the nave on the left, and have it step around and turn the corner, and then towards the north side have it come down and interlock with the northernmost bay of the church to create a residential presence on the street. Then take the setbacks and step backs related both to One Hanson and to 130 so that they become an ensemble related to each other. And then really, I guess I can move this, create a figure where it starts at One Hanson and Hanson Place and steps up and then back down. And again, as I said, creates an ensemble with 130. On the left, we pulled the building back from One Hanson to create a distinct break with it and to start to step up set up the turning of the corner. And on the right, you can see how the two buildings frame the tower of One Hanson. The next move was, and this is a sort of on a more detailed level, was to take the form and cinch it or step it or corbel it in so that has a more subtle relationship with the church where the residential building and the church structure come together. And then finally, you see here clad in a brick cladding that Bill will describe a little bit more detail. And on the left, well, the choice was to make it very close to the church, so it felt like it grew out of the church, that it would be distinctive from One Hanson and 130, but then with the form, the stepping, the tiering of the building relate both to the architecture of One Hanson and to 130 St. Felix. Some elevations, current condition and proposed. You can see this is the south elevation. generally the vast majority of the building below the shoulder of 1 Hanson with 2 bays cresting above the shoulder, maximum height 324 feet. This is the east elevation of 1 Hanson and Church with the proposal, 3 bays step up, be above the shoulder, but you can see how the building is stepped back at the corner and then comes down and interlocks on the right-hand north side. I just want to talk again a little bit about 1 Hanson. These are from the designation report. As I said, our read of this is it's very clearly a building that has 2 separate identities. Below the shoulder, it is a street wall building with more ornamentation on the street, arches, more recesses, really something that's supposed to be married into the rest of the block. And above the shoulder, the building breaks into a cruciform form with a square tower above and a clock tower and an octagon and a dome, and clearly something that's omnidirectional, something that's supposed to be seen from all around. As we get to the side conditions and the rear condition of 1 Hanson, it's very clear that there are blank lot line conditions with minimal orientation and ornamentation. And then the east facade below the shoulder lacked ornamentation, no arches, and once it crests above that shoulder, it reverts back into its omnidirectional treatment. And lastly, before I turn it over to Bill, I think this plan is very helpful. This is 1 Hanson. You can see the stepping and turning of the corner, and when we get into the visualizations, you'll see that by pulling the building away from the corner, it allows the front of the building, of the church building, to really have a lot of presence. The building itself pulled back from St. Felix by that bay of the side aisle. This portion of the building stepping down, but still back 12 feet from the street wall. And then in the rear yard, you can see in green here the rear court that is created between 144 and 1 Hanson Place. Bill?
Good morning, Bill Chalkley with FX Collaborative. I'll be walking through some of the details on the proposed interventions on the church building, as well as highlighting details on the new overbuild of the tower. So just want to share with you this construction photo of the church from 1930, showing the steel structure that it's made out of. So as part of our proposal, we will be incorporating that steel structure into the new building. So here's a comparison view of the 2 roof plans. Left is the existing church. As you can see, it occupies the full site. And then on the left is the overbuild roof plan that Dan had just highlighted. Here's 2 existing sections through the church building. It's approximately 80 feet tall from grade. 2 points we should just highlight is one is you could see a significant portion below grade. There's about 4 stories below grade and an extensive foundation wall surrounding the site. We are aiming to incorporate that and build within that. The other point is the large step up to the main sanctuary space that's about 6 feet above grade. So a number of challenges in incorporating that into the overall. Here's a section of the proposed intervention, how we're inserting the residential floors within the church building. Again, community facility at the ground plane will capture some of that elevated floor that we spoke of earlier, and then the new residential lobby will be down at grade towards the center of the site. Here's an overlay in red of the structure and elements of the church building that will be retained and how the residential building aligns to those. It's a significant portion of the floor area is proposed behind the church building, almost a quarter of the floor area. So we'll walk you through some of the elevations. This is the existing on south elevation on Hanson Place. Starting at grade, a number of arched openings, two on each side of the center main entrance into the church building, a second floor with outswing casement windows and a lot of cast stone ornamentation, and then the signature main window about 3 stories tall. Outlined in white here are where we are intervening. Again, on the main window here, it's a restoration and relocation of some of the stained glass. I'll highlight that in a moment. Replacing windows in kind for that second story, and then reworking the storefronts, and which we have details for that coming up. And that's the proposed. Moving along to the east elevation, again, 6 main arched openings at grade, and then the northern bay differentiated from the rest of the church with the back door entry with steps beyond. In the second tier, we have 7 arches of varying sizes, blanked off with the 4 with the stained glass windows. And our proposed interventions here will be removing the roof and a portion of that northern bay for the residential interlock, and then inserting new windows in the second tier here, as well as interventions in those storefronts, which we will show details of in a moment, and the proposed with the residential enlargement on top. And just to highlight, there's a number of stained glass and windows on this on the building. There's a 100+ page document in the appendix that detail each and every one of those. Just quickly overview on those. So the purple shaded ones are the stained glass windows that will be restored and preserved, and in most cases returned to the church. The red are the replacement windows in kind. The green is our interventions that we'll be showing shortly. And then the blue are stained glass windows that we will be relocating to other portions of the building. And just to highlight that, as Dan mentioned, we're trying to create this 3-story volume room at the southern tip of the church building, and where we're proposing to relocate 4 of the secular figures found in the church to these locations. So 3 in the southern window, and then 1 on the first bay on the east. And a rendering from Hanson Place as you exit Atlantic Terminal. And then coming around to the corner, you can see highlighted the stained glass bay of south and east wrapping the corner. And then as it turns the corner, the visibility of those arch windows kind of disappears. At grade, you can see the cleaning up and opening up of the sidewalk, new entryways. And again, this is text from the designation. So other than the religious iconography and portions of the roof, we are restoring and preserving elements directly noted in the designation report, and as Drew highlighted in those existing conditions. And so just touching on some of the details, this is that first bay of the second tier, which is currently a brick infill, perforated brick infill. Here we are removing that and inserting new cast stone tracery, and the relocated stained glass will infill in that location. The next bay over, also a blank brick wall with this slot window that's blanked off from the interior. This is the first bay of residential units beyond in the church volume. Here we are recreating that cast stone tracery in the similar fashion as the existing archways in the center of the building, introducing operable windows, a shadow box between the floors, so to get that double story reading through the window. And then on the top would be a large portal window. And these are the existing archways in the center, 4 bays, and treated in a similar fashion with operable windows and the large portal window at the top. Okay. Moving down to the ground plane and the storefronts. This is a photo at the top is near completion of the church. It's still showing temporary doors at the entryway, but we do believe these are the original doors in place today. All but one storefront is original. Some existing conditions of those storefronts in desperate need of repair and replacement. So this starting at the main entry of the church building, our intervention here is to replace the doors there with new glass entry doors with a transom and signage band at top, and reclad the staircase going up in granite. We'll be restoring the masonry and the stained glass window at the top here in C. Here are a typical storefront on the south, the two smaller archways. Here we are proposing, again, to restore the masonry arches in cast stone, highlighted by B, and then introduce a new storefront system, glass doors, a signage band that recalls an existing signage band that was there originally, and then in F, a new decorative grille for in front of a louver for ventilation into those retail spaces. On the corner is a larger arched opening. This is going to be the main accessible entry for the community facility. Here we're proposing a double door with two side lights. Again, restored masonry and the kind of decorative grille on top, infilling that arch. Then moving into the center of the site, these are the four recessed archways that are set back for the areaway that goes down into the two levels of cellar that's open to the sky currently. Those facades will be restored in kind, and what we're proposing is a skylight on top to protect that from the weather. The windows currently there are stained glass windows, quite small, and here we're proposing to drop the sill of those openings and insert clear glass storefront, and that also corresponds to lowering the ground floor slab elevation to accommodate the community facility use. And then in the center of the block, at the end of the church building, we have the northern bay. It's a 3-story volume that's differentiated from the main church building. And here, this is, we thought, the most appropriate place to insert our residential entry, which kind of demands a larger presence. So our proposal here is to introduce a carve-out at grade, about 20 by 15 feet tall, double door, glass side lights, and in a kind of recall of the existing window here with highlights of cast stone frame and vertical and horizontal elements in cast stone. And that's a detail of that intervention. And just to touch again on materiality of the church building and our brick matching process that's underway to select an iron spot for the project, which will be used both in the historic building, but in the residential overbuild. And then a rendering looking down St. Felix. You can see the scale of the church building retained in relation to the townhomes across the street and the second tier of the church, and then the residential building emerging from beyond that. Okay. So touch on the residential enlargement details. I think 3 main concepts that we've tried to bake into our proposal, thinking about the window organization, the facade, and how it relates to one Hanson, but also a kind of Art Deco building type that's found in the neighborhood. So an AB rhythm rather than a large window wall expression. you know, the uniqueness of the church building and the geometry of how the facade was crafted and articulated, how the windows have a detail surround and a nice relationship in contrast with the brick. Some projects that we've realized that are responding in a similar manner of a vertical expression with a punched window, a masonry craft of weaving horizontal and vertical masonry elements, and a materiality contrast with, you know, a nice saturated red brick and limestone tone accents. And of course, complementary to the two other residential buildings on Hanson Place. Here are some kind of extreme perspective views looking up at the building in totality. Coming around to the corner, again, the vertical articulation is stemming from the strong buttress of the existing church building and bringing that up into the tower. And here, when we're mid-block looking up, you can see the tapering and the stepping concept. And we feel strongly about how the tower engages the church building and interlocks with the church building, and giving its presence. While it doesn't touch the grade, but it does step into the building and kind of create a new relationship. We've touched on a lot of the south and east elevations of the project. On the north and west, this is the lot line on the north with 130. We are considering this building in the rounds with fenestration on the north as well as the west elevations, and to be treated in a similar fashion as the south and east elevations. In the west, where we have the courtyard, there are some zones where the core is right there on the exterior, and we have a proposal for more opaque treatment for those facades, as well as some ventilation zones for fresh air. So jumping into the details of the typical residential bay, we're conceiving this as a precast concrete facade with brick inset in two types. In the vertical pier will be a running bond, and then in the horizontal spandrel, a stacked soldier coursing. And then the precast allows us to kind of reinterpret the cast stone of the church with highlights around the window, and then a more delicate vertical element in between the two windows. This is a detail of the corbelline. So again, the corbelline is a nice little nod to the horizontal moments within the church, and a way of adding interest and transitioning from the church building into the tower. This is the core wall with the more opaque concrete intervention here with a kind of textured patterning and a vertical articulation. At the top of the building, we'll have screen wall shielding all of the mechanical units up there, but ventilation will be required. So we have a louver with a decorative vertical fin element to add interest, and then a typical parapet condition at the top of each of those setbacks, continuing that stacked soldier coursing of brick. And then finally, the material palette. So we're thinking of the glass as a very neutral, highly transparent glass, which would be very complementary to historic structures and in historic neighborhoods. The brick palette is made up of brick that we're using in the restoration, and then we're varying subtly the mix to create some tonal differences to highlight portions of the church building in relation to the new build. The limestone concrete will match the existing church, and a number of metal finishes, darker bronze for the storefronts, and warm gray for the new windows in the tower. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Dan.
We'll just wrap up with some street views, existing and proposed. So starting at 4th Avenue and Atlantic. I think this on the left is, and all these will be current condition, and on the right is proposed. I think this view really proves our thesis that pulling the building back from the corner allows the base allows the church building to really maintain its presence and its prominence. From Flatbush and Barclays looking north, on the left today, on the right proposed. The buildings share with One Hanson Place a general Art Deco stepped massing, as Bill said, vertical fenestration, articulation. It's contrasted with its brick so that it does not, the darker brick does not detract from One Hanson, and then the building pulls away and crests up slightly above the shoulder center of the block. This is where, as I noted before, Fowler Square, where the east face of One Hanson is most visible. Here is the proposed building in situ, and really on the right does not detract from the portion, the cruciform and the tower above the shoulder, One Hanson, and this is with 130 St. Felix rendered in as well on the right. And you could see how the three buildings form an ensemble. They're related to each other. They're not siblings, but maybe they're cousins and share some DNA. This is the view down St. Felix Street looking south, on the left current, on the right proposed. You can really see how the building pulls away from One Hanson in this view, and then with 130 inserted. This is from Ashland and Fulton looking north or looking south. On the left is existing on the proposed on the right. Again, the proposed building is really secondary to the tower portion of One Hanson Place, and then with the proposed 130 St. Felix, just a little bit of the building is peeking out. I would note here that as Bill was describing, we are proposing treating the building in the court with similar materials and fenestration, and even cladding the blank walls with an upgraded material. This is where I think it's most visible, the proposal, but the massing strategy of stepping the building away from the corner allows the clock tower to remain visible, and the arch is facing south, and this is with 130. Bill showed you this already, but I think it really shows the presence of the church, how it is revitalized and has a strong presence at this corner, which is our main read of the building, and also this view, which Bill showed you before and after, where one of the great things about, I think, the massing of the church is that those side aisles really relate to the scale of the townhouses across the street, and then the nave steps up, and obviously the strategy, because we're preserving that, preserves that relationship with the townhomes across the street on 130 St. Felix. On St. Felix. This view Bill already showed you. I just want to reinforce the corbelling that works with the stepping of the church itself. And then finally, just in conclusion, I just coming back to the 3 points at the beginning. One, the proposal is really for the church, and the church adaptive reuse is carefully crafted, and there's been a lot of ingenuity about how to adaptively reuse this wonderful structure, and very idiosyncratic structure in a great way. The massing relates to the church itself by picking up on its coloration and its structural rhythm and fenestration patterns. And then finally, it relates to the larger historic district by its overall form. the tiered Art Deco type of massing and complementary relationship with One Hanson Place. And with that, I thank you and appreciate your attention during this long proposal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay. No questions? Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Commissioner Mayen has a question.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple probably detailed questions. Could you explain the concept of the corbelline a bit more and point that out more explicitly, please?
Sure. So, well, maybe where's the best place?
Maybe that view looking up.
Yeah.
Sorry. This one here.
So, in the portion of the building that is the vertical volumes that come out from the nave, at every 2-story or 3-story, there is at the bottom, let's say third of the building, is a 4-inch step out, so that it adds up to about a foot and a quarter between here and between the sort of shaft of the tower and the cornice of the parapet of the nave. And the idea behind that is, if you look at, as Bill described, you look at the church building itself, it's filled with these sort of subtle steps and pleats, and where cast stone makes a transition between one plane and another. And we have incorporated that in as well as a subtle way to A, recall that and make a dialogue, but B, sort of slow the eye down and really create a more gradual transition into where the building emerges from the church. It's also worth noting it reappears a little bit at the top as well as we step back towards the top of the building. If there's probably a detail in here. Oh, it's this way. So I think here you could see a sort of section through the corbel. Building comes, and then it steps out. This bit of precast / cast stone finish here really starts the step out, and then the brick then continues. Again, I think it's for sort of formal motif recall with the existing church, which does a lot of the same things. 2, I think massing wise, it has the new mass recognize the presence of the church. And 3, it gives us a tool to help make a subtle sort of emphasis at the top of the building.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
You may have done this because you had some different brick samples, but is the tower going to use exactly the same brick, or is it going to use the lighter color of the range?
Yeah, let me just bring up that material palette. Oops. So the intention is to use, as if you recall the photograph of that sampling process from earlier, it's an iron spot with 6 or so different colors within that. So the idea is when we are close to the church building, we will be using the same bricks as the restoration infill would be using in the brick 1. And then as the building steps back away from the church, we start to desaturate it and tune that mix so to give more contrast. And I think It's showing in the rendering of the looking up at the church building where the church feels a little bit more saturated and bright, and the tower behind is a little bit lighter. So to give that contrast.
Could you show that? I didn't.
And it's all in the same family that you would find in the church building.
Could you show that rendering? I did not pick up that there were different tones. Thank you for pointing that out.
Let me see. Go to the rendered view. So here. So this is at a point where it's about 13 feet setback from the church building itself. So we wanted to make sure that in a subtle way that we can accentuate that difference a little bit.
The tones vary by vertical striation.
Yep. So the different setbacks as you wrap the corner. So the south facade wall have the same brick tone as shown here. And then when you get to the eastern facade, that's where we introduce this subtle range.
And then I have a second question. Thank you for that. You seem to go one story above the shoulder of One Hanson. What was the logic for that?
On an elevation.
That's all right. Why don't you just, that's fine. Just, so the actually 3 stories above, crusts above the shoulder. There's a few rationales. One is that where we do step above, it's pulled away so that one could still see the clock tower from all around. 2, it's a building at the corner, not mid-block. So in general, I'd say the vast majority of this reading is below the shoulder, but at that point, maybe it's here. At that point, it really just go. I think this is the best one. So it's generally below. It's vast majority of it is below the shoulder, but that at one point it just crests up above. And as I said before, we located that mass really due south of the cruciform tower, so that when you saw it obliquely, you really preserved the views to the tower portion. We think it's it's a corner building. It's it has needs its own presence and needs some sort of top on it, and to create a profile. I do feel that this view also shows that. It'd be hard pressed to say whether that is above or below the shoulder, but it does have a pleasing profile vis-a-vis One Hanson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jefferson, and then Commissioner Wilder.
So in the planning of the tower, it seems to me that you went through a lot of effort to kind of, in plan and section, to move the building away, the new tower away from One Hanson Place. But there's one spot where you connected them, and that's on the front facade. And the question I have is, why did you connect it there? If you go to the front facade, the main facade.
Let me see if I can. Sorry. Oh, yeah. So the question is why why connect?
Yeah, the effort you made in creating a courtyard, shifting it in plan and section.
Right.
And then at this one zipper spot,
right,
you connected it.
Right.
And you didn't have to, but you did. And so the question is why?
Yeah. So thank you. The current condition there of One Hanson is that is a blank lot line wall that was clearly meant to, or not meant to, but could accept a building butting up exactly against it. That's, if we go back, I think it's way earlier in the presentation, but it's completely blank. There's no ornamentation on it. The actual windows were set back 10 or 15 feet where there were windows. So as I said before, in our read of this building, it's really it's a street wall building below the shoulder and meant to be connected, and above the shoulder, it's meant to be freestanding. And so we felt that it was appropriate to connect at that point. Welcome.
No. So I have a two-part question. One question for Corey. First question for Corey. How much should we be considering 130 St. Felix? And then the question for the applicant is, it seems that there was some consideration because we keep seeing it. So how did that play a part in determining the height of the building?
So regarding 130 St. Felix, the commission did make a certain approval that I think you've been made aware of, and there's additional materials in this presentation for a large building on that site. That permit is still valid and presumably would be eligible to be extended if conditions were met. So I think in terms of considering it from that perspective, it is something that you should think about and accept that it's a possibility you would have that building and this building kind of in close proximity to each other. Similarly, at the time of that approval, the commission discussed various aspects of that new building, including its ultimate height, its setbacks, and its design. So I think, the determinations that were made and the sort of stipulations that the commission asked for in making its ultimate approval, I think could potentially be relevant to this site as well. Although, as the applicant stated, that's more of a mid-block site, and this is a corner site, obviously, with an existing building on it.
I just want to be 100% clear as well. We were the architects for that applicant as well. So we have been working at this corner of the block for many years. And I also worked on the original landmark of adaptive reuse of One Hanson way back. I think I pulled up this slide because I think this captures what we were trying to do, which was create a set of buildings that felt like they naturally exist together, but aren't a matched pair or a matched trio, and that they each have their own identity, but they share sort of urban setback forms, and each respond to their own condition. Of course, One Hanson is the centerpiece with its tower and its borough-wide presence. 130 is a mid-block building that makes a transition down, and it is subservient. And then the proposal here, it's a corner building. It's a little taller, but still it doesn't detract from the presence of the tower of One Hanson. And I think again, I'll repeat myself, we see it as an ensemble that shares DNA, but are not identical twins.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Just a follow-up question. The building that you did previously, does it touch One Hanson?
Yeah, yes, it did. And as a matter of fact, we originally had it more freestanding, and we were encouraged to move the building during that process to move 130 to the west so that it would marry to these side lot line blank walls, which again, I think the reading or the interpretation of One Hanson as having a sort of urban street wall character up to the shoulder and a more freestanding object like tower above the shoulder really came out of that process for us. So we were encouraged to move it so that it actually kissed and married into One Hanson, and as a matter of fact, it has a very, very similar relationship to those side lot lines as the proposal does.
Thank you.
And Commissioners,
My question. Thank you.
I would just like to add to that simply that the other reason for the commissioner asking at the time to push it back was to move the bulk away from St. Felix Street. That
Correct.
was also a primary consideration.
Correct. That's right.
Okay, Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, apologies, I had the prior meeting, so on your point about the stepping, the thing that stood out for me is the verticality here. Whereas the adjoining building, you can see is more of a wrap that is stepping back. This really emphasizes the tower, so to speak. In your design consideration, have you ever did a scenario where it's more of a blending in rather than emphasize this verticality?
Yeah. I think we see the proposed tower design as a blend of vertical and horizontal to start with. On the portions that are in the vertical stepping of the building, they have a more sense of verticality because they do relate to the structural rhythm of the naves directly. So there's the piers of the nave and the piers that you see in this view align directly with it and sort of continue the sort of Gothic verticality of that. But then secondarily with the heavy spandrel, with the corbelling, there's a rebalancing to the horizontal. In addition, these steps here on the north side as the building sort of cascades down is more horizontal in its form, like the sort of pure horizontal stepping of 130.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, so let's go ahead and move to public testimony. I think Mark would like to say something.
Hi, this is Mark Silverman, General Counsel. I just want to encourage everyone and to note there's a lot of people to testify here in person and also online. We are only going to be able to allow for 2 minutes per person to testify. And we encourage to ensure that everyone has a chance to speak, that you really abide by that 2 minutes and that we will be enforcing it, firmly and hopefully politely. But we would encourage you to anticipate that and understand that when we ask you to summarize what's left of your testimony, you really have just a few seconds to do so. So this is a way to encourage that everybody can testify. And just one final note, we want to hear from everybody. We the commissioner cares about what people think, but I would encourage you to think about the commissioner's time and if you have nothing new to say and want to just voice your view about this, it is perfectly okay and will be greatly appreciated by the commissioners if you just say, I am in favor or opposed, and for the reasons previously stated, and I just want to say that. And it's perfectly okay not to use your 2 minutes if you so desire. So with that, I think we're first going to go to in-person testimony.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up 3 people at a time. And when I call your name, please come to the podium and then state your name, and then you will have your 2 minutes. So our first set of speakers will be Andrea Goldwyn, Mark Landome, and then Dane Aratowski. Please come to this podium in that order.
Okay. Good morning, Vice Chair Master and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy opposes this plan because of the inappropriate impacts on the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. At the base, the proposal calls for substantial demolition of the former Hanson Place Methodist Church. It would leave only 2 elevations, and we have concerns as to how they would survive construction of the tower. We appreciate that the project team has taken inspiration from the historic church in the tower's design and massing. However, the scale and height of the tower would overwhelm the remains of the church. They would also draw attention from and block views of the Williamsburg Savings Bank, an icon of downtown Brooklyn and the heart of the district. We recognize the challenges this site presents. The church building is in very poor condition, but we have seen solid brick buildings in similar states that have been repaired. We understand the need for new housing. Perhaps the height of the tower could be reduced or the church building adapted for residential use within the existing envelope so that the intervention would create a more appropriate neighbor to the district. The BAM district is eclectic with several styles, building typologies, and uses in just a few blocks. We're certain that there can be a solution that honors the historic fabric of the district and keeps its buildings active. We urge you to work with the applicants to find a better outcome for this site. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Conservancy's views.
Thank you. Mark Landom?
Good morning, Vice Chair Master and members of the LPC. My name is Mark Landolina, Senior Director of Real Estate and Economic Development at the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership. And I'm here speaking on behalf of Regina Meyer, President of DBP, who unfortunately could not be here this morning. The partnership manages and champions the 3 business improvement districts in downtown Brooklyn, including MetroTech Bid, where this site is located. The partnership strongly supports this proposal at 144 St. Felix Street. We believe the proposal represents the kind of thoughtful, forward-looking development that keeps downtown Brooklyn growing in the right way. The building is located at a key, highly visible location in downtown Brooklyn, directly adjacent to both Atlantic Terminal Transit Hub and the Brooklyn Cultural District. The church building on this site has been vacant and behind scaffolding for years. It's an important part of the BAM Historic District, but it has been steadily deteriorating for decades, to the point where the roof and interior are far beyond saving. This project finally provides a realistic path to restore and preserve a portion of the church in its exterior facade, bringing new life to a building that has been a blight on the neighborhood for far too long. This project will create up to 240 new apartments, including affordable units proximate to transit and jobs. Residents of the new building will support local businesses and add to the vitality that makes downtown Brooklyn a true 24/7 neighborhood. This is a well-considered project that balances preservation and progress. It restores a historic structure, adds needed housing, and strengthens the district's long-term health. We encourage the commissioners to vote in support of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Orotowski?
Good morning. Denai Orotowski from the Prospect Heights Neighborhood Development Council. We are close neighbors of downtown Brooklyn and the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District, and we value the historic preservation of contiguous neighborhoods, which enhance the architectural history and context of our Prospect Heights Historic District. We appreciate this opportunity to express our opinion and respectfully request that the Commission reject the application as presented and work with the applicant to find some configuration that is more respectful of the neighborhood. So rather than preserving the historic facade of the Hanson Place Central United Methodist Church that was specifically designed by the same architect to complement the Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower, much of the front of the massing and the roofing of this historic church will be destroyed. And it really just appears from the front as sort of a facade, sort of like a Disneyland kind of facade. Furthermore, the scale and the massing of the proposed new building are not appropriate to the low-scale row houses and the medium-scale commercial buildings in the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. Finally, the Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower, it's iconic to the skyline of Brooklyn, recognized worldwide. The current mass and scale of the proposed building, I think, do not respect the shoulder, which is an important feature. It's not just the tower that are significant to the skyline, and in this presentation will irreparably eclipse this emblematic building. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to call up 4 individuals, Susan Spiller, Elisa Holland, Charles Cotton, and then Shante Baptista. Susan?
Hi, I'm Elisa Holland. Susan is not here. I'm going to read Charles Cohen's remarks. Oppose the proposed structure at 144 St. Felix Street in its entirety. Back in 2010, Bam Fisher wanted to erect a tower on Ashland Place. Landmarks would not accept its plan and limited its height to 7 stories. This set a precedent that no structure within the historic district could be built higher than the Brooklyn Academy of Music. Recently, the building at 147 St. Felix Street, directly across the street from the proposed humongous structure at 144, was also limited to 3 stories to conform to the height of all the buildings on St. Felix Street. This precedent has been firmly established in the BAM Historic District. The 144 church site also needs to conform to this standard. Also, the same architect who designed the individually designated Williamsburg Savings Bank building also designed the Central Methodist Church, whose height would not interfere with the magnificent view of the bank tower. The proposed project at 144 would totally block out the original unobstructed grand design of the bank building from the east. This building has received 2 separate protections from LPC. These designations must be respected. This important historical edifice must remain visible from every direction. The 144 St. Felix Street proposal must be rejected in its totality. Its height, its mass, its style is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had Susan Spiller's testimony to be read by Karen Saw. Is Karen here? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm reading for Susan Spiller. When the developer bought the 144 St. Felix Street parcel, he was fully aware that it fell within the BAM Historic District and within the broader Brooklyn Cultural District. He was so aware, in fact, that he lied to the lender that he had landmarks approval for his project. The lender sued him. BAM Fisher is the property at 321 Ashland Place and Historic District was built in 2010. When BAM Fisher applied for landmarks approval for its 7-story building, as we heard before, they were told to lower it a few feet in order to be approved by the LPC. They complied. 147 St. Felix Street, as we also just heard about, another property in the historic district directly across the street from 144 St. Felix, was built in 2023. 147 St. Felix Street had to adapt to the constraints imposed by LPC to build no higher than 3 stories. A 3-story townhouse on Fort Greene Place, also in the district, is applying currently to LPC for a rear extension and a bulkhead extension. A 3-story townhouse on St. Felix, also in the historic district, recently applied to LPC for approval to replace its front facade windows and rear facade renovations. I personally own, not me, a dilapidated brownstone at 354 West 11th Street, which I slowly renovated over many years. In 2007, LPC designated it as an individual landmark. From that day forward, I had to apply to LPC to even just paint my front door or the cornice. This is the correct role of the LPC since its inception in 1965, which was formed due to the public outcry over the demolition of Penn Station. It was formed to preserve the historically relevant structures and districts that they have placed in their custody. The proposed structure at 144 St. Felix Street in no way conforms to the integrity of the BAM
That's 2
historic
minutes.
district. Okay. Thank you. This is, you should preserve the human scale architecture in historic context. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Charles Cohen is next.
I'm Elisa Holland, and I spoke for Charles Cohen. Thank you.
Thank you. And Shante Baptista.
How's everybody doing? This is Shanti Baptiste. It's okay though. I'm a resident of Fort Greene. I've been in Fort Greene for almost all my life, over 4 years. I've seen this happen. This is an ongoing thing. I definitely oppose the proposal. It's hostile takeover. It's as simple as that. Can't see the sun. As many buildings as high-rising, it's like it's blocking out the sun from every block. You know, we don't see the sun as much as we used to on certain blocks, and that's due to constant building. I understand through the architects, you know, it's an art. You know, it's like kids playing with Legos, and it's an art to see your work in progress. which are definitely affecting the community. It's a lot of people that's being pushed out, and totally like that church. My cousin went there as a Boy Scout. There was millions of town hall meetings, a lot of community events, and it's constantly happening where you guys are just destroying history. And it's called the Brooklyn County Music Historic District, and you're absolutely destroying the history that's in the district. So it's a huge contradiction. And I could totally speak for majority of the community that I represent, that we totally don't want this. And if this took place around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, it'd be a packed building, trust that. So that's what I like to say.
Thank you. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up representatives from One Hanson Board together, Karen, Joseph, and Margaret.
My name is Joseph Salvidio. I'm a resident owner and board member of One Hanson Place. I strongly oppose this application. I urge the commission to disapprove it and to instruct the applicant to substantially revise the proposal. One Hanson Place is a true adaptive reuse building, and we've worked with the commission extensively through the years. From opening the residential entrance to our building, to renovating the lobby of our interior bank space, to matching the texture of the mortar between the bricks on our building's facade. The commission has been a discerning, thoughtful partner in preserving the integrity of our landmark neighborhood in countless ways. Thank you. Thank you for that partnership. We look forward to working with you with this current application and beyond. Above all, this application needs more time to be substantially reworked. The One Hanson Board only learned about the project shortly before a November 5th Community Board 2 Land Use Committee hearing. We raised a host of concerns that the Land Use Committee and the Community Board was sympathetic to. We've canvassed our neighborhood, and many neighbors are highly concerned with what's been proposed. The Brooklyn Music School has not been consulted. BAM has not been consulted. Gotham, the owner of the 130 St. Felix property, has not been consulted. We have an online petition with over 200 people just over the last few days over the Thanksgiving holiday, all of whom were in opposition. And many of them have submitted written comments to the commission. We've contacted our elected officials, but given the local elections, the Thanksgiving holiday, and the city council speakers race, we haven't yet had the opportunity to meet with them to discuss the application. There is too much at stake for this application to be rushed through. There are too many alternative ways to rehabilitate the site that should be explored. There are too many potential health and safety risks that must be considered. There are smarter ways to bring affordable housing to our community as well. So we shouldn't follow that red herring. Let's slow down. Let's have a conversation. Let's get this right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Commissioners. Once again, my name is actually Karen Saw. My husband and I are owners at One Hanson Place, and I love this building so much that I became a member of the board. I am a lawyer, and I also studied architecture at Parsons here in New York. This development is extremely similar to the proposal for the Duffield Street houses that you reviewed in October. Of course, the Hanson Place Central United Methodist Church is not landmarked, does not have any agreement regarding its preservation, and has not been moved to its current site for preservation. However, this site sits in the BAM Historic District, was designed by the same architect as the Williamsburg Savings Bank, and has historical significance of its own in the Fort Greene community, particularly, as you've heard, its African-American community. Both the 188 Duffield Street proposal and this proposal are inappropriate in scale, massing, design, and architecture, obscure entire sides of and severely diminish historic, architecturally significant, and individually landmarked buildings, including our iconic Williamsburg Savings Bank, which was designed to be viewed from all sides. Both of these proposals preserve only the facades of historic buildings, subordinating them to the large towers proposed to be built on top of them. And they lack any consideration of alternative design proposals and fail to answer the question of why these historic buildings cannot be appropriately preserved and 100% affordable or senior housing built at a much, much lower scale. And finally, they both share one of the same architects, as you heard from today, Drew Hartley. We are pro-housing and especially pro-affordable housing in the city of Yes. Since 2014, 4,792 new units of affordable housing have been created in this district, the second most in Brooklyn. However, this proposal, like the one you rejected for the Duffield Street houses, is misguided and entirely inappropriate for the BAM Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Margaret Xu. I am the treasurer of One Hanson Place, and I've been the owner and resident of One Hanson Place since 2019. I grew up overseas. I've lived in other states in the United States. I've lived in other neighborhoods in New York. I think like many of my neighbors, I've never felt so connected and proud to be in the community as One Hanson Place. Because every time I enter into the front door of my building, and just to see it from the BAM Historic District, it reminds me the history of New York, the history of Brooklyn. I am no architect or historians, but I don't know from the renderings that you've seen how the proposed plan of 144 St. Felix Street is not destroying another piece of history of Brooklyn and New York. The current proposed residential tower of 144 St. Felix Street is out of character of our historic neighborhood, which is characterized by row houses with only 3 buildings taller than 6 stories. The proposed development is overly aggressive in height and its size. If it's built, it would overwhelm the historic BAM corridor. The proposed development obscures the east facade of the Williamsburg Savings Bank building, the individually designated landmark. When combined with 130 St. Felix Street development, it blocks half of the landmark's visibility. Along with my fellow residents and board colleagues, I'm here to ask the LPC to disapprove this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers are Shelley Friedman, William Marash, and Simeon Bankoff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Shelley Friedman and Gottbaum. We represent the shareholders of One Hanson Place. As you've heard, they overwhelmingly oppose this application. They are not opposed to thoughtful and transparent adaptive use, nor are they opposed to even more affordable housing if that can be figured out as part of this mix. I do want at the outset to comment on the Commissioner's questions regarding 130 St. Felix. My written statement provides the passages from your previous hearings as well as some of the renderings and diagrams that were used, in which you took an application that was also half the size of this, clearly inappropriate, and bravely and boldly worked it down to a point where the best parts of One Hanson Place were protected. In that regard, this application obliterates almost every piece that you lauded and celebrated not in this room, in the prior room. And we would ask you to take a look at our submission, take a look at your own records, and you will see how this conversation has to begin with where that conversation ended. Also, I'd also like to comment, zoning has been remarked upon. When the St. Felix application was originally filed, it was prior to the rezoning. The rezoning occurred after you issued your certificate of appropriateness. And in including the church lot in your application, in the upzoning, at the pre-certification hearing, Deputy Chair Knuckles actually asked, well, what's going to happen on this church site? And the staff said, we're not projecting any development on this church site because, first of all, it's protected, it's in the historic district, and because of its proximity to One Hanson Place and the impact it would have on it. Commissioner Levin asked how many residential windows were going to be blocked.
That's 2 minutes.
By that application, and her response was none. There will be no on for 130 Felix. So there is a record here, and we're asking you to use that record as your jump point for your future consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. William?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is William Marash, and I live at 552 Riverside Drive. I'm an architectural historian and preservation consultant. I graduated from Columbia's Historic Preservation Program, and I'm the proud author of National Register nominations throughout the city, including the West Harlem Historic District. I'm here to speak on behalf of the owners of One Hanson Place in opposition to this application. This proposal is wholly inconsistent with preservation best practices that have been developed and advanced in this city over decades by architects, developers, preservationists, and this commission. This proposal will diminish the BAM Historic District, the protected Central United Methodist Church, and the individually landmarked One Hanson Place. Firstly, the scale of the addition is incompatible with the BAM Historic District, which is defined by its 3-story row houses and architecturally prestigious institutional buildings. Additionally, the project's scale not only overwhelms Central United Methodist, but its design also further erodes the church's architecture by engulfing its massing, obscuring its roofline, and convoluting the new and existing wall planes. In these respects, the proposal significantly differs from the precedents shown in the applicant's presentation. Many other additions were emphatically disapproved by this commission, specifically at Grand Central and St. Bartholomew's Church. Lastly, the overall design significantly blocks the silhouette of One Hanson Place from several perspectives. The striking silhouette, quote unquote, is specifically celebrated in the designation report as a defining feature. This indicates that the proposed visual obstruction severely undermines the historic significance and integrity of One Hanson Place. Considering the negative effects on all 3 of these historic resources, this application is inappropriate, and I believe it must be disapproved by the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Simeon?
Good morning, Commissioners. Simeon Bankoff, representing the board of One Hanson Place. We urge the Landmarks Preservation Commission to disapprove based on the lack of appropriateness and the damage that this proposal will do to the buildings in the BAM Historic District. The new tower will obscure the iconic foreign massing of the Williamsburg Savings Bank, an individual landmark in the historic district and Brooklyn's most iconic building, which serves as an orient point to anybody trying to navigate around this major cultural and transit hub. While views are not usually determined by LPC, this is a special case in that specific distinct shape was called out as mentioned before. The proposal's scale and mass are inconsistent with the district's predominantly low-rise Italianate row houses and middle-rise institutional buildings. There are only 3 buildings in the district that are taller than 6 stories. This proposal is nearly 2.5 times the size of the next tallest. The plan also calls for the near-complete demolition of the historic church, preserving only fragments of the facade as decorative elements. This threatens the architectural integrity and the survival of the remaining features, such as the stained glass windows. Similar tactics were used in the Duffield Street proposal, which was recently rejected. In addition to the distaste of converting a viable historic building into an ornamental screen, one wonders how 2 freestanding walls of steel frame construction will survive, being next to the foundation excavation and pile driving necessary to support a 27-story building. The applicant finally claims restoration is financially unfeasible, but provides no substantiating evidence or alternative studies. Previous designs on this site by the same architect respected the historic scale while adding needed housing. If the applicants feel they cannot make an adequate economic return on their investment, there are clear mechanisms in the landmarks process which can address this issue. The applicant team is well acquainted with this process, as there's considerable overlap between this proposal and the one proposed for the West Park Presbyterian Church. Regardless of what's been said, this is not as of
2
right.
minutes.
Appropriateness must be demonstrated. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next three speakers will be Alan Kay, Joshua Levy, and Samantha Nussbaum. Alan? If Alan isn't here, let's go with A-L-L-A, A-L-L-A-N-K.
Hi.
Yeah, Alla K.
Good afternoon. My name is Ala Kay. I'm an immigrant and I live in Brooklyn. I live in a rental apartment. I was trying to get approved for the couple time for the lottery for the affordable housing. Unfortunately, I never get any. It was more than 2,000 people for a place. I hope all of the New Yorkers gonna be able to get in this holy place. Rental is if it's gonna be a renting building, is a rental apartments and the housing will be for everyone who needs to be in it in New York. And this place, very good place to live. And I don't know, it's like the rental is good for everyone. Like a residential building is, I hope in the holy place is gonna be residential building.
Thank you. Joshua?
Thank you. Um, my name is Joshua, and I want to voice my support to support this project. The church has like unused for years, and instead of letting a beautiful structure fade away, the architect have like created a thoughtful design that brings it back to life. They are preserving the historic facade with real care while adding new housing to our community truly needs. This is exactly the kind of creative, respectful development our neighborhood deserve. One that honors the past while building for the future. I'm deeply appreciate the architect for finding a solution that keeps the beauty of the church visible and meaningful. I'm respectfully ask to approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Samantha? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm speaking on behalf of Samantha. She just had to leave. Essentially, in synopsis, what she said was, due to the genesis, the development of the neighborhood and population density, she's lived in the neighborhood for quite some time. We remember when One Hanson Place was actually a dental clinic, and I remember there was concerns at that time from local community members that the dental clinic is leaving, population density increased, changed. One Hanson Place was developed into a apartment complex, I believe in the early 2000s, and she is supportive of this project as it maintains the character of the neighborhood and also accommodates for affordable housing and new housing for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Giselle Rosenthal, Christian Quiones, and then David Gukin, perhaps. Giselle?
Good morning, commissioners. I'm a Brooklyn resident and I live in the neighborhood. As an interior designer, I see this project as a perfect example of reusing an old building in a smart and respectful way. The historic church will be kept and repaired, and it will look even better on the street than before. The new parts of the building will look modern but still blend nicely with the church. Many cities around the world use this same approach to protect important older churches that aren't used much anymore. Brooklyn deserves this kind of thoughtful, modern preservation too. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian?
Morning, Commission. My name is Christian Quinones. Thank you for coming out to needs to share my opinion. I'm a fellow New Yorker. I've been raised here my whole life. I lived out of 3 of the 5 boroughs. I am in favor of this project. I believe it will generate revenue for the community while also restoring her historic site, which in itself might provide work for people in the community as well. This project preserves the church's historic facade while adding much needed housing. Initially, I also think it would preserve one haunted dome and clock. The project will also provide housing, near a major transit hub, which will strengthen the surrounding community. And I believe Brooklyn truly deserves this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think David Sauken. Okay, Sovakin, maybe? Okay, we're going to move on. So the next three individuals are Anthony Reynoso, Chantal Diaz, and Robert McGinn. And we'll start with Anthony. Okay, if Anthony's not here, let's move on to Chantal Diaz. Okay, it looks like Chantal isn't here, so let's go to Robert McGinn.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Bobby McGinn. I'm a lifelong and multi-generational resident of New York City. Also, I am a retired New York City police officer who proudly served the Brooklyn community for 20 years, and I'm in favor of this proposal. Throughout those years, I have watched this site deteriorate, slowly falling apart, drawing break-ins, and becoming a magnet for crime and repeated 911 and 311 calls. What was once a place of community gathering has unfortunately become a source of decay and a real threat to quality of life in the area. The most honest and practical way to save this corner is through this redevelopment plan. It preserves the character of the original church while providing much needed housing. This project will reduce crime, create jobs, and finally bring stability to a location that has been neglected for far too long. The quality of life at this property and throughout the surrounding area will only improve with this investment into the community. As someone who spent his career serving and protecting the residents and streets of Brooklyn, I support this project 100%. It's the best thing we could do for the block, the area, and it continues the mission of the church to serve the people. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Elizabeth Farone, Joseph Braun, and then Ronnie Zobali. And we'll start with Elizabeth.
I am begging you to do your job by rejecting this application and any application that alters this important block. The goal of city planners is to ensure responsible development. The responsibility of church leadership is to seek financial assistance through applying for grants or as a last resort to sell or give the building to someone who will preserve and restore it. I am not aware of any attempts to sell or give the building to another church or organization who will preserve it. I am poor and I have lived in a homeless shelter in Bed-Stuy, and I now live in affordable housing. I have always been a strong advocate for affordable housing in all neighborhoods, but not at the expense of breaking protective laws and destroying irreplaceable beauty. The city seems to be wrongly behaving as agents for the developer, and I think that the LPC's approval cannot be stopped by City Council because voters in our most recent election have voted to eliminate development oversight by the City Council, and it is the City Council that created the LPC. In the United States, every time good laws, programs, and agencies are created, there are those who push back against them. Lawyers misinterpret or skirt laws, and government agencies, many with good intentions, act against their purpose. So many of our churches that are targeted for demolition and development in the U.S. have been predominantly Black congregations, and little effort is made to connect these churches with the nonprofit organization called Partners for Sacred Places. The Community Board Land Use Committee and the Community Board as a whole rejected this plan by a large majority. If you approve a plan that alters this irreplaceable block, you will greatly erode any feelings of trust that exist in the community, and you will shatter the hearts of those who appreciate and understand the importance of a beautiful urban landscape.
Thank you. Joseph?
Good morning, Commissioners. The combination of a restored church with active ground floor uses and residential units, especially with the affordable units, it'll be, if approved, will be a powerful community anchor, and I believe it'll inject new vigor into the social and economic life of the community. I strongly support this proposal.
Thank you. And Ronnie?
Hi, good morning. I'm reading on behalf of Ronnie. I support this. As someone who commutes daily, I love this project. Building housing right at Atlantic Terminal means less traffic congestion citywide. People living here can walk to the subway instead of driving. The reduced parking requirement is smart. We should discourage car ownership at transit hubs. This is good transportation planning. I approve this project. And then I'll also take this time to read my part. Morning, everyone. My name is Daron. I'm a residential agent here in New York City. I'm speaking in support of this project. Interestingly, I actually showed this very building to prospective buyers some time ago. And while reviewing the condominium offering plan, something stood out. The plan itself explicitly notes that the possibility of a future high-rise on this church site. It even states, even if a new building is constructed on the church site, which negatively impacts the view and light, etc., that tells us two important things. First, that the taller building on this site has long been anticipated and understood as an appropriate for the neighborhood. And second, that the very document given to owners acknowledged this possibility from the start. This project isn't introducing something unexpected. It's simply fulfilling what has historically been envisioned for this location. It's beautifully designed and complements the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to remind everybody, we're not going to let people who are reading for anyone else then tag on their testimony. Okay, so if you are reading for someone else and you've also signed up, you'll have to wait until we call your name at a later time. Okay?
Thank you. And just a reminder, please state your full name before you start. The next three speakers will be Anna Gorenstein, Gian Baroa, and Yeba Horowitz. Anna? Okay, it looks like Anna isn't here. Let's move on to Gian Baroa. Gian isn't here. Let's move on to, I think it's Yeba Horowitz.
My name is Yehuda Horowitz. Morning, Commission. Right now, the church building is trending towards becoming a liability for the neighborhood. The longer it's in poor condition, the higher the risk of further damage and potential emergency interventions. This project converts that liability into an asset. The building becomes safe, active, and maintained with a clear stewardship plan, funded by the housing above. This is a responsible outcome for a fragile historic resource, and that is why I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next three speakers are going to be Zhen Zhu, Miriam Glass, and Bruce Hill. And we'll start with Zhen Zhu.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Zhen Zhou. I'm a resident of One Hanson Place. I urge you to disapprove of this application. The proposal before you is not restoration. It is partial demolition of a building and then the construction of 324-foot tower that directly undermines the historic setting of One Hanson Place, one of Brooklyn's most iconic landmarks. On page 33 of the submission, the applicant removes major portions of the church's east facade and then remove the roof and then replace original masonry. And on page 66 and 67, original stained glass windows specifically identified in the district designation report are removed, relocated, or replaced. And then on page 69, the church's cross and Gothic arches and then stained glass as character defining features, most of which this proposal alters or eliminates. But the most significantly on page 45 through 49, the proposal introduced a 324-foot tower that rises directly out of the church's roof line and then visually competes with One Hanson Place and erasing the intended scale transition that has defined this district for nearly a century. And then LPC has rejected similar projects including 14 to 16 Fifth Avenue in Greenwich Village Historic District, LPC 2105867. And then the Duffel Street houses in downtown Brooklyn, LPC 2504617, where demolition and overwhelming massing would compromise historical context. So this application does exactly that.
That's 2 minutes.
So I respectfully urge you to disapprove. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I am a born and raised New Yorker in support of this project. It's important to remember that the site could have been developed in ways far less sensitive to its surroundings. This proposal has been revised many times to address community and preservation concerns. Its tiered massing, limited St. Felix frontage, and careful relationship to the bank tower show a level of attention we don't often see. If this proposal is rejected, the city risks ending up with something far less thoughtful in the future. I am in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bruce Hill?
Just a reminder, can everyone please state their full name for the record?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bruce Hill. I am in favor 100% of this proposal. As someone that walks in the area daily, I will say the current status of the church has become an eyesore to the community, as well as the safety of the community is at risk. From experience, when property goes unkept for a long time, it usually invites incidents to happen that shouldn't happen. Additionally, knowing that this proposal will restore the appearance of the Methodist Church is certainly appealing, along with adding 240 units, which 25% of them will be for affordable housing. Some people can actually live there and be happy to live there. Thank you so much.
Okay, for the next three speakers, Imkol Hassan, Katie Reen, and Carl LaChapelle.
Hello, Commissioners. How are you? I am Imkol Hassan. I'm a real estate professional who has lived and worked in the BAM Historic District. For years, I've had the privilege of watching this neighborhood evolve into one of the most dynamic cultural centers in New York City. And I'll say this plainly, the proposed redevelopment of the dilapidated church into this proposed residential building is not only appropriate for this district, it's necessary for its continued vitality. Let me explain why. One, preservation is not just about keeping old buildings, it's about keeping them alive. The church has been vacant, deteriorating, and unsafe for years. How much longer are we going to allow this to fall into disrepair? There's a housing shortage. The community needs more places to live and not more derelict landmarks, or it's not a landmark yet, but derelict buildings. As someone who helps people find homes here every day, I see firsthand how few options exist in this neighborhood, both free market and affordable housing. Adding 250 units, 60 of which are affordable housing, is an important housing hub, while we are in a housing crisis, is critically important. It's no surprise that people at One Hanson are opposing this. They're using the worst case of NIMBYism, where their opposition is based on private inconvenience, not public harm. Another reason is we need a safer, more beautiful streetscape for everyone. Right now, the church contributes nothing to the street except dark corners, fallen masonry, and a sense of neglect for residents, pedestrians, visitors walking to and from BAM, the restaurants on Lafayette, the local subway stations. That block deserves better. Adaptive reuse is the only path that guarantees the church's survival. We need to be honest, the building is far too gone to be resurrected to its original use. The new tower is designed to be contextual, not dominant. As brokers, we have a deep understanding of the neighborhood fabric and buyer expectations. What's proposed here is
That's
not
2
a
minutes.
hulking slab. There's a few other reasons, but I think the project is not replacing the church. It's rescuing it, and I approve. I oppose. And you approve.
Katie Reen.
My name is Katie Ryan. Good morning, Commissioners. I've lived and worked in downtown Brooklyn, including nearby in Brooklyn Heights, for nearly 10 years, and I fully support this project. The architects have done something rare and admirable in the neighborhood. They're preserving the church facade in historic preservation and honoring its history while bringing new life to a building that's no longer in use. Instead of letting it sit vacant, this plan protects its beauty and gives it a meaningful purpose. By integrating the historic structure into much-needed housing, right in a culturally growing area near BAM, this project strengthens the neighborhood and keeps its character alive. It's a smart, responsible way to prevent blight and use the site thoughtfully. As a dog owner who cares about clean streets and sidewalks, I know that a maintained building rather than an abandoned one makes the environment better for our four-legged friends too. I urge you to approve it.
Hello, my name is Carl LaChapelle. I'm a New Yorker. Good morning, commissioners. I'm in fully support of this project. It'll be positive for the community in Brooklyn, bringing about 240 units located in Brooklyn's busiest transit hub. The mixed-use income approach is also commendable. This is a smart, equitable, transit-oriented development, exactly what the city needs. It's fantastic for Brooklyn, New York, and our city and whole. Thank you for your time.
Okay, the next three speakers, Mohammed Abbas, Christopher Reams, and Michael Cavilli. Is Mohammed here? Yeah. Okay, then. Christopher Reams. R-E-I-M-E-S. Oh, it could be Ramos, sorry. Yeah.
Thanks again, guys. So I'm a resident of Brooklyn Heights, downtown Brooklyn. Oh, sorry.
Please say.
Michael Cami. Thank you very much. I've been a resident of Brooklyn Heights, downtown Brooklyn for the past 20 years. Some of you guys probably recognize me. I also love history, and I'm quite the historian. I've actually reached back into the articles from 100 years ago that spoke about the development of the project, the neighborhood. So the Brooklyn Daily Eagle from 1927 stated, the Williamsburg Savings Bank has marked the hub of a new commercial center and paved the way for similar developments at this strategic point. This was January 29th, 1928. The Williamsburg Savings Bank has established a character of future developments in the locality. This will bring the neighborhood a greater prosperity and prominence. So I just wanted to say, concomitant with the articles from 100 years ago, the vision and its spirit of what the neighborhood was projected to look like 100 years ago. As the neighborhood's needs continue to develop, so too must the neighborhood to accommodate the community. Again, like I said earlier, I remember when Williamsburg Savings Bank, now One Hanson Place, was a massive dental clinic that served the neighborhood before it was converted to an apartment building. The needs of the neighborhood changed to accommodate more housing. This is exactly what needs to happen with the derelict 130 Felix Church. One Hanson Place was a pace setter that set the trend for Manhattan-like skyscrapers in the neighborhood. This redevelopment is concomitant with the vision and spirit from 100 years ago, then and now motivated by population density, rapidly expanding economic growth, and urban vision. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do away with this eyesore of a church and build something that can actually address the needs of the community. We need a redevelopment like this. We're not going to get more land. We need more housing. Let's build up. Let's continue to build and grow. I support the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christopher.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Christopher Ramos, born and raised in New York. And as a member of the Brooklyn community, I am in favor of the approval of the projects on Felix Street because it can give many people an opportunity to find an apartment to live in, especially if a percentage goes to the housing, to the people that have housing programs or anybody that even is looking for an apartment. This would be good for the community of Brooklyn, and help us as people have more of an opportunity to obtain housing. This is a great area, and anyone who comes will enjoy because of what it has to offer. More people means a better way to help build the community as more people support local businesses. I support this approval, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the next three are Ron Kataya, Elizabeth Kataya, and Amir Bani, perhaps. So let's start with Ron.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Ron Kataev, and I'm a New Yorker, and today I'm speaking on behalf of myself. So originally, I saw the Hanson Place Facebook ads to save the church, but I believe that the only way to actually save this church is to go through with this development. The hundreds of new residents this project brings will support local businesses, and the street-level retail will help activate and energize the block. Also, the construction phase will create jobs, and preserving the church's structure and street views actually protects the character of the neighborhood while still allowing for thoughtful economic growth. I offer my full support to this project, and it's truly great for Brooklyn and for our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Kataev, and I wanted to thank you for the opportunity for speaking today. I'm here to express my strong support for this project. I'm a born and raised New Yorker. I've been here my whole life, and I have seen firsthand how severe our housing crisis has become. We need more homes, real, meaningful additions to our housing supply, and we need them in places where people can actually thrive. That is why I support this project. It will bring over 200 units of mixed-income housing to a major transit hub, which is exactly the kind of responsible, forward-looking development our city needs. This site makes sense. The location is ideal for transit-dependent households like mine and so many others, since we all rely on easy access to subways and buses. I saw the Facebook ads by One Hanson Place as well, and they kept stating that we need to fix the church. But to me, this is the way we fix it. This church has been abandoned, untaken care of, and let's be frank, an eyesore to the community for quite some time now. We need to fix it, we need to make change, and this will not only help the community, but help bring more people into it for jobs, infrastructures, and everything else. To me, this is a thoughtful and necessary development. It adds housing, supports equity, and aligns with how sustainable, livable city should grow. I respectfully urge you to approve this project. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Amir?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Amir Banai. I've been living in Brooklyn for the past 8 to 10 years, and I've been seeing the fall of the church. It's been abandoned about 14 years. I was first introduced by this by a friend of mine who actually lives in One Hanson, and he actually told me about it, and I saw the property once again, and it's falling apart. And unfortunately, it could be better used for housing for the community. Living in Fort Greene, we see downtown Brooklyn's growing, but yet again, Fort Greene isn't developing as much as we would like to. A lot of my friends want to move to Brooklyn, experience Fort Greene, experience the park, but yet there's nothing available. And I think this is a good way to use the church, keep the foundation as it is, keep the light fixtures, the windows, and provide housing. I mean, you're next to the LIRR, you're next to Flatbush by Barclays. It's a great place. And unfortunately, it's been falling apart. And if not, 10 years from now, it will be nothing. So that's where I stand, and I do support the project.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Tanya LeBoeuf, Nisqueen Azrak, and Frederick Richter. We'll start with Tanya.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tanya LeBoeuf, and I live in Brooklyn. I really defend this project because there are so many arts and theaters in this neighborhood, but there aren't so many living facilities. And I think this project can bring more than 200 apartments, and some of them are going to be accessible for people that cannot pay for them in the usual way. So I really think we should consider it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Nesreen?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nisreen Azrak, and I'm a Brooklyn resident. I'm speaking today in a strong support for this plan, because for years, people have said they want the church restored. This is the first replan that actually pay for it. No one has proposed a fully funded alternative that keeps the church restored and maintained for the long term without new construction. Turning this down does not magically produce a better option. It simply increases the risk that the church continues to fall apart. This plan gives the building a future. A historic building And this repair doesn't serve anyone, not the community, not our streetscape. This proposal brings the church back to life and provides new homes, including permanently affordable units that our city needs. I understand that some people have concerns, but the truth is that without this plan, the church continue to deteriorate and we lose both a landmark and an opportunity. This is the only realistic, fully funded path that protects the past while supporting the future. I respectfully ask you to approve this project so the church can be restored, maintained, and used again for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Frederick?
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for having me today. My name is Fritz Richter, Chairman of Revenue's Brooklyn Committee, a Brooklynite and a lifelong New Yorker. I've had a business in New York for over 10 years in the real estate industry. As a New Yorker, I care deeply about housing and affordability, and I stand in support of this project. First, I must note that this is a project for over 200 units with affordability. In the third quarter of 2025, 21 99-unit building permits were filed. That's 90% of all building permits in New York City. Over the last 15 years, only 13 building permits of 99 units were filed. Why is this happening? This is happening because of the 485X tax abatement. Therefore, we are going to see a significant decline of buildings over 100 units, giving New Yorkers much-needed affordability over the next decade. Downtown Brooklyn has seen a tremendous amount of residential development to the tune of thousands of units other speakers have mentioned today. Of those units, we look at about 500 buildings across the boroughs every year. We see consistently 97% vacancy. That again speaks to the affordability crisis that we're experiencing today. In my role as a real estate professional, we've done a lot of work in this submarket. We worked on the 62 Hanson project. That was a sale that turned into a supportive housing development. Adjacent to that, a developer built a fully free market rental building. No tax abatement, nor affordable units. We also just sold a 250,000 square foot building on the border of Bushwick and Ridgewood. The developer there is building 3 99-unit buildings to avoid MIH affordability and take advantage of the tax abatements in place. It's an alarming trend that we're seeing. That developments are being smaller, lack affordability. This project answers those questions in a subsect of Brooklyn that we find very important. Ultimately, this is a troubled project. People have touched on that. It has a long history, a lot of stops and goes, financial troubles. I fully support the expansion of this. I think the architects have answered, a lot of the concerns here in terms of the
That's
thoughtful
2 minutes.
development here. And yes, thank you for your time.
I just want to remind everybody here that housing, of course, is an important issue for the city. But as a matter of law, the commission cannot make a decision plus or for or against something based on housing per se. So I would try to focus your testimony on the church, the size, scale, and other things like that, if you can. Thank you.
Okay, the next 3 speakers are Jeremy Lubin, Rebecca Tackman, and Taylor Wiggum.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Lublin, and I've been a proud Brooklyn artist and resident for nearly a decade. As you know, many well-worn church properties across the city are struggling to maintain their buildings and their missions. As an artist, I deeply value the character and beauty these structures bring to our neighborhoods. As a community member, I understand how a former church with this history continues to resonate in the life of the neighborhood. And as a renter, I'm equally aware of how difficult it has become to find affordable quality housing for myself and the people in my community. Approving a thoughtful, design-led proposal like this sends an important message that this commission supports partnerships that preserve historic fabric, respect neighborhood context, and still make room for much-needed housing. Affordable housing is essential, paramount to the future of this city, and this project offers the ideal opportunity to meet that need while preserving Brooklyn's distinctive character, a win-win. I wholeheartedly support this project. It keeps the Brooklyn we all love intact while contributing a meaningful solution to the housing crisis facing New Yorkers today. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Taxman. I'm a chess teacher in New York City. I also teach in Rikers Island, and I want to pledge my support for this project. Many people fear tall buildings because they imagine these huge glass towers that are scary, but that's not what this is. This is a very carefully articulated plan that will weave into the fabric of the BAM Historical District. It is something that's going to use solid materials, a clear base to the middle of the top as composition. It will weave into the fabric. It will build a beautiful area. It will maintain its facade. And additionally, it won't act as a competitor to One Hanson Place. It will be a delightful neighbor. This is exactly the type of thoughtful new construction that a historic district should welcome, and I support this project.
Hello, Commission. My name is Taylor Wiggum, and I'm here to speak in support of this proposal. This is my 6th year living on the edge of Clinton Hill, Fort Greene, and Prospect Heights neighborhood, and I also work at Urban Glass, which is an important cultural institution on Fulton Street and Rockwell Place. Because of these connections, what happens in this area is very important to me, and I would consider it my home. Also, I'm being priced out of living and working in this area, which is a familiar story that I've seen happen to various members of my Glass community over the years, where many of them are now living as far away as Ridgewood and having to do long commutes as the people who build the rich cultural identity of this very important historical area. We do things like open studios that invite members of the public to experience Glass up close for the first time, and this is where work is made that is then put into galleries in the neighborhood. This is a tight-knit creative community that has been separated by relocation, and the distance causes a lot of issues in our ability to get together, work together, and make our work that is important to our community. Architecture and zoning play an instrumental role in this, and I know this from my time studying architecture and design at Pratt Institute, so I'm very much in favor of introducing more affordable and market rate units into this area. The residents of One Hanson Place, who have enjoyed the privilege of home ownership in such a wonderful and increasingly expensive neighborhood, shouldn't be allowed to close the door behind them. Whose history is this commission here to preserve? Marginalized members of the neighborhood already historically suffered displacement due to gentrification, and choosing to deny this proposal that both brings housing and reinvigorates a dilapidated church facade would reinforce that legacy of systemic disenfranchisement. It would take it from a past misstep to a practice endorsed and continued in the present. One Hanson Place was originally designed to be a commercial building and to accommodate buildings next to it. This is evidenced by the decoration, which is not on the sides of the building that this proposal is interacting with. And the proposed building would not obstruct any of these historical elements.
2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I would be very proud to see my neighborhood make space for the people who build its exceptional character.
Okay, the next 3, Elvin Raytinen, Benjamin Turk, and Katie Bacon.
I apologize. I'm just going to say that I spoke for someone else earlier, and I didn't have an opportunity to speak on my own behalf, and I don't know who to speak to make sure that I get that opportunity. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Commissioners. My name is Elvin Reutemann. I am here as a pro-housing advocate and resident of the area. I've lived off Ashland Place for well over a decade and lived in Brooklyn my entire life. And I'm speaking to strongly support this proposal. The building is replacing a blight on the neighborhood that created hazardous conditions which have severely negatively impacted our community. We are in a housing crisis. We are around a 1.5% vacancy rate, and anything below 5% is an emergency situation. We desperately need housing, especially affordable housing, especially since this year we have consistently broken median rent records month after month. The only way to fight this is building more supply. I can speak to this as a real estate professional who works extensively in the area. The vast majority of all architecturally significant pieces of the existing property will be preserved and restored, or even enhanced, and that is quite exciting after years of neglect and fits well into the fabric of the district. It's still going to be dwarfed by the century-old building next door, so I cannot understand the NIMBYs who are fighting against the scale of this proposal. The fact that this proposal isn't even building to the max allowable by current zoning shows the care and equitable thought that went into this plan. We urgently need progressive ideas to make our city more affordable, and 240 new housing units, especially affordable housing units, is a vital aspect of that forward thinking and responsible development, including adaptive reuse. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Commissioners, my name is Benjamin Turk. Thank you for the time. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. BAM and the surrounding theaters generate evening crowds, but the area still has quiet stretches that feel empty between the shows. More residents on this corner will support restaurants, small venues, and services that keep the neighborhood vibrant at night. That kind of round-the-clock presence strengthens the cultural district and makes it feel safer and more alive, as the police officer mentioned before. This design makes that possible while protecting the historic assets and also providing 60 affordable housing units, which the city desperately needs. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Katie Bacon, and I am a Brooklyn resident. The mixed income component will add a lot of economic diversity in the area with respect to the original architecture and materiality of the church. The setbacks, relative geometry, and the tiering of the new structure are synchronistic with the neighboring structures while paying homage and much needed revitalization to the church. This gives preservation with a modern twist that will flow with the future developments. In a transit-dense location, I think this will be a positive outcome for the Brooklyn community, and I am for the proposed project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next three people are Karen Wilson, Zoe Sobel, and Gaylord Katz.
Hi, I'm Karen Wilson, and I'm a Brooklyn resident, resident of Fort Greene, the BAM Historic District, and 1 Hanson Place. I'm a transplant from Chicago, so this is familiar territory for me, let's say, and I'm now retired. I strongly disapprove of this. I recommend in the strongest terms that the commission review its obligation to the community, and I know the speakers who represented the proposal know their material. They are preservationists at heart. They want to do something good for the community. I don't think this proposal is correct, however, in scale. I think it's a high-end project. There's not going to be a lot of affordability here. So I just want to go back to big questions now for the commission and try to do this with the remaining time. The current proposal would detrimentally alter the character of the BAM Historic District. If significant changes in landmark criteria are allowed in historic districts, and it significantly alter the criteria for landmark buildings, how can we preserve their intended character and use? How can we preserve the character of historic districts to meet the criteria for national and local registers? How does removing view sheds of a landmark building affect current and future proposals that come before the commission? Will the commission's judgments now and in the future risk losing existing and future historic and landmark designations? I mean, how can all the work that's been put into your judgments since your inception be protected for now and ongoing? I know that there's a creative solution to this. We all are pro-progress. We all want affordable housing. I just feel this is out of scale and needs to go back to the drawing board and come back to the commission. And thank you very much.
Good afternoon, esteemed LPC. My name is Zoe Sobel, and I'm a third-generation Brooklynite and native New Yorker, and I support this project. New York is a city of landmarks and also a city that must keep the momentum of growth and innovation to stay alive. The question is not about growth or no growth. The question is whether growth respects the structures that define our landscapes. Here, the clock tower and the dome remain and the star of the skyline. The church is revitalized and new housing is made available. The project is a rare case where preservation and growth are both served at once. Thank you for your consideration.
Good
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gilad Katz. I'm an industrial designer from Brooklyn. Dear Commissioners, one thing that stands out to me is how carefully the pedestrian experience has been protected. The first several stories keep the same height, rhythm, and intimacy of the existing townhouses and church. Only after that does the building step back. From the sidewalk, it still feels like the same beloved street, now with a restored landmark and better care. That is the essence of contextual design. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Oresti Saltori, Daniel Hokin, and Alan Mirzoyan.
Good afternoon. My name is Oresti Saltori. In regards to the project, I'm in favor to support the housing goals. We're facing an unprecedented housing crisis at NYC. And this project will provide with approximately 200 units of mixed income housing at a major transit hub. And that's exactly what our city needs. The site is appropriate, location is ideal. Sorry. Yeah, the location is ideal for transit-dependent households, and this is responsible development. It deserves approval. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Hogsa. I want it to be known that the church was designed for 1,600 parishioners. The building will have 900 residents or less. Although it falls short of its historic vibrancy, the project does a good job of revitalizing this corner that has fallen into disrepair for more than a decade. We support it.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alan Mirzoyan, and I'm a lifelong Brooklynite. I'm a first-generation American. I've lived here my whole life, and I'd like to speak to you today about the actual context of the building. It's one of the many buildings to be built in a historic context in downtown Brooklyn, and the actual ingenuity and thought that went into preparing this building is very well done. The podium height of the building, as well as the other dimensions, match almost seamlessly the other buildings within that area, an area that I've basically memorized at this point. And it really sets forward this historic continuity of that area. Not to mention the preservation efforts for the church, which already we've shown to be exemplary, as well as the other efforts that have been made to preserve the historical integrity, as well as the integrity of the community of downtown Brooklyn. So I believe that we must go forward with this proposal. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
The next three speakers, Alan Grafman, Jesse Weber or Webster, and Chris Smith.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. I'm Alan Grafman. I'm a Brooklynite, and I first learned about this project through the One Hanson Place Facebook ads. After looking into it, I genuinely believe that the best way to preserve the church is by allowing housing to be built on top of it and improving this proposal. I walk this block often, and it has always been one of my favorite trees. The tree line full of character surrounded by a rich mix of historic and modern buildings. This proposal respects that character while giving the church a realistic path to long-term preservation. To me, this design thoughtfully balances history and progress, ensuring the church can survive and thrive while adding much-needed housing to the neighborhood. I support this proposal.
Good morning. My name is Jesse Webster. I'm a long-term advocate for the BAM Historic District and a former resident of One Hanson Place, but I don't live there now. This application presents a stark contrast between the visions of two architects a century apart. Robert Helmer composed a masterpiece on this corner between 1927 and 1931, two cathedrals, the Williamsburg Savings Bank, which he described as a soaring cathedral of thrift, paired with a spiritual companion, which is a literal cathedral next door at 144 St. Felix. Helmer designed One Hanson Place in the full knowledge that it would be neighbors with this low-rise church, and he designed the low-rise church to be that neighbor. He designed it to have scale and materiality that serves as a foil for the bank and works to reveal its east facade to the neighborhood. Fast forward today, we have Dan Kaplan and FX Collaborative who've been tinkering with this block and the BAM Historic District for the past 5 years. First, LPC approved a plan for Gotham's Tower to block most of the north facade of One Hanson Place. And now his team proposes to demolish Helmer's Church within the district and to erect a generic tower from what remains of essentially its carcass. Their plans would permanently harm a neighboring landmark, which is a disqualifying difference versus the examples of so-called adaptive reuse that we saw in their presentation. They would wall off One Hanson's only remaining facade that is visible from within the district. They would destroy Helmer's intentional reveal of that facade from the east and overpower the St. Felix brownstones with a hulking street wall. LPC gave Kaplan an inch for Gotham, and now he's back to take a mile. Crucially, this proposal reveals a profound contradiction for the architects because in 2020, LPC accepted Kaplan's argument that the church's low-rise scale was necessary to make the Gotham development appropriate for the district. And just let that sit for a second. Now he's coming back to argue the exact opposite, that the church should be an even taller high-rise tower and massed even closer to St. Felix Street, which is totally
that's 2
contrary.
minutes.
Both positions can't be true. The commission cannot accept the proposal as it is today and must vote to deny this, this proposal. If they do not, it would be arbitrary and capricious, and you should reject this in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chris?
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Chris Smith. I live in Brooklyn. I work in Fort Greene, and I spend a lot of time there. I support this reimagining of the church building. Careful consideration was given to preserve key details of this magnificent structure. Although the church congregation is no longer active at this site, housing a community need, which brings people together, feels like the natural next chapter for this property. As a local broker, I feel that it really fits the neighborhood and this corner and is the missing puzzle piece that really brings the neighborhood together. This is something the community needs, and I fully support this project. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers will be Raizel Nisam, Tzvi Polak, and Leah Abu Shira. And we'll start with Raizel.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Raizel Nissim. As a longtime Brooklyn resident, I wholeheartedly support this project. The design enhances the neighborhood by setting the tower portion well back from the street, preserving the character that we love. Crucially, the bank, building's dome, and clock remain clearly visible from Atlantic, Flatbush, and 4th Avenues, maintaining its role as a prominent landmark and wayfinding element. This proposal respects our history while providing much needed housing, and I urge you to approve it.
Thank you. And Tzvi?
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tzvi Polak. I am a Brooklynite. Just want to share, when people exit the Atlantic Terminal and walk towards Fort Greene, this is one of the first corners they see. Right now, they encounter a tired, scaffolded church that really has not a vibrant feeling. And it doesn't reflect really the quality of the surrounding neighborhood. And by restoring the church to its closest to its origin look, it will bring back its design and function, and it will create a proper front door between the transit hub and the historic district, an upgrade for the entire borough. Therefore, I give my full support for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Leah?
Hello, commissioners. My name is Leah Abusira, and I'm an architecture and built environment student here at Fordham in New York City. I'll also be speaking in a joint statement on behalf of Yali Bibi, another student peer. I wanted to address the design appropriateness question today regarding 144 St. Felix. I think that this building is definitely appropriate for the site, especially considering that it is already adjacent to Brooklyn's tallest building and Atlantic Terminal, which serves over 40,000 people daily. Furthermore, I think what would be inappropriate is such a low-rise facade in such a critical and densely populated site. And furthermore, I think that this design, as shown by the architectural team, includes multiple setbacks, all which reduce the perceived mass and complement the area's existing architecture, as well as a historic preservation of the church building done very tastefully. So I am absolutely in favor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Yali Bibi, Lizoy P., and Jeremy Beroisa. And we'll start with Yali Bibi. Okay, she doesn't seem to be here. So let's move to Lizoy P., I believe.
Hello, good morning. My name is Lisa Pantano. I'm here to support the proposed project. I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, and our community has been feeling the impact of a severe housing shortage. Projects like this are part of the solution. Adding roughly 240 new units will help ease the pressure that so many people are experiencing when trying to find a place to live. The location is ideal, it's walkable, convenient, and areas like this are exactly where we should be building. This thoughtful and adaptive reusal of the church space will not only rid the street of an eyesore and known hazard, but provide a way for the legacy of the church to be preserved. This project will ensure it is around to serve many more generations of New Yorkers. Several social media ads, many by One Handsome Place, have called for the saving of the church. This is the most effective and efficient way to do that. This project supports a healthier, more inclusive, and more sustainable community. I urge you to consider it as I strongly support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeremy?
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Beruisa, and I am an alumni of the Pratt Institute School of Architecture, along with being the owner of JDB Studios, which is a design practice that advises on sustainable development of historic neighborhoods in the Midwest and tri-state area. 144 St. Felix is a beautiful work of Gothic revival architecture full of custom terracotta and Tiffany stained glass. It is disheartening to see such a structure fall further and further into disrepair every day, after it has been abandoned by numerous former congregations due to compounding restoration costs. I am deeply concerned about the fate of the church if this proposal does not come to fruition, as the structure is visibly worsening by the day. If the church were to fall to a point of true disrepair, then there would be no historical precedent on the site influencing future development above, as we have seen with many other churches in the outer boroughs of New York that have faced full demolition. From the second I moved to Brooklyn, I became fascinated with the urban typologies that vary widely from neighborhood to neighborhood and how those civil fabrics have adapted or inverted over time based on the needs of who is being served. One Hanson Place was developed by the Williamsburg Saving Bank as a calculated effort to expand downtown Brooklyn towards Fort Greene and rapidly developing transit hub. The two primary facades on Hanson and Ashland Place were developed to be the trademark view from 4th Avenue and for the clock tower to have a 360-degree impact as a beacon of Brooklyn. It is important to note that the floor plate and massing was designed for commercial office use with a blind lot line wall against the lot of 144 St. Felix Street, showing the architects were planning for a similar development to abut it as of right. The tower now operates as a luxury condo building after a conversion due to vast commercial vacancy, but it exists with an inner light court that was only ever intended for commercial use. The new proposal appears to address this by overcompensating with an elective additional offset from the neighboring facade with a terracing designed to preserve the light and air while using the existing proposed blind wall to abut One Hanson Place facade, which looks to be an effort to overcompensate for the lack of foresight on the One Hanson Place residential conversion. The proposed site sits in the greater downtown Brooklyn district, which was established to promote high-density mixed-use development while also sitting in the BAM Historic District. That being said, I feel the proposal does its due diligence to address the needs of both overlays by providing much-needed housing while also seeking to blend the historical context.
That's 2 minutes.
As a city, we are lacking affordable housing with a 50 to 80% shortfall, and this would also help us achieve those needs quicker. Thank you for your time, and I hope we can all truly consider all of the positive impacts projects like this can have on Brooklyn and its very intricate urban typology.
Thank you. So the next three speakers are going to be Camila Gonzalez, Andres Romero, and Hannah Sandvow. Camila?
Good afternoon, commissioners. I am a Brooklyn resident.
Preservation is not about keeping a failing building in time. It is about giving historic structures a real future. This proposal does exactly that by funding the restoration of the church through new housing above. Without a realistic economic solution, the church will continue to decay. So this project, the community and the building both can move forward, and that is true preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Andres?
Hello, everyone. I'm a Brooklyn resident, and I'm in favor of this project. I have walked past this corner for years, and it has been sad to see the church wrapped in scaffolding and invisible decline. This proposal is the first serious plan that actually restores the building, stabilizes the structure, and brings it back into daily use, leaving it as is guarantees for the deterioration. Approving this project means this important corner of the historic district finally gets the investment it has needed for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Hannah Sandrew. Okay, seeing that she may not be here, let me move on to our next two speakers, who are Santiano Vargas and Elisa Holland.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Santiago Vargas. I support this project. The housing production is significant, about 200 to 300 units. The location is ideal, Brooklyn's busiest transit hub. The mixed income approach is commendable. This is smart, equitable, exactly what our city needs, and I support the project.
Thank you. And do we have Alyssa Holland here?
Hi, sorry about that mix-up earlier. This owner-developer, Watermark Capital Group, and its partner, Wolf Landau, have a long and well-documented history of tenant neglect that makes their proposal for 144 St. Felix Street impossible to believe. A tenant union committed to this owner, called Full-Time Tenant Union, has worked with tenants in 150 of their buildings and has seen widespread neglect, unsafe conditions, displacement, and irregular rental practices across their portfolio. While promising affordable housing here, Wolf Landau and Watermark own hundreds of rent-stabilized buildings where housing violations are constant and stabilized units are often warehoused and kept off the market, and rent-stabilized tenants are forced out, further restricting access to affordability. Thousands of tenant complaints report leaks, mold, heat failures, gas issues, unpermitted construction, and no building supers. Watermark's principals have repeatedly appeared on the public advocate's worst landlords list and in press investigations and lawsuits, including for violations of ADA law and construction site accidents. Brooklyn deserves better stewardship for this historic site than an owner with this track record. Thank you.
Thank you. So that is everybody that's signed up to speak. It looks like there's some other people. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you, yes. Just state your name and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Yeah, my name is Eva Ruzika. Thank you for hearing me. I have some pictures I'm bringing today, which came to my attention in the last 24 hours from a local resident. This is the condition of the church in the last 6 months, in the last 2 months. Some are from late 24, but most are from this year. So you can see this church has got a lot of material in here that looks very intact. The vaulted brick nave, the rose window, most importantly, the fully stained glass ensembles, which I think you can see kind of in all their glory. This is another picture from downstairs inside. I sent this to the chair. I'm going to leave them with you. But, you know, I would just ask for a little moment, I think, to just think about the surviving material and whether that's actually ever been evaluated, because the truth is it hasn't been. So the building remained in church ownership for nearly a century and with no major alterations. And it's only after the transfer of the ownership last year that these suddenly large-scale redevelopment plans are being pursued. But that's exactly why. Stop, pause, take a breath, and let's go and check actually whether there is material there that needs protection, hasn't been protected. The glass windows on the left side, they're not protected, but they're all in perfect condition when I take close-up photos of them, and you can see that from the inside. So I would basically just argue that the historic massing is the tower's documented design intent has basically always been about low institutional mass. Urban Omnibus explains that the tower was shaped by the 1916 zoning resolution, giving a tall set limestone form designed to be read from distance. That design intent was the tower's massing and visibility, not
That's
the
2
later
minutes.
addition of the clock. That came later. He didn't want it. So the original architects. So please take a breath, evaluate.
Thank you. And I think we have Peter Bray who would like to speak. Please come to the podium and state your name. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Peter Bray. I'm the co-chair of the Downtown Brooklyn Landmarks Coalition, and I'm speaking in opposition to this project. Let's cut to the through the chaff here. All the talk about creating a more vibrant community, building affordable housing, that is not the purview of this commission. If we want to have a debate about development in New York City, it should take place before a different agency in a different context. The fact is that this project is virtually identical, at least in many respects, to the same development team's proposal at the Duffield Houses site. This project would utterly eradicate this church. It would just leave a wallpaper of a couple of facades pasted onto a 30-story building. This is not preservation. Similarly, when they made the same proposal of the Duffield houses, they completely glossed over the fact that those buildings and this church cannot be treated in a different fashion. They mentioned that there's little fenestration in the church. That's simply not true. Every image that was shown of that church shows that there are plenty of windows. This building could be adapted and restored as it is into housing, and it would preserve the building in its entirety. Their proposal reminds me of the American general during the Vietnam War that talked about the Battle of Hue, said, we had to destroy the city in order to save it. Well, this is a similar argument that they're making. We have to destroy this church in order to restore it. Only in the Trumpian universe that we live in now could anyone possibly characterize this project as being restorative and being respectful to the integrity of the church, to the iconic Williamsburg Savings Bank next door, and to the BAM Historic District. I urge the commission to turn this project down. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anybody else in the room who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Okay. Would you like to come up, the gentleman with the coat? And please state your name.
Hi, my name is Eric Nelson. I'm a lifelong New York City resident, born here. I'm coming here in support of this project. This project actually allows for restoring a facade of a church that's not being used and hasn't been used in a long time and is currently falling apart. As other people have said here, it's going to create housing while also restoring the facade and replacing a plumbing structure that right now no one's using. And for a lot of I'm hearing a lot of people on the preservation side coming up with reasons to propose this project, but I'm not really hearing anything on what they do to intend to save it. I don't think this should become another West Park where a lot of people come out in support of preserving a structure and then do nothing afterwards once the designation is applied to actually do anything to fix it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in this room who would like to speak on this item? Please come to the podium and state your name. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Gregg, and I couldn't stay in the room and not say something. I think a lot of my neighbors have made great points about why this project should not be supported. It really doesn't respect the character, the special character of Fort Greene, the special character of One Hanson Place. I think, high rises downtown, yes, everyone talked about downtown, but Fort Greene is not downtown Brooklyn. And I think that the footprint that we have should be respected. 3 high-rise towers in one setting does not respect what Fort Greene is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. Okay, noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Thompson to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function, after which you'll be promoted to panelist. And we ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The first speaker is Manu Fatima.
Hello, everybody. My name is Manwar Fatima. I am the Advocacy and Outreach Manager at the Historic Districts Council. So HDC finds this proposal to be largely inappropriate. The site of the Methodist Church is one of the oldest built areas in Brooklyn. The design proposal does pay respect to the original design and materiality. Especially the reactivation of the first floors are pretty promising, where they retain and highlight important features like masonry, terracotta, stained glass windows, all present in the original historic designation. Additionally, the proposed shop space and treatment of the glasswork does show that sensitive restoration and reuse is both possible and beneficial. However, we feel the introduction of a skyscraper on top of the church site is incompatible with the historic scale, form, and character of the BAM district. There's a danger of facadism that undermines the integrity of the coherence. The neo-Romanesque style of low gabled roofs and the emphasis of its verticality in Central Bay is mirrored on the Ashland and the St. Felix Street facades, so a high-rise tower can greatly disrupt the building's intended proportions. We feel the project can also diminish the prominence of One Hanson Place next door, which is considered an iconic skyscraper, as said before. At minimum, the architect and the applicant should do more to address the vertical seam between One Hanson Place and the new tower. During the hearing for the adjoining 130 St. Felix in 2020, the commissioners noted that the building would have been erected by the church would seem like an addition to the church and incongruent with the row houses on St. Felix. So commissioners felt that a tower competed with or obscured the bank would not be appropriate, and this tower will do that. When discussing the potential of high-rise buildings, Commissioner Goldblum went on record to say, "I think that putting a tower on this block fails the most basic test of appropriateness in terms of urban scale. I don't think that we should naturally feel a high-rise building on this block would be appropriate in the abstract. We hope the commission can help the applicant somehow create an interesting structure that is appropriate and is both detrimental to St. Felix and One Hanson." Thank you.
The next speaker is Francoise Bollock.
Yes, my name is Francoise Bollock. I'm an architect, and I'm testifying on behalf of the City Club of New York as the chair of its preservation committee. Good afternoon, commissioners. The question simply is, does landmark designation mean anything anymore? If the Landmarks Preservation Commission approves this project, it means a no answer to this question. It simply means that the commission holds its designations as empty gestures, devoid of any meaning and of no consequence. The City Club of New York is opposed to the project to build a tall building at 144 St. Felix Street, not only because it is clearly inappropriate, but because an approval would make a mockery of the landmark designation of the Williamsburg Savings Bank and of the church, and degrade the very landmarking process which is supposed to provide the highest level of care for designated landmarks. First, there is the question of the treatment of the church. Saving the walls of a church and building a tower inside them is a sad example of facadism, and it sets a dangerous precedent that can then be used by scores of financially pressed religious institutions. The church can be adaptively reused in ways that do not treat it like an empty shell and eviscerate it. There are many churches that have been reused for apartments with LPC approval. Spencer Memorial Presbyterian in Brooklyn Heights, South Congregational in Carroll Gardens, 13th Street Presbyterian in the Village, etc. Then there is the question of the irreversible visual damage to the landmark Williamsburg Savings Bank. The bank building was designated a New York City landmark in 1977. The designation report notes its historic quality and describes it as, quote, the most prominent feature of the Brooklyn skyline. Both of these qualities depend on the fact that it is freestanding and that its series of setbacks continue to contribute to its ascending silhouette. The designation report also notes the importance of the quote-unquote setbacks in the design of the building. It is those very setbacks that make the Williamsburg Savings Bank into one single soaring skyscraper. The addition of an adjacent tall building
We
rising.
need to move on to the next speaker. If you could please complete your sentence.
In closing, I will also quote Commissioner Goldblum's sentence about the inappropriateness of a tall building in the BAM area. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeremy Woodoff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeremy Woodoff for the Victorian Society, New York. The enormous size of the presentation, 265 slides, might lead one to think that this is a very complex proposal. But the question of appropriateness before this commission is very simple and can be answered by a single slide, number 45. This slide shows two things. First, it demonstrates that this is not an adaptive reuse project. It's a demolition, leaving two fragmentary walls of the church. Much of the exterior is gone. The sense of it as a complete building is lost. The great interior spaces are destroyed. Most of the significant stained glass is lost. And the embodied history of its use as an active and important place of worship is destroyed. In fact, it looks as though the proposal came in the aftermath of an aerial bombardment or an earthquake. Second, the proposed tower would destroy the essence of the character of the individually designated Williamsburg Savings Bank. The bank tower was meant to be seen fully in the round, and as the designation report states, it's the most prominent feature of the Brooklyn skyline with its striking silhouette familiar to countless New Yorkers. The new tower not only obscures one side of the landmark, but it seriously compromises the freestanding nature of the building and thus its form and prominence. Usually, the Commission has limited ability to regulate new developments that affect individual landmarks. But because the Commission had the foresight to include the bank tower in the BAM Historic District, you have full jurisdiction to review the proposal's effect on the tower. This proposal would be inappropriate if only one of these two issues was at play. Both of them together render the proposal a preservation disaster. This is a real estate development scheme, pure and simple. It is not adaptive reuse, it is not historic preservation, and it does not advance the public good as defined in the landmarks law. There is therefore no basis in the law the Commission can find it appropriate. It must be denied. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa V.
Hello, my name is Lisa Varenkamp, and I'm the president of the board of One Hanson Place. I'd like to begin by thanking the Commission for its stewardship of One Hanson Place, an individual landmark and one of Brooklyn's most iconic buildings. For over 20 years, we've worked hand in hand with the LPC to ensure the successful adaptive reuse of this remarkable landmark. Today, I ask for your help to protect both this landmark and the BAM Historic District. Everyone in our building has a story of someone coming up to them and commenting on our building being a personal landmark to them, a landmark that is is increasingly difficult to see in the rapidly changing Brooklyn skyline. The proposal for 144 St. Felix disregards this landmark, and you don't need to be an architect to see that. I'm not alone. More than 70 letters of opposition, over 220 petition signers all agree that this proposal fails to meet the standard for a certificate of appropriateness, and we stand firmly opposed. Let me be clear that as a board, we're strongly pro-housing and especially pro-affordable housing, and we fully agree the church needs to be addressed thoughtfully. Directly contrary to the presentation, we know there have been other offers and more thoughtful designs for this site that balance housing and preservation. Also, in contrast to some of the testimony, this proposal has not been adopted based on feedback, but rather pushed through without proper input. I'm amazed by the number of people that have been able to testify in person for this project, but as your council has noted, the vast majority of them have been based on housing. We ask the commission to uphold its responsibility to protect this landmark and the integrity of the historic district. We need to slow this process down and thoughtfully determine what is actually best for this site. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jeremy David.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeremy David. Yeah. My name is Jeremy David.
Yes, you can be heard.
Great, thank you. I'm a former Fort Greene resident, and I continue to have strong connections to the neighborhood. I recommend you disapprove the St. Felix Street Tower project. The Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District is an extraordinary treasure. It's home to Brooklyn's most important cultural institution, BAM, as well as Brooklyn's most architecturally and historically significant skyscraper, the former Williamsburg Savings Bank. The tower proposed for St. Felix Street would completely and permanently change the character of this very small historic district. Despite how it has been presented, the project is a full-scale high-rise, not an adaptive reuse of the existing church. Very little of it would be preserved, and not a contextually responsive addition to a historic neighborhood. There are far, far better outcomes for this site. Options include converting the church into residences, as demonstrated successfully at the nearby The Abbey at 232 Adelphi Street, or replacing the church with a residential building that aligns with the scale of the townhouses on the block. These alternatives would add housing while preserving the integrity of this small but very important historic district. I respectfully urge the Commission to disapprove the project and send a clear signal that New York City can advance housing and historic preservation without sacrificing one for the other. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrew Cronson.
My name is Andrew Cronson. I am a Columbia educator, urban planner, and an architectural historian. We know the present state that is described is a result of neglect permitted under landmarks. We can also see that former LPC staffers Valerie Campbell and Meenakshi Srinivasan are now using their own preservation expertise to exert influence for well-moneyed interests. Both of their tenures were marred by a sense of regulatory capture. We all know nothing is beyond saving, and tax credits can help pay for it. New York is no stranger to the challenges of bringing buildings back from the brink, and such remediation is required regardless. This is the only church designed by bank architects Halsey McCormick and Helmer, one of a few that echo Art Deco. Whittling to mainly a proscenium flies in the very face of Secretary of Interior standards. We are no more than 80 structures in all of Brooklyn that have Guastavino tiling, which is almost indestructible, but the plan is to destroy those elements. Additionally, the spectacular Diacenzo and Tiffany windows defining the exterior are removed or sold like severed limbs instead of remaining for all to enjoy. This rushed approval will offer little justification outside of required affordable units. With a vast zoning, how is there not a way to restore the church entirely for a rich purpose, build needed housing on the side lot, and make a reasonable rate of return? This church would make an amazing addition to further the extraordinary work of the ensembles that are world-class, just doors away, that are clamoring for space to hone their craft. What we have as proposed now is a missed opportunity that is crying out for renewed vision. After all, this is the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District first and foremost. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Juna Sibani.
Good afternoon, Commission. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to start this out by saying, well, my name, Juna Saboni. I'm a lifelong resident of Fort Greene, and I'm currently studying urban planning and architecture at SUNY Buffalo. I would like to oppose this for a number of reasons. First and foremost, the architecture and context. The development would violently disrupt the landscape of the BAM Historic District, a beautiful block home to some of the most iconic buildings in Brooklyn. It does not fit with the historical nature of the block whatsoever. Architecturally, it brings nothing to the block. It is another bland development, just like downtown Brooklyn has seen many of in the past years. I would also like to say that the encroachment of the high-rises into Fort Greene and out of downtown and into the neighborhoods is very concerning as a resident of one of these historic neighborhoods. The Williamsburg Bank Tower did set the precedent for high-rise development in an area, which absolutely happened on the other side of Flatbush. Although it did set this precedent, the block was designated as a historical landmark, regardless of this imaginary precedent set by the building. The housing crisis right now is not the fault of historical landmarks. The argument that this project should go through because of the housing crisis, I feel, is irrelevant to the context of a landmarks commission meeting, and it's not the fault of a historical building. And third of all, the church itself. Oh, I'd also like to add that I am the resident that took the photos that were presented to the commission earlier. I've committed a lot of time to documenting this church ever since its future became uncertain. The church itself is of utmost architectural and cultural significance. The proposed redevelopment of the site would result in the loss of far too much of the church's structure, including gutting the entire interior. I would also like to make sure the council is aware of discrepancies in the presentation.
That's 2 minutes.
Was a claim to save the rose window, and the renderings did not show that. I grew up on St. Felix Street. I went to preschool next door, and the removal of this iconic
Okay, we are going to move to the next speaker.
edifice
Please
would be
complete your
attractive.
sentence.
This isn't NIMBYism, but it's an effort to preserve an iconic Brooklyn landmark and neighborhood, and dismissing it as NIMBYism is not true. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Mark Price. Mark Price, please unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Price, and while my professional life involves tackling our state's housing crisis, specifically as the Director of Capital Markets for New York State Homes and Community Renewal, today I address you purely as a property owner and concerned resident of the BAM Historic District, a district nestled in an already economic, vibrant area. I firmly believe we need more housing, including affordable units, but as a homeowner in this district, I believe those needs should not come at the detriment of our neighborhood's historic character. The proposed development is counter to the interests of this historic district because it is massive out-of-scale presence and specifically compromises the landmark at One Hanson Place, the iconic Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower. There are 4 issues I see with this project from a neighborhood perspective. First, there's a majority voice issue. The residential owners of One Hanson Place represent roughly 2/3 of all residential owners within the district, and their concerns are not minor. They are the majority of the homeowners here and believe this project is fundamentally misaligned with the district's designation. Second, there's destruction of iconic sightlines and misrepresentation. There's been a lot of talk about the sightlines, so I'll just say this. The developer's presentation materials use selective elevated angles, many with views that only exist from the air, misrepresenting the severe loss of the existing sightlines. Third, there's a feasibility and versus integrity issue. The developer purports economic hurdles necessitate the specific massive scale. However, speaking from my professional experience, I know there are several state and federal subsidies, tax credits, and support programs available specifically for buildings like this, and contextually appropriate, and you could do in a contextually appropriate project with more affordable housing that's viable. I work daily to fund affordable housing developments over 99 units. Finally, there would be an erosion of historic context. Landmark preservation is about protecting the context and prominence of designated sites, not merely using a church facade as a picturesque backdrop for a new development. The current proposal does not honor the landmark. It subordinates it. We can achieve our housing goals responsibly without vandalizing.
That's 2 minutes.
Without vandalizing the historic composition of our most significant landmarks. Please, please, please reject. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Donna Yowell. Donna, please unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you to the Landmark Preservation Committee for hearing all of us. So many thoughtful comments. I want to give a shout out to the woman who recently said Fort Greene is not downtown Brooklyn, and I would urge you to reject this proposal. The many slides we were shown by the FX architect of One Hanson Place or the Williamsburg's Savings Bank building, and that is from Fort Greene Park. It's a place I go every chance I get, and so do many others in this very connected community. And the views of that building are extraordinarily unhampered. It is the unique silhouette that is seen. Walking there, as I do often, sitting there. Last Friday, I just paused and spoke with 6 young people, all of whom grew up and whose parents grew up in Fort Greene or Clinton Hill. And when I asked them for the moment of their time and pointed to that east face, which will be hideously transformed by this proposal, this development, they were shocked. They were sad, they were informed, they knew what they called the hoax of affordable housing, and they were deeply disturbed by losing such a view in what I like to think of as Fort Greene's People's Park. Those people there day in, day out, in all seasons, Savings Bank. I urge you to protect it. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Potter. John Potter, please unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
There. Good afternoon, Landmark Preservation Commission. My name is John Potter. I was born in New York City 80 years ago, and I have seen significant mistakes in preservation in overturning preserved landmark properties in our city. Today we heard a stampede of people on the issue of affordable housing, and I share their concerns. However, your commission represents the guardrails to protect our past and ensure the future quality of these landmarks. I share the general feelings that have been expressed about the architectural, the restoration, and the excessive massing of this project at the location of 144 Felix Street. I would just add, with regard to affordable or mixed-use housing, exterior surfaces are necessary for community building, for child rearing, and leisure. None of those exist in this project. This idea of church renovation is just a facade. And most importantly, from a landmark standpoint, hundreds of thousands of people from Cypress Hills, from Queens, the Kosciuszko Bridge. Enjoy the view that the landmark building of One Hanson Place represents every day. I would beg you to assure that that will continue for another generation. Thank you.
The next speaker is George Calderaro. George Calderaro, please begin your testimony.
One second, please. Commissioners, this is George Calderaro. I'm a board member of the Art Deco Society of New York. This proposal is asking three things which actually relate to your preservation mission as opposed to housing or other priorities. One, to demolish a significant Art Deco building. Two, to block and compromise a beloved individual Art Deco landmark. And three, seriously diminish an historic district which the applicants themselves refer to as the, quote, core of historic Brooklyn. These buildings are a truly wonderful urban ensemble, iconic, widely visible on the skyline, and including the Williamsburg Savings Bank, one of our most exuberant, inspiring, and fantastical works of Art Deco architecture, not to be compromised or obscured. This proposal is so outrageous that it must be rejected outright. We see this as a serious challenge and affront to the landmarks law and this commission, illustrated by the marquee name lobbyists who have been brought in a desperate attempt to turn a profit from this speculative real estate scheme. On these and other bases, we vociferously urge denial. We are also compelled to respond to the offhand comment from FX Collaborative this morning, quote, that affordable housing is a rare occurrence in historic districts. Multiple studies, notably from the Historic Districts Council and the New York Landmarks Conservancy, have proven time and again that historic districts contain and preserve thousands of truly affordable housing units in all 5 boroughs, as opposed to the paltry 60 units that this development might or might not eventually provide. Thank you.
The next speaker is Arnand Jayachandran. Anand, please unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Anand Jayachandran. I'm a longtime resident of Fort Greene, and I would like to state the obvious that I'm in opposition of this proposal. Not because it provides affordable housing, not because it revitalizes a church that sorely needs revitalization, but because it spits in the face of the BAM Historic District. So often we take moments where we sacrifice history, landmarks, and quality of life in support of unchecked building by developers in this city. And might I remind you, as I'm sure the council understands, that the LPC was created due to the permanent mistake of destroying the former Penn Station. I understand that people are hungry for affordable housing, but it must be done responsibly, especially in the context of a Brooklyn landmark that we hope to maintain sightlines and provenance and importance for another century. Thank you.
The next speaker is Van Dunk.
Hello, my name is Anthony Van Dunk. I am not in support of the development of this design. As a resident of Fort Greene since 1968, I participated in Troop 2 and played basketball inside the church. Marty Markowitz saw the Williamsburg Savings Bank as an icon Brooklyn landmark. The clock tower, Williamsburg Savings Bank, for many is a beacon that visually comforts us as we find the heartbeat of Brooklyn. A historic district designation should give the neighbors who live in the district comfort of consistency in both design and living. If the district is allowed to change at the whims of commerce, our neighbors who live in the clock tower invested in the neighborhood, believing it can be their forever home. That the strength of a historic district designation, and I am a member, and I am a neighbor who continually has to accept development because of no district protection. Now, one of the Brooklyn icons will be encased by two more directions, which will make the game of hide and seek with the clock tower even more challenging. The value of the clock tower is beyond square footage. We are talking community. We are talking environment. We are talking light, air, living, life. Let's remember those residents in St. Felix who will lose more wind, more light during the afternoon hours until the sun is down. Let's think about people who invest their families, their nest eggs, their lives for a livable community. I do not support this project. I do support that city departments, commissioners protect the quality of life of the people in these neighborhoods, this borough, and this city. Thank you.
The next speaker is Harvey Kreisworth. Harvey Kreisworth, please unmute yourself and begin your testimony. Harvey Kreisworth, are you speaking? We
Hello?
cannot hear you. Yes, your 2 minutes begins now.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, so my name's Harvey Kreisworth. First thing I'd like to say is that this has been mentioned before, but the building is not in downtown Brooklyn. It is in the BAM Historic District within Fort Greene, which is very different than a true downtown Brooklyn, which already has and can accommodate high-rise towers. Second, you have to consider that this proposed building, along with one at 130 St. Felix, will block nearly half of the views up from the street where most people will be or in the neighborhood looking towards the Williamsburg Savings Bank. It was my understanding that the entire building was landmarked, not just the tippy-top clock tower as the developer seems to think. Importantly, if it's not okay to paint, let's say, even one brick of the landmark bank building, how can it possibly be okay to block half of the view of the tower from all the people who live in and around the neighborhood? I think that's the responsibility of landmarks to preserve. While I am concerned with housing, it is not the purview of the Landmarks Committee to consider that, as I understand. Finally, the developer has bandied about the term transition, that this is a transition from the Williamsburg Tower to the beautiful buildings down below that are only 3 stories. But I don't think that that is anything that the neighborhood is considering. There's no one walking around the neighborhood saying, wow, the Williamsburg Bank is really too tall. I need another 300-foot tall building to transition my view. That's not what they're thinking. So in summary, I think the proposed building is monstrously oversized, does not really do much to preserve the church as a real functioning building as it was originally intended, and denies the views and preservation of a true historic district and a historic building. I oppose the project, and I implore landmarks to deny it.
The next speaker is Lucas.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So my name is Lucas. I grew up in Fort Greene. I've been living here for 31 years. And for me, it's like, okay, what makes New York such a beautiful city? For me, it's the way how it balances the preservation with progress, right? Like how historic character and new innovation can coexist and strengthen each other. And for me, I feel like the blend of using this historic building and building new development for the younger generation, or Fort Greene is giving the soul to the neighborhood, and it's exactly what we need. So I do understand the concerns of the residents who have lived here for decades, who raise their families here, that they might see this as an obstruction to Fort Greene. But for me, I think that this is what's needed for Fort Greene to make it sustainable for the new generation to keep living here. So right now, including myself, a lot of younger people have been struggling with being able to keep living in an area that we'd like to live in, purely because of the rent and the affordability of the neighborhoods. A lot of people from outside of New York come into Fort Greene, and they make it quite expensive for us to keep living here. So for me, like this project, it's what New York is about. They're combining the history of Fort Greene with forward thinking and progressiveness. And this is important for the area. You know, you're honoring the past while keeping the community alive and inclusive. You know, you're blowing a fresh air into an historic building. And with that, also creating affordable homes that don't just erase the heritage of Fort Greene, but it ensures that the people who give this the neighborhood its energy, diversity, and creativity are able and can continue to be a part of this neighborhood. So for me, in a place like Fort Greene, there's nothing more powerful than preserving what we love while building what we need. It's a responsible path forward, and that's how we make sure that the neighborhood remains vibrant for not only the older but also for the younger generation of Fort Greene.
All right. Anyone else joining us via Zoom who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends approval. LPC also received written disapproval, denial. Okay. All right. LPC received written letters of testimony recommending approval from the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. We received written testimony recommending denial from the Borum Hill Association, Citizens for Responsible Neighborhood Planning of Clinton Hill and Fort Greene, Crown Heights North Association, Fort Greene Association, Preserve Our Brooklyn Neighborhoods, Society for Clinton Hill, the Black Institute, and Watermark Voices. LPC received 95 individual letters recommending denial and 64 individual letters recommending approval.
Thank you. So I want to thank everyone who testified today. We had a tremendous outpouring of public testimony. And I think what we're going to do is give the applicant and commissioners a little bit of time to think about, all the testimony that we heard today. So we're going to bring you back. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to close the hearing. Commissioner Ikumbe, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, would you second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So let's move to the next item.
Okay, we will now move to public hearing item number 2, LPC 26-01217, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 1903, Lot 59, 123 Willoughby Avenue in the Clinton Hill Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built circa 1868. The application is to install railings and stairs at a rear extension and legalize the opening of a blind window, the demolition of a garage, and installation of fencing and parking area without LPC permits.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Osmar Alexander Martinez Suarez. I'm a registered architect. I'm representing RMM Architectural Services. I'm here for 123 Willoughby Avenue in Brooklyn. The proposed submission is to request a community board meeting for the following items related to the project located at 123 Willoughby Avenue. The first item is a garage demolition. The garage is situated on the property, which was removed by the previous owner. Unfortunately, the exact date and circumstances of the demolition are not documented. We are formally seeking the community board's approval to recognize the removal of the garage as permitted. Furthermore, we request authorization for the cleared area to remain as an open parking space for residents and visitors of the building. Retaining this open area will provide essential parking accommodation and support the property's current future needs. The other item is a blind window on the Waverly Avenue side. Historical photographs of the building reveal that the window located above the third floor on Waverly Avenue facade was originally constructed as a blind window, a design element that mimics the appearance of a window but does not allow for, I'm just going to read this quick and then I'll do the presentation. Sorry. For the light or size, style, and detailing of the adjacent window on the same facade, installing an operable window in this location will enhance the aesthetics, continuity of the building and allow natural light in the interior space while remaining respectful to the building's historical character. And the last item here is a rear railing and stairs at the rear of the building. Specifically at the existing one-story addition, we propose to install a new metal stairway and accompanying handrail system. This installation will position around the existing parapet and is designed to provide safe and direct access from the rear parking area into the first floor of the residence. The addition of the stairs and the railing will improve accessibility for occupants and guests, enhance safety, and better integrate the parking area with the building's main living spaces. So here's a presentation. This is a subject property where it's located in the Landmarks District. This was incorrectly dated. It's a 1979, I believe you said. Historic photo. 1940. This is also another map of the subject property. It's a 4-story and above. That's the existing side of the building. That's the existing rear of the building. Existing front and side of the building. Existing side, and that's where you can see on the top the blind window, right in the middle. So here's the elevation. On the left is the existing side elevation, indicating the blind window. And on the proposed left side, we're showing that we're going to use the same opening to propose the new window for that room. Here's the existing rear elevation without the railing and the stair, and then the proposed rear elevation. It's going to be a metal stair, painted in powder coat, and the railing. The existing plan at the basement and the proposed plan of the stair. And then at the partial first floor plan, the existing and the partial first floor plan proposed. It is being proposed to remove a piece of the parapet there so we can have access from the landing to the terrace. Here's a proposed rear elevation again. And then these are the railing details we're going to propose that should be in character with what's in the adjacent properties. So you can see here the adjacent property has a black rail. So we're going to propose something very similar to keep the character of the district. And that's a rendering what it would look like when it would be completed. Here's again the proposed left side elevation with the new window in the blind spot window location and the plan. And these are just an address very similar to what we're trying to propose. And this one, it's 160 Willoughby Avenue before July 2019. It had no windows, and then on the right side, it had a couple windows proposed. Here's another one on the neighborhood, 304, 306 Carroll Street. This one had blind windows as well, and then they were proposed to submit new windows in existing openings. Now, this is a historic photo for the garage. As you can note, on that date, the garage didn't exist. So, you know, it was in character with what it used to be. And this is what it is, what it was when the garage used to exist. And this is after demolition, which is basically just a parking pad and no building, no building there. Another picture. And then we just want to show pictures of similar situations in the neighborhood where they just have the fence there and the open parking space. Another one at 291 DeCloud Avenue. Same situation with just a fence. Another one at 239 Waverly Avenue in Brooklyn. Then the proposed rendering. I believe that's it. Yep, that's it.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, can you go back to your rear elevation, please?
The existing?
Proposed.
Do you want the rendering or dual elevation?
Elevation would be better. Sure. Thanks. That's good. So the floor line is like about, I don't know, 2 steps down from the top of the stair, and in your plan you showed a door in one of the windows. Is that part of the plan here?
Yes, it should be adjacent. Let me see.
Right.
This one right here, right?
No, next floor up.
Sorry.
There you go. So it looks like the kitchen has a window and a door. And then the patio walks right out onto the stair, which is presumably more or less at the level of the patio itself, right?
Correct.
So let's go back to that elevation. Looks like the top of the stair is a couple of steps up from the actual patio, and there's no door shown in those 2 windows. Am I missing something?
No, you're correct. We'll double check with the architect that's doing the job and have him correct that. Then it might be something that he might have missed on his drafting.
Okay, and just for Corey, why are we seeing this? Because it's visible from the street?
Yeah, with regard, and this is as a reminder, part of this application is to legalize work already done. Part of
the
this new work.
garage.
This is the new work. So we're seeing this because it's obviously more than minimally visible railing and stair off of a corner row house rear extension. But the door itself in a window opening is
That
typically
would be
something staff
you
might
could
be
do.
able to do.
I raised it because it seems like the railing's probably about a foot too tall. B, the stair probably would start a foot lower.
Yeah,
which would minimize its impact in both cases somewhat.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Jefferson and then Commissioner Wilder.
How am I supposed to approve the demolition of the garage? I mean, in terms of this context, what would I base it on? Why would I say it's okay to demolish it? Because other buildings have demolished it, have demolished garages, or there doesn't seem to be any reason for the demolition of the garage, or is there?
Well, I mean, I think this is a topic the commission does discuss from time to time, and you know, some garages are older than others, some have more style than others, or maybe even designed by a noted architect. In this case, this garage is you know, post 1940s tax photo. You can see in one of the photographs provided that it was sparsely detailed. And, you know, I think it would generally be the type of structure that you all might find is not one for which the historic district was designated. That's the tax photo, and the garage wasn't there at that time.
No, that's not it.
It's a different project. So the commissioners, you know, whether it's for another new, you know, another proposal to take down an existing building, you all would consider whether what was removed already in this case was something that did contribute. And if you thought that it did, then it might be inappropriate. You might ask for it to be put back, but you might also determine that this, you know, was a utilitarian garage and it's not one for which the district was designated. So if you're to find that appropriate that it was removed, you then have to weigh sort of whether the presence of just the open parking pad and that fence is appropriate. And the applicant has put forth examples of other instances of that in this historic district.
Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I was just a little confused about the floor height, the first floor height in relation to the parapet height in relation to the railing. Is the plan to just add the railing on top of the existing parapet?
Yes, I believe that's the plan. It's just regarding the drafting and how the stairs related to the parapet should have been lowered, and
Okay.
that was incorrect.
And then just for clarification, I'm assuming that this first floor door will be a window that's blocked by the stair, or you're keeping the door?
Sorry,
If you look on the plan, the rear elevation plan. Yeah.
This one here.
Well, you see, well, go to the ground floor. Well,
Okay.
yeah, so you see on the right side, it looks like you're filling in that door, but I'm not sure. And then on the elevation it shows as the door is remaining.
I would have to talk to the architect about that, why he didn't have that indicated correctly on the plan.
Okay. So what is it supposed to be?
To me, it appears as it's going to be closed according to the shaded thing, like they're going to close that window.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say that looks like the type of alteration that staff would
Okay.
review, whether
So we
it's,
wouldn't,
you know, left as a door or window or closed in.
gotcha. So we're just focusing on the
Yeah,
stair and the
for the new work, it's the railing on top of the existing extension, and it's stair that goes down to the yard. And then it's to the request to legalize the removal of the garage and the installation of the fence and parking pad, and also the installation of a window in what was a blind opening on the sort of the side facade.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, let's go and see if we have any public testimony. Do we have anybody in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends approval on the condition the existing fence be replaced with a contextually appropriate masonry wall and gate, and CRNP of Clinton Hill and Fort Greene recommends approval on the condition of the reconstruction of the demolished garage or the redesign of the Waverly Ave side to substitute an appropriate brick wall and access gate to the proposed parking lot.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to comment on that?
Yes, client is very opposed to having that brick wall on the garage side. They, you know, and we did show examples of where the gate was appropriate for other open parking spots, and we would like the commission to please reconsider that for this application.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion to close the hearing? Commissioner Jefferson, would you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Ikumbe, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure. Overall, I am
I'm okay with what's being proposed. I would ask that the clarification between the floor heights at above the, I guess presently the addition or the bump out, and the parapet and the railing be worked out, so we can truly get an understanding of what is being proposed. And in addition, the one door to the left of this photo we're looking at now, just to ensure that it's actually going to be a closed opening or so, and then no access is coming through there, or there would have to be some type of reconfiguration of the stair if it's actually going to be active. I am actually okay with the putting a window in the blind window area. I believe it's actually in keeping with the character of that facade. As for the fencing, I believe I'm okay with it as it's presently being presented, especially as there's also been precedences in the area. But having a brick wall with fencing on it I wouldn't object to that either. And I'd like to hear what the other commissioners would say about that.
Okay, and the garage?
The garage, I'm fine with it being demolished.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yes, I think I agree with most of the comments. I do think that, you know, they need to work with staff on the actual submission on figuring out the windows and the heights of the railing and parapet and opening. I think what's being proposed is appropriate overall, and as well as the garage being removed and the new window. I could find it appropriate.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mayen?
I'm okay with the proposals in concept, but there appear to be drawing discrepancies and refinements that staff could work through with the applicant.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the comments because they should work out with the staff what Michael Goldblum with the Eagle Eye caught.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
No disagreement. I think it's appropriate.
Okay. And Commissioner Jefferson?
You know, after last week, I realized that living in a landmark district is a privilege, really, and people really do not really understand that privilege. It's difficult for me to understand. But nonetheless, legalize the opening of the blind window, approve. I can accept that. The demolition of the garage, I can accept that. The fencing, it's just a standard fencing. I mean, it should be historical at least. I mean, I can approve the fencing and the rest of it I can approve, but the fencing, no.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Kumbe, it looks like we do have the votes to approve this with the comments that you had suggested in terms of confirming, I think the height, the floor height, the railing parapet heights, make sure with, refine them with staff.
Matter of LPC. In the matter of LPC 26-01217, 123 Williamburg, Willoughby Avenue, Clinton Hill Historic District, an Italianate style row house built 1868. This application is to install railings and stairs at a rear extension and legalize the openings of a blind window, the demolition of a garage, and installation of fencing and a parking area without Landmark Preservation Commission permit. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architecture and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I also note that a two-car garage was constructed at the rear yard sometime between 1940 and 1979. I recommend approval, finding that the demolition of the mid-20th century utilitarian one-story garage building did not eliminate any significant architectural features of the site or the historic district, that the untinted concrete of the raised parking area and associated curbing at the former location of the garage is in keeping with the material of the adjacent rear yard and sidewalk and does not call undue attention to itself. That the black finished metal gate and fencing at the parking area is simple in design and in keeping with modern metalwork found at buildings of this type, style, and age. That the installation of a 1/1 double hung wood window within an existing blind opening on the Waverly Avenue facade will maintain the overall fenestration of this facade. That the proposed simple metal railings, stairs, and landing at the rear extension are in keeping with utilitarian decks and porches typically found at the rear facade at buildings of this type and age throughout the historic district and will be harmonious with other metalwork at the building. And that the work does not and will not detract from the special character and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I also note that the applicant should work with the staff to confirm the rear yard bump outs height, the level of actually walking onto the terrace, confirm the parapet height and the mounting of the railing, so they are harmonious and works with the intended, I guess the intended configuration and use of the rear porch.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. And John, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Ikwembe,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Nay.
Commissioner Mahin,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
6 in favor, 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. That's approved, but please work with staff on refining the heights, confirming the heights of the parapet and the railing. Thank you. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 3, LPC 25-11415, an application for a binding report in the Borough of the Bronx, Block 3222, Lot 62, 2060 Sedgwick Avenue, Hall of Fame, New York University, individual landmark. Semicircular open-air colonnade built in 1900 and designed by McKim, Mead & White. The application is to replace select limestone units with GFRC.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Loy. I'm an architect with Superstructures Engineers and Architects. I'm here today with Bernard Toney, Senior Associate, and Michael Straplinski, Associate Principal. We're here to talk to you about some proposed work for the Hall of Fame for Great Americans. The Hall of Fame is one of a group of 4 individually landmarked buildings on what is now the campus of Bronx Community College. These are all by McKim, Mead & White, built around the turn of the century. This here is the Hall of Fame. It's an open-air colonnade. It surrounds a plaza behind the library and provides a covered walkway connecting the language and the philosophy departments. Primary materials are limestone and terracotta. Here's a quick couple of historical photos just for context. There's a big change in grade from the front of the library to the back. So on the left is the plinth under construction that the Hall of Fame rests on now. And on the right is a view of the completed group. Hall of Fame is here. This is an undated photo, but we think it's at some point after a repair campaign was conducted in the mid-90s. So you can see the change in grade produces a beautiful view. And you see up here that the cornices are all in good condition. The antefixes are all present and correct. So this is where we were about 30 years ago. This is unfortunately where we are now. There's extensive damage to the cornices. We're losing material off of them. They are shedding material. So it's now fully netted and it's closed to the public for the time being. Happened. So this is what we observed. You can see here, this is a good shot. We see this parallel cracking, sometimes right at the bottom of the belly of the cornice, sometimes through it. And you can see here that a piece of material is fully separated. So that is a plane of fracture that develops first as a crack and then goes all the way through. I am not connected. Okay, here's another view of the same thing. You can see that this chunk has gone. And we are seeing this very consistently throughout many stones in about the same place. So not all have fully split, but many, many are going. And when we look at a piece that has come away, we can see the plane of fracture very neatly follows. These are holes that were drilled for anchors to attach the antefixes. Antefixes were all removed in order to facilitate a gutter replacement in that mid-90s job. And however it came to happen, can't say in hindsight, but what we found are expansion anchors were used to attach those antefixes. So this is a nice little internet diagram showing that that is in fact how you split dimensional stone on purpose. So drill some holes, apply some wedges. Obviously, that's meant to happen right away. This has happened slowly over time. So we know that this repair was applied universally, and therefore all the cornices have suffered this. So cornice, often a decorative element. It's badly compromised, pull it out and replace it. But in this case, it's a very simple structure, but everything is interdependent. And this is a section from the original drawings. Cornice stone is here in red. You can see here is the vault. These are Guastavino tile vaults, which are towing into the base of the cornice stones. And at the top, here in blue, this is a tie rod, essentially, a very small W section that's anchored to the cornices, so they're receiving the thrust from the vault and transferring that to the tie rod, which is in tension. So these are functional, and because the vaults also span two ways, you'll see in a moment here on the next slide, the cornice stones are also anchored together in this direction, so they're resisting force that way as well. And this is just a little diagram to show you, in addition to the weight of the vault, there are these little fins, terracotta fins that are built to support the roof. So the weight of the roof, the fins, and the vault is all bearing on that cornice stone there. And because of that, and because this is so interconnected, we can't really remove the cornice stones. We can't remove them with everything else in situ. We don't think it can be adequately shored because everything is so interconnected. So if we were to say, okay, let's remove them all, this is the amount of the fabric that would have to come off in order to facilitate that, which is really obviously not acceptable. So this is an interesting detail. The cornices are integrated in other ways as well. Some of them are gargoyles for the gutter. So if you can't replace them, repair them. So we looked at, I should say, a limestone Dutchman repair, which is the material of the cornice. And the conclusion we came to there is that we would have to remove a pretty substantial amount of the material in order to make a cut to seat the new Dutchman. So this plane of fracture is not entirely consistent. And when you start to carve away a square section here, you end up with this very narrow neck to the overhang of the cornice. And then a second concern actually is, as we are performing that work, because this is universal to all the stones, And because the weight of that cornice is participating structurally in receiving that load, we're concerned about carving away too much material even just during the work. So it's not only the result after, it's the process during. And what we are proposing instead is a much smaller GFRC repair that will allow us to retain much more of the original limestone material. We can shape the repair more easily in the field to fit the break. So this, we think, it leaves the most material intact, and it gives us some flexibility for how we anchor this new piece. So here just is a section from our restoration drawings. You can see we're trying to maintain this little minimal disturbance up here and not take out more of the body of that cornice piece. And here, just to highlight, it is about 1,000 linear feet of cornice, and we are expecting this all to be compromised. These are just a couple of slides showing other very successful projects that have employed GFRC, some of which we have worked on: Shepherd Hall, Thomas Hunter Hall, and Hunter College. These cornices here are GFRC. Here. So this is no longer novel material. The color and texture can be matched, we think, very adequately to the limestone that's there. And we think overall it's the best opportunity to provide a repair to these cornices. So key points: the damage is widespread, systemic, not reversible. We want to minimize the disturbance to the structure in order to preserve structural integrity. So the approach we chose is restoration. And we think the restoration can best be accomplished by using GFRC. So we have some additional slides of our drawings if you're interested, or I can take questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. So you have this ragged edge where the limestone's breaking off, right?
Yeah.
And the plan is to basically make a GFRC extrusion and cut it in the field to follow that ragged edge?
To some extent. We'll have to smooth the edges of the limestone that are going to receive that GFRC. So we don't think we can leave it fully, as a broken edge. But we will try to make that as minimal as possible, because the GFRC we can shape somewhat in the field. So
how does GFRC move relative to limestone thermally?
So it's not the same material. And let's flip forward actually to drawings. This is a little section here, larger section. So we have some additional anchorage up here. This pin is really meant just to hold the profile in place here. And we have some sealant joints that are holding the joint between the limestone and the GFRC. So it's a soft joint there.
So what we would expect to see at the end of the job is that line where the smooth line should be something that we can see, because it's going to be caulked instead of grouted, or it's not monolithic anymore.
It's not monolithic, that's true, yes.
So over time, do you see the thing is it going to, if it does move at a different rate than the stone itself, is it eventually going to work its way out?
We don't think so. We have designed, if I can get the slide to turn here. This is a slightly more elaborate scheme of anchorage than existed before. So we're essentially designing these little straps which anchor back into the main body of the limestone, and then come out and catch the edge of the new GFRC repair. So the majority of the weight should be taken here, plus an additional pin into the web inside just to help hold it steady.
Last question in the weeds for me.
Yeah.
What tools, is that going to be a hand thing when you're smoothing out the stone, or is it going to be some kind of router? How do you do that?
Probably some kind of router, but that's something that we'll work with the contractor to determine.
All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Jefferson?
This building is 125 years old. Has it been repaired before? Has it had this problem before?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Building is 125 years old.
Mhm.
Has it had this problem before? A, and B, has it been repaired before? Any maintenance at all on this?
We don't believe it has had this problem before. We know it has undergone at least one other repair campaign that we were referencing in the 90s. And that included some gutter replacement and re-anchorage of these antefixes. But I think generally our understanding is that it has survived pretty well up to this point on its own. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. Is there anybody in this room that would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Lee to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Manor Fatima.
Hello, I'm Manor Fatima. I am the Advocacy and Outreach Manager at HTC, and HTC believes it is better to replace the limestone in kind with a different fastening method. It is still possible to utilize limestone units for restoration, and we believe that adding new limestone would assuage concerns over the long-term weathering appearance of the GFRC. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The Victorian Society supports the proposed restoration of the Hall of Fame ambulatory. We recognize that the ambulatory's exposed location has probably increased the weathering of the limestone and appreciate the careful explanation of the work provided by the applicants. We're concerned that the work includes cutting back all sections of the cornice for replacement with GFRC, even at those portions that are not damaged or unsound. Sound or repairable historic limestone should remain and should not be replaced for the sake of uniformity. We feel that the presentation is lacking in two areas. We didn't see any samples of the proposed GFRC alongside the existing stone. These should be provided. We also didn't see any plans on the probable extent of necessary Guastavino tile replacement. We know the applicant will be working closely with staff, but without an estimate, it seems the replacement is open-ended. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Bronx Community Board 5 recommends approval.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to the comments?
Yes, sir. Michael Siponsky. Yeah, well, we, of course, started with limestone option, and unfortunately, as we explained, the amount of additional removal of the stone will jeopardize the structural integrity of the entire structure. So that's what we are trying to avoid. As to keeping the sound limestone, there is no sound limestone, unfortunately. It's systemic failure, widespread failure. The entire perimeter of the structure is compromised because those wedge anchors, unfortunately, were used at the entire perimeter of the structure. So it's either already delaminated portion of the limestone cornice, or cracked, or the crack is invisible, but it's just a matter of time till it fails.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any final questions? Oh, Commissioner Chen?
Can you just address a little bit about the Guastavino tile conditions?
Gustavina tile vault is in good shape. There are some localized issues, and the project scope includes localized removal and replacement of individual tiles. But in general, it's in good condition, and we want to preserve that condition by using GFRC, but by reducing the amount of disturbance of the upper portion of the structure.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Kumbe, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Walder, would you second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Chen, would you like to start this discussion?
Yeah, this is a very important campus because it has a lot of historic structures such as this one. Glad the CUNY's inherited this legacy, and given the presentation, I can understand the predicament that it is in. It is do no harm, I guess, is the motto here of do less of the damage. So I can find it appropriate, and unless other commissioners have other suggestions.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. It's an amazing place. Everyone should visit it. If they haven't, it's got some gorgeous McKinney and White buildings and Breuer buildings as well. It's a really fascinating place. I think that everyone would agree that a Dutchman out of limestone would be the better way to go here. And the reason that was given that couldn't happen was the degree of removal and the process of removal that would entail. So I guess I buy that. My preference would be to basically throw this into the basket for the staff. And if the staff believes after, if they're going to use a router, well, let me step back. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. So apart from the material itself and concerns about expansion, freeze thaw, et cetera, and coloration, which was mentioned as well. The most noticeable result of this work will be a line where there used to not be a line. That'll be visible to everybody when you look at this thing, right? Because where it used to be a monolithic cornice, now there's going to be a cornice with a kind of a seam across the middle where the joint is between the old and the new, and there'll be caulk in that seam. So that's a problem for me because it's very visible. The fact that they plan on using a router means that it's I think feasible that they can strike a line and use that router to create a continuous horizontal line as opposed to kind of following along in a wavy fashion with the crack. So that would be, I think, as a base request that for the visible joint at the very least, it be done in a way that is horizontal and continuous and uniform. That's number one. Number two, my recollection is that when we've approved GFRC cornices, they've generally been quite a bit higher off the ground than this. This is very close to the ground. It'll be very visible. So I would urge the applicant to work with the staff to see if a Dutchman carve-out can be made without destabilizing the overall integrated structure. That would be the best way to go. If that proves to be infeasible for one reason or another, then I'd be okay with the GFRC as long as it can be done neatly and in a way that's uniform.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I agree with my fellow commissioner, and I leave it all to the staff to carry this out.
Thank you. Commissioner Ikumbe?
As what was presented seems to be the least intrusive, and may appear to be the best direction to move. But I agree that it should go to the staff and it should be fully vetted.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
I agree with my fellow commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Mahan?
Fascinating case study, clever solution. I learned a lot. Thank you for the careful presentation. The total integration of structure and expression is spectacular, and cause for the need for your clever solution. Really created by a comically substandard prior repair. So, given the situation, I can certainly find this appropriate. I think it's a clever solution. I think, the staff should have a look at the sealant color and finish, which I'm sure they would anyway, but thank you for your care of this.
Thank you. Corey, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to kind of clarify, this is before the commission because the staff rules on an individual landmark in particular don't allow for the use of a substitute material for a natural stone. And so the applicant is presenting here that they have thoroughly studied this and, staff has reviewed their reports and trust that it is true that there is only two options, what's being proposed here, or to do it entirely in new limestone, but at the cost of having to remove all of the roof and the tile, the cost of tile and all of its structure. So I think it's probably not really for staff to determine what's the best option. I think they've presented the two options, and we can certainly work with them to reconfirm that all of that is true, and also definitely work with them on the line, sort of the joint line and the proper routing and all of that. But I think that's what the work with staff would be.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen, are you comfortable reading that in? That
Absolutely.
they'll reconfirm with staff?
Yeah.
And then,
Be delighted to. In the matter of LPC 25-11415, 2060 Sedgwick Avenue Hall of Fame, NYU, individual landmark. The application is to replace limestone units with GFRC. I recommend that a positive report be issued, finding that the replacement of the portion of limestone corners stones is warranted by their deteriorated condition, that the GFRC replacement units will replicate the historic limestone in terms of placement, dimensions, color, profiles, detail, texture, and finish, that the replacement of the damaged limestone cornerstones with new limestone would require the entire upper portion of the structure to be disassembled and rebuilt and potentially rebuilt in the loss and or damage of the limestone lintels and Guastavino tile vaulted ceilings, that the anchorage system of the GFRC unit will facilitate a compatible relationship between the new GFRC and the remaining roofing system and limestone elements, that the uniform assemblies of GFRC units will be indiscernible from the limestone when seen from ground level, and that the proposed work will support the long-term preservation of the structure.
thank you. Commissioner Mahan, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. John, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
7 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
Thank you. That's approved. Please continue to work with staff. Let's move to the next item.
Right, next item is public hearing item number 4, LPC 26-03576. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1, Lot 10, 400 Clayton Road. This is Liggett Hall, Building 400, in the Governor's Island Historic District. This is a portion of the Neo-Georgian-style Barracks Administration and Training Center designed by McKimmy and White and built in 1929-30 and altered in the 1950s, with the dormitory wing designed by Roberts and Schaefer Company and built in 1967-68. The application is to replace windows and doors, alter the landscape, install signage and light fixtures, and modify the seawall and waterfront pathway.
Can you hear me? Okay. The New York Climate Exchange is the project sponsor. We're a not-for-profit consortium of universities, businesses, and community groups. We've come together around the very simple idea that collaboration across all sectors of society is the best path to finding practical solutions to the challenges of climate change. Oops. Right, no. There. We've proposed to build a campus on Governor's Island as the key site where this collaboration will take place. And our goal is to use the campus to advance New York's leadership on climate issues. On this campus, we'll be reinforcing New York's global leadership in sustainability through a variety of programs that will include creating jobs and workforce pathways in the green economy. We'll be focusing on new technologies. We'll be using the unique qualities of Governor's Island as a testing ground for practical climate solutions. And we'll be focused on addressing local challenges within New York City by partnering with community-based organizations. Our initial work will be focused on these pillars: urban resilience, climate finance, and climate data. These are some of the areas that our researchers, our students, visitors, community groups, and businesses will be engaging with as we work toward developing climate solutions. I want to say that we love the opportunity of developing this campus and focusing this work on Governor's Island. We've worked hard with our design teams to embrace the extraordinary and unique qualities of Governor's Island, including the historic district. And our goal is to build on all of the incredible improvements and advances that the city has made on Governor's Island. We're especially proud to have the opportunity to renovate a portion of a historic building on Governor's Island in a manner that shows sustainable approaches to building. I'm really pleased to introduce to you our design team, starting with Colin Coop from SOM. I wasn't sure if you were first. I know your name, I just wasn't sure if you were next. Thank you.
All right. I'm Colin Coop, a design partner at SOM. And I'd like to talk about the full scope of the work project, much of which falls outside of the purview of this commission. The full scope is 14 acres. It bridges both the historic district to the north, which you can see represented with the dashed line here, and then a large portion of the development parcels that have been reserved in the southern half as a result of an approved ULURP. 45% of the project lies north of that line within the adaptive reuse. And the project, when you look at it up close, you can see it in greater detail here. So it's essentially the construction of two new buildings surrounded by approximately a total of 4 acres of public realm between the new and the portion in the historic district, as well as the adaptive reuse of 2 portions of Liggett Hall, which we'll go into in more detail. One portion, a part of the original 1930s building by McKim, White, and the second by Section O, which was built in the 1960s. You can also see the large, big picture of what the uses intended here are, which are student life, living in dormitory spaces for 100 undergraduates, 25 staff and researchers, and potentially their families, research and education in state-of-the-art laboratories and classrooms, a convening space, which is a world-class convening destination with 650 seats in the southern buildings, as well as the aforementioned public open spaces. The project is an incredible, I think, example of what next generation sustainable architecture should look like, both in the construction of the new architecture, but also critically in the adaptive reuse of historic structures, which represent not only a piece of this island which has long been abandoned that's coming back to life, but a tremendous amount of carbon which is being preserved in place. You can see across this slide some of the goals that we've set for ourselves: an all-electric campus with on-site renewables, the largest living building challenge project ever attempted in New York City, the largest and most ambitious mass timber project in the city, an 80% upfront reduction in embodied carbon through the adaptive reuse portion, and we're seeking net zero waste in terms of 95% diversion from landfill. We'll talk a little bit more about each of these pieces. Molly Bourne is here from Matthews Nielsen, but the project, as you can see, represents the portion that will take our time today will be largely this courtyard with the adjoining wings, which are being brought back to life, represented here. And to sort of set that up, I want to sort of turn it over and we'll do a sort of deeper dive on the historic aspects of these buildings. And then I will return.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Julie Rosen from Higgins Quaisbarth and Partners. So I'm going to take you through some of the existing conditions and some of the historic development of the building and its site. So taking a look at this aerial view, we see the entire Liggett Hall, not only the building itself, but its landscape and then its relation to the historic district. So Liggett Hall is a former Army barracks building. It's composed of 15 sections. 4 of those are historic, as Colin mentioned. So in this primary U shape here, we have the 14 original sections from 1929 designed by McKim, and White. And then section O is a non-historic addition built in 1967. And the building was constructed to house an entire infantry under one roof, so it housed 300 men. The building is huge. And a fun fact is that the building actually remains one of the largest Army buildings ever constructed in the world. So the north, east, and west sections of the U face the streets, and it's the inner secondary elevations that face what was originally a utilitarian quadrangle. When section O was constructed, it split that quadrangle in two, and so we had a larger western courtyard and a smaller eastern courtyard. The western courtyard is now known as Liggett Terrace, so it has a range of contemporary plantings and layout. As you can see, a lot of curvilinear forms, though this does differ from the historic landscape, but it was determined to be appropriate to the building and the historic district by this commission in 2012. And the eastern courtyard, which we are calling Liggett Courtyard and is the subject of our project, remains relatively unchanged from the 1960s. It's mostly a parking lot. There are mature trees. There's a large communications antenna. There are some low plantings, but really it's very much a paved area, and I can go into more details for you later. So the building has been vacant for more than 30 years. So after the Coast Guard left the island in 1996, the building was vacated. It has remained vacant ever since. So we're very excited to return portions of the building closer to its historic use. So the project before you today includes 4 sections of the building. It's sections L, M, and N here, which are a part of the original construction, and then section O, which again is that later construction. I did want to mention that in addition to LPC's review of the project, we are also pursuing historic tax credits. We've already submitted our Part 2 application. We've also been working very closely with the State Historic Preservation Office, actually for a number of years now. They're very supportive of the project and believe that the proposed work meets the standard, meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. And as Colin noted, the historic boundary line, which we see here in purple, is just to the south of Liggett Hall. So we are at the southern boundary. Everything to the south is part of that new development zone and part of the parkland, which is now part of the South Island. So taking a look at some historic images of the building, these are both from the 1930s, soon after the building was completed. And the building was designed in the Georgian Revival style. A lot of repetitive forms seen here because every section was actually constructed individually, but meant to create a whole. There is a large central block with a sally port in the center of the building. And so on the left, we see the primary elevations with these limestone porticos identifying the main building entrances, or rather section entrances. And then on the right here, we have the southern view when the quadrangle was one space. And on the back side of the building, we see that there was historically an open arcade at the ground floor, as well as open air terraces or galleries on the second and third floors. And then looking at some aerial views here on the left, we see that historic layout of the open space. Again, it was very utilitarian in nature, mature trees, low plantings. Certainly this landscape has since changed. In 1966, the Army relinquished control of the island to the Coast Guard. It was at this time that Section O was built as a new dormitory. This east courtyard area was created, and it was always separate from the remainder of the landscape, both in its design and its form. So taking a look at some of the existing building conditions, we have the elevations of sections L, M, and N here. So the street elevations are generally quite planar. They include a variety of simple details. There are projecting pavilions at the corners and at the ends, as well as in the central bays of the building. All of the facades are clad in red brick, and there is a mix of limestone, cast stone, and cast in place concrete details throughout. So as I mentioned, all of the limestone portals or porticos mark the historic building entrances. There's one in each section that will come up later as Colin takes you through some of the new door designs. And then on the courtyard elevation of the building, you can see that what was originally an open air arcade along the ground floor has since been infilled. This was actually done in the 1960s when the Coast Guard took over the island. And something we're very excited about as part of this project is that will be opened up and restored to its historic condition. And then taking a look at the elevations on section O. So the details here are much simpler than the historic building, still in a Georgian revival style, with details that mimic the historic building, but much, much simpler. And section O is attached to the historic building through a small one-story connector. But as you can see here, there were no doors ever installed on the courtyard facing elevation. That is something that's needed for the new use and something that we are proposing today. So just looking a little bit more closely at some of the details, we see one of the corner pavilions here at section L, the elevation along King Street here along LMN on the right. As I mentioned, the building has been vacant for decades. There's a considerable amount of degradation of the facade, a lot of water infiltration. This is something that we will be addressing as part of the project. There's a significant scope of facade repair and restoration that is occurring. BCA is working on that scope. There are also major MEP upgrades that are being undertaken to support the new use. And so all of that work and the facade repair and restorations all being reviewed with staff. I did want to also point out that as part of the window replacement proposal that you see, we will be reinstating windows at locations where there's infilled brick. We also have some louvers on the facade. Those will all be removed and replaced with windows to match the historic condition. At the courtyard elevations, we can see these infilled arcades a little bit more clearly, the open air galleries, which will remain, all of the plant life and ivy growth that's all over the masonry, that will all be removed. The masonry will be restored. And then I did want to point out, so there's this large communications tower that was installed by the Coast Guard. That tower, this shed, and the fence around it are actually still part of an easement that the Coast Guard holds. So that will be maintained in its existing location. You'll see that come up in some of the design details, and just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that up front. And then some details of the arcade. So these brick arches were originally open. All of this infill, this brick infill, the windows, aluminum windows everywhere on the building that were installed sometime in the 1980s. Those were all non-historic alterations to create interior space out of those open air arcades. So as part of this project, we will be reopening the arcades, restoring all the brickwork, stripping all the paint, and bringing this part of the building back to life. And then again, a closer look at section O and some closer views of the courtyard. The landscape does contain, again, both hardscaped areas as well as soft-scaped areas. There are mature trees which will be retained as part of this project, and Molly from MNLA will go into more detail there. And I did want to mention that the existing courtyard grade is 12 to 18 inches below the interior finished floor level. So that means that all of the building entrances are up 1 or 2 steps currently. That means the building is not accessible, and that is something that we are looking to upgrade as part of this project. And so as we transition to the design portion of the presentation, I just wanted to take you through the 10 discrete items which do require commission level review. Again, there's a lot of other very exciting scope as part of this project that we are doing at staff level, but it's these 10 items which we will be taking you through today. They're keyed on the left and then shown on the map at right. The blue items are the architectural items and the red items are landscape items. So with the building itself, we are proposing aluminum window replacement at all facades within the project area. All of the existing windows are aluminum replacements now, so we are looking to improve the details there. We're also proposing new doors at the ground floor, some of which are intended to be restorative in nature. Some of them are a bit more of a contemporary design, but still in keeping with the historic nature of the building. And then we're also proposing the installation of a loading door and ramp at section L. And the general intent of the project really is to maintain and repair and restore as much of the historic fabric as possible, but where modifications are required to support the new use, we are aiming to return the building closer to its historic appearance where we can. And where there are new interventions proposed, we want to make sure that the historic building remains legible and that those new modifications can be differentiated from the historic fabric. And then within the landscape at the building, we are proposing a new design within Liggett Courtyard. This includes lighting and signage installations, and then EV parking along King Avenue. We're not impacting historic landscape features in these areas. The mature tree canopies will be maintained, and the idea for most of the work is that it truly is reversible in nature. And then further east in the historic district, we are proposing 3 additional scope items, landscape items, along Division Road as you arrive at Yankee Pier along the Buttermilk Channel. And the design in these areas will provide necessary upgrades to support the new use, and they're also intended to relate well to the rest of the historic district. And with that, I'll turn it back to Colin to take you through the design scope.
So we'll walk through those 3 bulleted items, predominantly focusing on window and door replacement. These are the 2 buildings. You know, A starts off screen to the left and wraps around. So we are LMN in the building on the right, and then Section O, the 67 edition on the left. The window replacement is the full replacement and to include all windows that fall within the project scope. The need here obviously is also to reach contemporary energy standards. Most of the units in question here, there's almost none that are original. These were largely installed 20 to 30 years ago and don't meet air tightness or energy performance standards and really don't adhere to the historic condition either. So you can see some examples here. The one on the left is one of the few historic windows that remain. The center and the right represent sort of 2 examples of existing windows, one in an arch condition and one in a square-headed condition. You can see some of the other examples here within an arched opening below, as well as this is Section O, which was always a sort of a sparer and simpler approach with the square-headed window on the right. So the proposal here is to adopt a casement window that expresses a double hung profile. So on the left, you can see the original historic condition. You can see kind of colored in green the sight lines that were developed with those original wood windows. And then in the center is a representation of largely what the existing condition looks like, most of which are much thicker frames that surround this with much sort of thinner sight lines. And so where possible, it is a casement window, but we are largely trying to restore those original dimensions to the window. And we're also going to, as a result, increase by almost 5% the amount of glazing, which should reach, you know, the experience and the look and feel that was originally intended in the design of these windows. This is a cross section through them. The original windows were wood with wood sills and frames. Ours will be aluminum. We need to reach the energy performance for a net zero campus, and actually this is a key point of detail. We are also going to be double glazing all of these to reach that as well. We're also introducing the casement window for accessibility, which should be able to be much more easily open for and inclusive for all of the students and families that would live here. Now let's talk about the arcade restoration, which this was an important part of the project for us. The idea that these really provide relief at the base and a kind of transitional experience moving from the landscape into the building itself. It was a key aspect when you look at the historic pictures on the left, particularly on the southern face of the building. It really kind of brought the sort of lightness and depth of the facade on the balconies above down to the ground floor. And we think that's a key aspect that's missing in its current state. So in the center, you can see that infilled arcade. On the right, you can see the proposal here, which is to remove those infills, restore this as outdoor space, restore the facades beyond that, and provide entrances within that. So if we were to go facade by facade and look at each of these, represented in the blue here is the antenna. And you can see in the corresponding plan below the surrounding wall and easement that goes with it. That actually touches section M. And technically that portion of the wall is also part of the Coast Guard easement. So we are not able to touch that portion of the wall. But everywhere else that we are able to work with 6 bays on the left of that, and 8 bays to the right, we are able to restore that arcade element. Here on the left, you can see the exact experience of that arcade and what we propose in the center on the right, which includes a new door in addition to the restoration of the look and feel of the double hung appearing casement windows on the right. So door replacement is another large portion of this. You can see, we'll go through this elevation by elevation, but essentially there are 3 different types of doors that we'll be talking about today. The first are doors of historic use and significance, which are represented in the blue, which essentially there was 1 per section. That was the front door, and those will be restored to their historic original design. None of those doors are original today. The second will be the sort of maroon color, which represents existing doors, which will be replaced with a modern door, which I'll go in a little bit. Those are not, none of those are being conceived as front doors to the building, because not all of them have grade change and pose accessibility issues that go with them. And then the third are pink, and those represent new doors. And the conception here is because of the relationship of this to the buildings to the south and the open space that's being developed in the center, we really would like to orient the entrances and exits from these 2 buildings to the courtyard, which allows for, I think, first and foremost, safety for the people who live on this island. It also allows us to deal with the grade change gracefully, and it also builds community within the people who are living on this. And if you are familiar with the island, for example, this area is currently used as a sort of space for food trucks, and is not sort of seen by the trust as an appropriate location for an entrance to these buildings. So if we go elevation by elevation, this is LMN, this is the west elevation. Actually, none of the new doors will be visible here because they're taking place within the restored arcades themselves. You would see in that image on the bottom the picture that I showed before, which was a modern door represented in the white kind of painted frame of the historic buildings. We looked at other colors. We think that kind of forging a relationship, color relationship is good, but this, because it is a new door, will be represented as a distinct style with more glass in them. And then on the southern elevation, you can see the first of the openings, which were traditionally historic entry points, which would be used for egress in the case of our building. So these are not, these are alarmed and would not be used regularly because we need a secure entrance for the student dormitory. You can see on the left the current condition. It's far from optimal. You can see some of the sort of, they get somewhat closer, and then you can see the historic drawing and the proposed selection of the new door on the right, which it will represent, I think, the closest it's ever come recently to its historic tradition, with a glazed multi-light transom above, glass lights within the doors themselves, and then a panelized profile at the base of the door. So here you can kind of get a view of that facade, again, with the openings restored, with the newly windows, and then that represents the modern door, which is within the arcade itself. And here you can kind of see greater detail within that. In the current condition, many of these non-historic doors are sort of off-the-shelf, standard commercial storefront doors. We're proposing a restoration that sort of takes cues from the historic doors, but largely, stays with a kind of clear light, not multi-paned approach to sort of distinguish them as a new insertion into the space itself. Moving to the east facade, you can see the exterior door replacement here. So we have 2 historic doors, which will be executed like the drawing that I previously referenced a couple slides ago. And then we do have a service entry door in the planning. This would be located close to a service elevator and allow an opportunity for the back of house support of the building. There is currently an arch in that location. So we would be creating a new door. Again, we're choosing to express this as a modern door, clearly a new addition. There is a softly inclined, not technically an ADA accessible ramp because the slope is lower than that, so we don't need any railings. All of that will be done without any disruption to the existing tree canopy or other elements. And then we are also proposing a removable film to these. This is really opening into a back of house space right behind it. Perhaps in the future that won't be the case, so the ability to make those glass, but at the moment it's an unsightly view line that we would like to control. Section O, if we go to the east facade, so this is where a new entrance to this building is being developed in a current existing arched open to the far southern end of the elevation. This represents an access point, which needs to be double doors to a mechanical room that's servicing both of these buildings. And then there's an egress path here for a second fire stair at the far end, which would be alarmed and used only in emergencies. And if we move then to the west side, you can see obviously the sort of existing conditions. Again, we would be upgrading those, but replacing them with a clearly modern door. Those were never originally doors. And then at the southern end, which was the original entrance, we would be again restoring the original intended design of that. You can see sort of the sort of close-up of the new sort of proposed modern door. Again, the film that we're proposing would be laid over this, and we're looking at a kind of simple transom with a set of doors. We were proposing to match the white of the rest of the windows. We did look at colors to sort of distinguish it even more as modern. We thought that it was appropriate to sort of keep it within the context and let the style and design of the door distinguish itself. And with that, I will then hand it off to Molly, who will now dig into those landscape elements.
Hi, I'm Molly Bourne. I'm a landscape architect with MNLA. I'm going to take you through 4 through 10. So here we go. We're going to start in Liggett Courtyard, and then we're going to go to King Avenue, move down Division Road, and then go to the seawall that is on Buttermilk Channel. So I just want to pace you. I know that you probably skipped lunch. So let's dig into Liggett Courtyard. So the wonderful thing about Liggett Courtyard is that it is at the intersection of the historic district, the parkland, and really the new climate exchange campus. It has, and so we aspire with the landscape to actually bridge that old and new, and then express the sustainability and best practices for adaptive reuse that really are at the heart of the exchange's mission. Many of the things that I'm sure that you have seen today, Liggett Courtyard has had many lives. It primarily right now is a parking lot, and you can see on the left side the SED antenna that you're seeing, and then as it's, right now it really contains cars and the facades are not engaged. What we're looking to do is to really reimagine this front door to kind of for this new residential community and of students and researchers, to welcome them to Governor's Island, and for this to be their space, but also to interface with the park and the rest of Governor's Island. So let's dig into this a little more on Liggett Courtyard. On the left side is existing additions, on the right side is proposed. Again, it's a parking lot. There's quite a bit of paving and asphalt. The little fenced-in antenna is right here. You'll see it again in the proposed design. One of a significant feature is the existing London plane trees that we aim to preserve and celebrate and really make part of the space. They've been reviewed by arborists, and some of them are in fair shape, but many of them are in good shape. The new proposed courtyard design, really the drivers of the design are to provide universal access, and then make sure that we preserve those existing trees and really respect and celebrate the architecture setting at this courtyard scale. There's really not a courtyard scale at Governor's Island. So we should get into more detail on how we're going to do that. So the major design move in the landscape is really riffed off the proportion of the courtyard and the kind of elegant rectangular buildings. We're really using this idea of what we call the frame. And so this is this kind of rectilinear pathway. It's an elevated pathway system that kind of bounds the circulation and allows for universal access, but also really celebrates that courtyard scale and feel. We've preserved the London plane trees that you can see throughout. We've also underplanted in other areas with new adaptive trees. And so then after you get inside the frame, there also is small garden-like pathways that run through that those are wooden boardwalks. And then we have these small elevated platforms, and those are called living structures. Those living structures serve as flexible spaces for gathering, but also for student research and experimentation. And they can host displays of research throughout the semester. And so outside of the frame, then we have these entrances that Colin had talked to you about that address the new kind of adjustments to the facade. In this side, this interacts with the arcade, and then these two interact with the new doors. And so let's talk about the materials. They're all in a warm tone. The frame itself is actually precast pavers, and it really brings down the scale of the hardscape. And then these elevated decks are also concrete planks. The interior garden walks, as I said, are wood boardwalk. And then at the edge, there's a small wall that is made from reclaimed stone from the seawall that we'll hear more about, that helps address Division Road and also helps retain the grading. So let's see what that looks like in the rendering. So in this aerial, in this kind of bird's eye view, you're looking into the space. You're seeing the frame kind of setting the space, and then the interior feeling more lush and planted than the parking lot it previously was. Zooming down into, this is a rendering looking down Division Road. And what you're also seeing, which we'll talk about a little bit in a moment, is the lighting standards and the signage standards, and some of the furniture that kind of work with both the exchange and with the kind of adaptive reuse. Lastly, this is the idea of how those arcades are engaged with the indoor-outdoor space of the landscape, kind of celebrating this student life and activity. So the next two slides I'd like to take you through speak to how we're able to meet universal access to the historical structures with slight regrading of the courtyard. So the first one is really about, and as Colin clearly pointed out, the doorways are a couple steps higher than the building. So what we're looking to do is elevate the pathways to them, and then that allows for universal access into the building. Then by removing the asphalt, we're able to slightly grade through on the edges at the same grade as the trees to then create more of a planted area. You can see it in the other side as well. And so again, you have an elevated pathway. And then this also allows for slight grading for bioretention to address stormwater. So let's go through the lighting. The lighting plan really highlights the key circulation route of the frame. And then it kind of emphasizes nighttime accessibility and safety while keeping a soft historic character. The 20-foot poles that you see here that are wooden with a metal base really frame and run along the main frame circulation. And then the smaller paths are lit by bollards. The next slide shows the lighting standards for, on the right, the Governor's Island approved lighting. In the middle is the lighting that was used for the park design. And on the left is the exchange pole. And so you can see that we're looking to complement the Governor's Island standard on the right with a wood pole that's a little more slender, but it complements the style and look of the Governor's Island standard pole that was approved in 2023. Let's move on to signage. So the wayfinding, the signage strategy is to really have minimal signage and it to be integrated, and really supports mostly orientation and identity for the residential courtyard without really distracting from the historic district. You can see here examples of both the digital display sign, which is static, also a wayfinding sign, and the delineation of small lower building signs, and those are located at entrances and also at the entrance to the courtyard. So now moving from Liggett Courtyard to Kings Avenue. On Kings Avenue, we are looking to introduce curb cuts along the paved area for EV charging stations and maintenance vehicles. So one of the significant aspects of King Avenue is this incredible London Plain alley that lines both sides of the street. King Avenue is one of the smaller, is like one of the less traveled roads from Clayton to Division Road. And so maintaining these trees are our highest priority. We're going to the, so again, existing on the left, proposed on the right. The proposed design looks to carefully introduce 4 curb cuts and provide EV parking and charging for the maintenance vehicles along this side of the facade. The layout was carefully looked at that really respects and kind of preserves the rhythm of the London Plain trees. Okay, let's go to Division Road now. Division Road is defines the edge of the historic district, and what we are looking to do is to remove redundant sidewalks, introduce new seating, add Governor's Island approved lighting fixtures, and create more of a shared street environment. As you can see, these existing conditions pictures, currently it's an asphalt road with 7-inch concrete curbs, and there are narrow pedestrian paths parallel to Division Road. Many people use this as a shared street now, as you can see. And so what we're proposing, again, existing on the left, proposed on the right, is to maintain the same alignment and to actually elevate the road so that it's at the curb level, actually, and so that it feels more like a shared street. And so we're also looking to remove some of the smaller sidewalks that are redundant, and that will also help and improve the soil volume for the trees. The material palette for Division Road is, again, mostly asphalt. We're using an asphalt elevated bed, and then the edges of it have concrete curbs. In one area that is adjacent to Yankee Pier Plaza, we are looking to introduce poured-in-place concrete in this area. And so also what you see on this slide is in the hollow red dots, those are existing pedestrian light poles. And in the red ones, we are going to extend those light poles down Division Road on that right side. Division Road also introduces different seating and that seating is along the edges that you're seeing in A and B, and you'll see that in the renderings. Another interesting part of Division Road really is the kind of arrival at Yankee Pier Plaza. One thing to note is that the trust is currently working on a new Yankee Pier, and its location, go back, its location, sorry, I didn't tell you this, its location is now aligned with Division Road. See, it's over here. Now it's over here. And so in support of that, we're really looking to make the visitor experience a different kind of welcoming civic space. Right now, visitors really arrive by ferry. They kind of have to make a quick decision on where they're going. It's kind of constrained. Some of the wayfinding isn't as strong. So the proposed Yankee Pier Plaza really looks to reimagine how the visitors arrive on Governor's Island. So the 20-foot Division Road opens up to a generous hardscape area to create a more cohesive gathering space. So here on the left is the existing. You kind of come off the pier and then you have to decide which way you're going. Here with the new pier, you're going to know and have the sight line will be very clear, and it's aligned with the Division Road sight line. So the idea then is that it feels more welcoming, it feels more like a civic space, and so that Yankee Plaza here is extended across. And so we have a rendering to show you what that looks like. So here we're looking down towards the seawall and towards Buttermilk Channel. This is an existing sign. As you're seeing, this is the concrete interfacing with the asphalt and how this is raised and elevated. You're also seeing that light fixture and some of the seating on the left. Okay, last one. Let's talk about the seawall. So the seawall modification and the associated improvements along the pier and the landing are needed in order to protect the island from sea level rise and storm impacts, and also to really to start to grade down from that curbless environment of a shared street back to the historic district, which also has curbs. So the focus of this area is here on the right. On the left, what you're seeing is Yankee Pier as it exists, and I want you to notice the blocks of the seawall. And so the plan for the water's edge is really to slope back down here at 3%. And then we're benefiting from removing the seawall here. And so we're taking apart that seawall and reusing those stones over here. Let's see what that looks like. So on the left side is existing. One interesting aspect of this is many of the London plane trees are about 8 to 15 inches above all the roads. So we're able to create that shared street elevated and then grade back down without impacting any of those existing trees. So here what we're seeing is, you know, the before and after of how the sloped area works. Again, going back down to 7.27, up here we're going up to 10. And so that 10 meets the new Yankee Pier that the trust is doing, and also helps us slope up to the elevation of our building. You'll also note that the edge now has an existing chain link fence, and we will be replacing that with a new guardrail. And then this is where you're seeing those reused blocks along that edge. We hope that this fly through the landscape, we're happy to take questions. I'm going to show you back to this rendering, and then I think we're ready to take questions, right? Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Jefferson?
Looking at your landscape, almost everything in it is functional the pathway were functional. It had a strong functional aesthetic. I was wondering, where was the delight in this? Is there a special place to where the kids could throw frisbees? Is there a place where human kind of roses? What would be just delight instead of just function?
I'm always happy to talk about delight in the landscape. So the courtyard itself is this idea about student life, and it's this beautiful little pocket of it. It is true that we are wanting the landscape to perform because we want to address stormwater. Keep going. And so this little kind of small courtyard is speaking to the idea of the student life for experimentation and for them to share knowledge. There is a very large park that is adjacent to this that they can play. And we also have, which we're, all very excited about, is other parts of the campus that we are also making that delight in, we hope. So there is a large park here where there's many delightful moments, plus the campus here. This is really speaking to the historic character, the student life, and also kind of respectful of the old and the new. We could, the planting is an important aspect of this, is taking out that asphalt and adding the planting. Many of it probably seems functional, but it also will have incredible seasonal color, a lot of native planting. And so we're really looking to make sure that everything is doing multiple things. They are, yes. About sometimes a foot, sometimes 15 inches.
And I think it's also helpful to clarify, and maybe we'll just go back to this slide for the time being, that, as Molly mentioned, Liggett Courtyard, it's one select area of the entire Liggett Courtyard, which otherwise is also kind of open space and park. The island itself is about 172 acres. There's a lot of open space for recreation here, and so we're really focused on this one area which has not been programmed yet. That is,
You're
perfect
telling me
for
that
this
this
use.
courtyard, concept of this courtyard is, I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it
Oh,
just
what is the
passive?
concept of Liggett Courtyard? Distilled into one.
I think that I appreciate you asking that question. Overall, the concept for the project is that all of the design is expressing the mission of the exchange, but also with the idea of the love of art and nature that is of Governor's Island, I would say. And so we also want to make sure, you'll notice in the back, we're doing a lot to preserve those existing trees. And the one thing that I didn't note that we're having a bit of fun with is all of these little side paths that we're using so that you can kind of explore that landscape, so that you have these little cut throughs. And so you see this little necklace of paving. There's a little bit of delight in that. We're removing, it's about a 300% decrease in impermeable hardscape for this, which is easy when you're taking away a parking lot. Anything else? Happy to.
I have a question too. You said that you're removing some of the stone and then rebuilding the seawall. What's happening to the part of the seawall where you're actually removing the stone, if that makes sense?
Yes, that's makes perfect sense. So sorry I didn't highlight it enough. In that area that you can see on the plan here, this is removed, and we're creating a living shoreline and wetland habitat along that edge. So the seawall comes down and it's moved to other places, and then instead we're creating a much more habitat and nature-based shoreline.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Chen?
Just out of curiosity, why is a BSA action required on this application? Well, maybe then I misunderstood. It's listed as BSA and DOB, so,
I don't know. There's no.
I don't.
okay, all right, okay, that's it. Okay, the other thing is, following up on the question earlier, McKinney Weiss Early Building has a very strong presence on the Clayton Road, that central portal that everyone enters. I will also notice that in the past, there's been a lot of food trucks in that area. And is that the main entry point? And how do you envision the flow for the students and the visitor coming in? Is it through a U-turn, or is it coming
Well,
from the Kings Road side?
Governor's Island is car-free.
Right.
And so it's very pedestrian oriented.
Right.
So I actually, the idea we would assume is that many people will come from the ferry and walk up and walk into the space. If you're coming from the Swassons Ferry, the other thing about the Yankee, the new Yankee Pier, that will be the main entry for Governor's Island now, as opposed to Swassons.
I see, I see.
So they'll be coming up through Division Road and being welcomed by Yankee Plaza. But I'm not sure actually the other way to get into the building, because I don't know the doors as well as.
Right, through the Sally Port. Yeah, so everything within Liggett Terrace is still being overseen by the Trust for Governor's Island. So all the food trucks will remain, and certainly the pedestrian paths through the Sally Port will be maintained. And I think theoretically, you could continue to come through here, come onto Division Road, and then enter into the courtyard.
Right, but the simple answer to the question is Yankee Pier will be essentially the only public pier in the future, and all of the pier traffic will enter the island from that point. They're rebuilding it to expand it, and then Swassons is going to be converted into essentially a service point for the island. And because of that reason, the vast majority of people will arrive by moving along Division Road from the east.
The new Yankee Pier, basically. Yeah, that's very helpful to know. Can you speak a little bit about the EV charging stations and the?
So, you know, I think one of the things that we've always struggled with, but also know of campuses, is they don't have a front door and a back door in the strictest sense. And so this was an opportunity, this seemed like the best opportunity to carefully and incisively put these EV chargers on this edge.
It's kind of an area of the building it's tucked away. Right, the building was designed in the round, it's viewed in the round, but
Yeah.
when we were looking at, where is the best spot to put it, it was really in this area that does feel like it's tucked away on what is essentially a more secondary elevation. But I think, Molly, something you had helpfully clarified in some of our conversations is that King is kind of a secondary street. It is used for service purposes at other buildings as well. So it is already kind of a back of house street. All of the curb cuts are only impacting the landscape. None of this is touching the building. All of the trees are being maintained, and it really is intended to be a reversible insertion.
And it also benefits from that it has a median, actually. And that, so here you see it right through here. And that creates this kind of beautiful colonnade on both sides in the middle. So we felt that that was an easy place to kind of carefully put those underneath, but they are kind of 1, 2, 3, 4.
So I was just curious as to the sense of quantity and the number of vehicles that will be there.
Can you talk about how many?
So there's
parking?
4, right? 4 curb cuts.
Should also note that these are not for public use. This is for service use for the exchange.
Okay.
And primarily the vehicles associated with it are going to be golf cart size. I think we have 2 kind of smallish pickup trucks and then
Right.
about 4 or 5 smallish golf cart type of vehicles.
And charging station is how many?
There's 4 charging stations.
Along the whole corridor. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Following up on that, the material of the parking spot is asphalt? Of
It's
these charging stations?
concrete.
Concrete, so
Yes.
it's, so, and you envision one of the vehicles kind of pulling into that, and then the sidewalk, you'd have to just kind of walk around if you're gonna walk down the sidewalk when there's a car parked there?
So because of the depth, many of them will be tucked in that you wouldn't
And they're just
interfere
off
with the
the nice,
sidewalk.
So you can still walk on the sidewalk.
Okay. And on Craig Road, can you go to the rendering for Craig Road? Second, the before and after with the stone profiles?
Yes.
Oh, with the,
I'm going.
One more.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, so it looks like there's, on the left side of the road is going to be a curb that's going to mediate between the elevation 10 and whatever the ground is at.
Yeah.
How much of a drop off you got there?
So the rendering is not as exact as I would love it to be. Again, the trees are quite a bit higher than the elevation that exists now. So we're able to grade down from the trunk of the tree and hold that back with that edge. I feel like that's not a good explanation, though.
maybe I can just go to the.
It's explaining something else. I was asking how, if I walk
There.
perpendicular to Craig Road
Yes.
and keep on going, irrespective of that little barrier, how far will I fall?
You won't fall, but because what we're trying to do is slope up. You can see on this edge, see, these are the trees.
You're gonna fill that dirt in
I'm
there?
gonna fill that dirt from right here up.
Uh-huh, and that won't hurt the trees.
That won't. We have a really great arborist, and we're making sure that we're doing a lot of root pruning before and doing underground fertilizer. Plus, the idea is that then the grading starts right about here and then it slides this way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because by the intersection's so big, by that time, we're able to grade up into it.
Last question about the parking. Is expect that those charging stations are going to be used all occasionally, rarely, constantly? Great, thanks.
Okay, commissioners, any final questions? Okay, let's see if we have any public testimony. Is there anybody in this room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. The first speaker will be Manor Fatima.
Hello, my name is Manur Fatima. I am the Advocacy and Outreach Manager at HDC. HDC finds this application to be appropriate and a good example of adaptive reuse to reactivate a previously dormant site. We believe that this project offers a timely and sustainable interpretation of existing historical structure. However, we would like to see a more thorough engagement with the Building's Historic Structures Report, or HSR, to understand how the proposed changes align with the recommendations in the HSR. It would be useful to see the whole report to make sure that the applicant is prioritizing the history and architectural details of the building in this reimagining. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to the comments?
Yes, please. Thank you. So I'll actually just start quickly with CB1 resolution. We're really happy to have their support. There was a comment that came up during our meeting with them where they had asked us to actually take another look at some of the door profiles and overall designs that we were proposing. And so in response to that, we did update the designs. What was originally a much simpler and flatter approach, as you saw today, has much more character. The new doors create a better dialogue with the historic fabric. And so again, we're just happy to tell you all that that we were responsive to those comments. Also want to thank HDC for their feedback. I did want to clarify that based on our research as well as conversations with the Trust for Governors Island, we are actually not aware of a historic structures report for Liggett Hall. So if HDC does have a document that they can share with us, it would be appreciated. But there is actually a Governor's Island Preservation and Design Manual, which was published by the GSA in 2003 when ownership of the island was transferred to city and state control. So that is something that has standards and design guidelines, which we have reviewed and are very much responding to in our proposal. And in addition to complying with those standards and guidelines, we're of course complying with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation as part of our historic tax credit project. So hopefully that helps clarify some of that. And again, happy to answer any further questions from the commission.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Ikumbe, would you second that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. I just want to make a note that Commissioner Mahan is recused from this item. And I also wanted to make a note that for any of you who are wondering, we are not going to take a lunch break today. So Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure, thanks. Let me first say, this is going to be a really important addition to Governor's Island. Not only the new structures, which certainly look like a lot of fun and great contributor to the volume of people there on a daily basis, but the restoration of this part of Liggett Hall is really exciting and important, and hopefully will form a template for further renovations and improvements. So I generally think it's a wonderful application, and I only have a few very minimal comments to make. In terms of the architectural package, I think the window replacement is fine, is appropriate. The windows look like they'll be better than the replacements, if not as good as the originals. The operation is something that we've dealt with in a lot of cases, and considering the fact that many of the windows are recessed, not visible on the at the outer plane of the wall, I think further mitigates the impact of the casement operation. I think that the way that they've handled the doors with the combination of a restoration approach and a new design is appropriate. I think the design of the new design doors is appropriate, although I would suggest that the use of a very light film for those transom semicircular windows might draw a lot of attention to it, and I think it might be possible for them to work with staff to go for something that's a little bit darker, that might just emphasize the uniformity of the doors across the installation, as opposed to kind of emphasize where they're different. In terms of the landscape, I think that the courtyard itself, Everardo put it in a very direct way, and I don't disagree with that. But what I would suggest is, instead, my way of perhaps giving it more, I don't know, purpose is too harsh a word, but more connection to the building itself and to the place, would be to have the islands of utility, these little hexagons or the pathways or the rectangular ones, have some relation to the architecture. There's no real dialogue that I can discern between the design of the landscape and the design of the buildings. Major entrances, rhythm of colonnade, I don't know, there's a million ways you could, symmetry, asymmetry, there's a million things you can do here that would have the landscape talk to the building a little bit more, placement of those features in relation to other features, things like that. The other thing that's very noticeable about the courtyard as it exists today is I think, somewhat accidental appearance of those large plane trees, which seem to have been placed, after the parking was done. And I don't see any evidence in the landscape plan of an attempt to rationalize or make sense of or weave that probably accidental landscape quality into an overarching design concept, whatever that may be. So I think that could probably, I think that the whole idea of a sunken garden for rainwater control with the boardwalks is lovely and very, very much in sync with the proposed use of the southern portion of this area. But I think that the design of it could be improved to have it better interact with the design of the courtyard itself. One of the interesting things about the big fan-shaped courtyard, which I forget, Liggett Place, is it called? Is that it does do exactly that in a very modern way, right? You have a very grand entrance axis, and then you have a kind of a almost symmetrical fan-shaped set of gardens that in a very modern way talks to the space that it's in. And I think that this design would benefit from that kind of thoughtful enhancement. I think that the parking strips are generally located okay. I think that they would be less intrusive on the streetscape if they were paved with a different material, maybe an asphalt paver or a cobblestone or something that would distinguish it from the walkways and let the walkway kind of feel more continuous. Because, you do get a sense of continuity walking down those streets, the monumentality of the buildings, I think would be preserved with that little change. And I think that the modifications to the wall and railings look fine. The levels of it, after it was explained how it will be contiguous with the landscape to the side, I think is appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Discussing the buildings, I think the building really beautifully done, and what they've added to it and subtracted from it has made it even better and stronger. I think the garden, it's not that it's just functional. I mean, you need to go across, you need to find entrances. It's that when I go to this island, I always feel that there's not a place where I can discover something new or sit and just look at something beautiful. I always feel like it's, moving down, like no place to sit, no place to kind of contemplate, no long view, no short view, no. And I thought a place like this could have one or two elements in it that would be just delightful places to walk by and look down at or look up at or something like that. I agree, there's several approaches you could use for this courtyard, thousands perhaps. But they can take what they have and make it a bit better. In terms of the signage, you see it all over the place, the standard signage. We thought they could come up with a signage that's particular to this place, kind of modified it to fit this context. The lighting is fine, you have to use that. That's about it. The windows are fine, the doors are fine.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumbe?
Yes. Overall, I appreciate the improvements made to the building itself. Can definitely tell that there was thought and care put into it. The profiles are acceptable, and I also enjoy how you reintroduced the arcade into the plan. I enjoy how there's a section of the arcade that actually kind of flows into the courtyard itself, and I think that's an interesting play, and there might be some of the connectivity that's being brought out from the building into it. Maybe it can be expanded on a little more. but I think that was a nice move. When it comes to the court itself, I'm interested to see in how the mix of levels per se can actually maybe actually bring it more, give it more of an identity. And it might be a good play on things itself. But I'd like to see how that really works. I think it's interesting bringing the stones from the seawall to this area as well, and see pretty much what connections that can be made. So I think all the parts are there, but I kind of want to see it just grow a little more. When it comes to the seawall, I'm fine with that. I think that was a nice move that was presented. And to go back towards what Commissioner Goldblum was speaking about of the EV charging area. The space itself, I like how it presents itself right now without anything there. The existing trees, and it's kind of like a, I don't want to call it, it's just off from the mainland. And it kind of brings a nice presence that's there. So maybe actually playing as suggested with the paving in that area. Maybe it's some type of pervious pavement that actually could work in that area as well, but also support the charging stations. That might work well, but I think the signage is straightforward. But overall, I find this to be a very pleasant addition to the.
Thank you. Commissioner Walter?
Yeah, I want to just commend the applicant on a good presentation. I think it's a great project. I can appreciate the thoughtfulness from a sustainability standpoint, the reuse of materials, energy efficiency. I think all of those are great things that makes this a good project. I think I'd like the reintroduction of the arcade, which does, I think doing the arcade made me curious about what the other window locations could be. I think you guys pretty much, where it's not an arcade, you left it the same. So it was just not saying you needed to change it, but it did kind of spark some interest in how it would relate to the openings that were created along the arcade. As far as the doors and windows, I'm okay with that. Moving to the courtyard, I think it's very interesting. I'm not sure. The rendering looks a little different than how it looks in plan. In plan, it feels like the top portion, I'm not sure of the direction, but towards the future phase building, it feels like there's more in the plan where there's less happening than what this sort of looks like. So I'm kind of a little concerned about how that feels, or maybe things should be spread out a little more to create some more connection. But I'm not sure, because I think the plan is a little different than what the rendering shows. And I agree with a lot of the other comments that were made about that Leggett courtyard. In terms of the EV parking area, maybe I think it seems to be an excessive amount of curb cuts just for golf cart sized vehicles. And I'm not sure if that can be, I know these are individual charging stations, and the charging stations are close to the building, probably for power. But it feels like there could be a better solution, because there is so much space there where, one, we're not technically crossing over this pedestrian pathway. I'm not sure how much traffic is there, but if there's 5 stations and there's enough to create 5 curb cuts. So I would like to see if that could be reworked to just create less disturbance along that pathway. But yeah, those are my thoughts overall.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, just want to echo this is a very important, is revitalize this building. And also, thank you for the clarification. I think now it makes sense to what the rest of the commissioners are talking about. The new Yankee Pier really is going to formulate a new gathering point and the central portal. And to Commissioner Jefferson's point and Goldblum's point, I think there's an opportunity here to really tie it in together. Obviously, the thing to the south of us that's outside district, I think there are elements there that in terms of the material that's used, that could be tied in to the northern. I think I'm very intrigued by whether the mass timber can be drawn as a design element to link and connect into this central gathering space, and has been identified many times before. There's no really a strong gathering where the communal space that can come together on this island. I think that you have a golden opportunity to maybe further explore, fine-tune the detail, and I think the lighting, because it's a lovely island and it's all very much pedestrian oriented, so you can stroll on the island, and then the student, the interdisciplinary research and because this is the perfect island for it. You're subject to flooding and the wind, and then the Coast Guard experience on the island. You can read about their diaries, and so it's a great project, and I commend you for replacing all the windows. I think the windows, and I think Michael Goldblum's suggestion in terms of the doors, the way those could be further refined. But overall, I find this appropriate.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Goldblum, it looks like the commissioners felt that there were 3 kind of modifications that we should look at. One, study refinements to the courtyard landscape that consider references to the surrounding architecture. Secondly, study alternative paving for the EV parking. And third, study film tinting at the doors. Good.
Regarding 400 Clayton Road, Liggett Hall, Building 400 in the Governor's Island Historic District, the application is to replace windows and doors, alter the landscape, install signage, light fixtures, modify the seawall and waterfront pathway. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Governor's Island Historic District. I recommend approval with some modifications, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the monumental scale of Liggett Hall can support the presence of new entrances and service entrances along the courtyard's restored arcades and pathway facades at sections O and M, that the proposed paired multi-light wood entry door and transom assemblies will be located at centrally located historic entrance openings in keeping with historic entry doors found throughout the historic district, that the proposed modern paired metal and glass door and transom assemblies will be simply designed, well scaled to the openings, located at less prominent secondary entrance and service access openings, that the proposed metal simulated double hung windows will more closely match the historic windows in terms of configuration, details, and finish, and that the change in operation at the lower sash to a casement will only be perceptible when the sash is open. That the proposed new entrances, site work, and paving at the courtyards, pathways, and arcades will restore certain architectural and site features while facilitating barrier-free access, wayfinding, and circulation between multiple access points into buildings, Yankee Pier, in support of the overall reactivation of this long vacant building and surrounding historic district. That the introduction of wood and cast stone decking, concrete pavers, reclaimed seawall stone blocks, and wood seating at the central courtyard will enhance the ability to provide outdoor programming, and the design and materials of these features relate well to the large scale of the site and the maritime character of Governor's Island. That the proposed site entry and arcade light features, courtyard light poles, wayfinding signage are simply designed low profile and to recede from view and in keeping with the variety of fixtures, wayfinding, and installations approved throughout the district. That the proposed modifications and installations at the curbs and pathways along the King Avenue facade will facilitate the maintenance and access to the buildings by electric cars and vehicles, thereby supporting the growth and further development of this portion of Governor's Island as a climate-oriented research and education hub. That the proposed pavement and seawall modifications along the Yankee Pier will facilitate the future reconstruction of the pier and ferry terminal, and the proposed work is supportive of the adaptive reuse of buildings and overall reactivation of the Governor's Island Historic District. And I ask that the applicant work with the staff to address the aesthetic design of the courtyard to have it better interact with the architectural surroundings, to consider alternate paving materials at the EV parking spaces and/or checking on the minimum widths of the curb cuts to minimize the aesthetic impact to that stretch of the building, and to work with the staff on the proposed film on the inside of the new glazed arched doors to have them read more similarly to the clear versions thereof.
Thank you. Commissioner Kimbe, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you. Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 6 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
That's approved with modifications. Please continue to work with staff. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 5, LPC 26-03098. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 107, Lot 46, 269 Water Street in the South Street Seaport Historic District. This is a garage building built in the mid-20th century. The application is to demolish the existing garage and construct a new building.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We would like to introduce this project. It's a new building that we propose in the Seaport Historic District. The building is going to replace a non-contributing site, which is an existing garage. This is a existing picture and also a 1940 text photo. The site has a 4-story building in 1940s, but as the environment changed and it was built as a garage currently. This photo is to illustrate how we want to have a building that fit with the context of the district, make it more of a background building. You almost think that building already exists there, and we are not going to have a building that draw attentions. That's our goal. In terms of the use, currently it's a garage, and the use of this building will be mainly for the owner of the building, who's a senior citizen, and he will be greatly benefit from having a garage there. So we really want to keep that garage. And another thing I want to point out is that the site is currently in the flood zone. So we have to elevate the residential space above certain flood level. So I will show that in my following presentation. So this is another view from the other side of Water Street, which is a very narrow street. I think it's only 45 feet compared with a standard of 60 feet. So it's very hard to see what is beyond the facade. These are the view we taken from walking down Brooklyn Bridge, which is right like 2 blocks away. If you look closely on the left side, that is our site. And the right side is where the proposed building is. We want to sort of fit into the context. This is a bird's eye view, which can only seen by drones if you're flying one. And as you see, our building is not the tallest. We are pretty much in line with the surrounding height. This is the back of the building. Also, this is not visible from any people who are on the bridge or near there. This is really an aerial illustration. So we take some of our design ideas from the surrounding neighbors, which are mostly brick buildings, which are having pretty much a storefront, and sometimes they are articulated by the stone colonnades or cast irons. And this is another view from the bridge showing that it's very difficult to see our site from the bridge, blocking by the structure of the bridge. So go back to taking our design ideas is really by looking at what is over there. And we want to make the building simple, as our goal is not to draw any attention. We want it to be part of the neighborhood. So there are different use, garage doors, and so we are studying them. And this is a diagram as required by landmark to show how our building fit in our block. And this is the elevation of the existing garage. And this is the elevation of what the proposed building is. Actually, right next door is a very modern building that was built not long ago. So this building basically is very similar in contrast with the surrounding. We use the double hung windows. Please note that the second floor window are a little bit taller because of the flood zone we are trying to deal with. And we don't want to make our first floor storefront extraordinarily high. So keep it in proportion. This is like a street context drawing showing how our building compare with the neighboring. And this is the facade right across the street. So we want to illustrate there are different type of architectural style. Want to note that on the left is a brand new, I think it's a school. Yeah, very agree. So this is a detail of the lower portion of the building, illustrating the proportion of the storefront, the garage, and the second floor. The window on the second floor a little bit taller by about a foot compared with the top floors. And we are also using a very typical cornice on the top, which will be made of fiberglass painted. In terms of the material, we keep it very simple, brick, cast iron stones for the lintel and the seal. Fiberglass corners will be painted. The bottom will be a limestone colonnade and with a granite seal and a wood storefront painted with wood moldings. This is illustrating of how the front facade looking at on the plan. And this is the back elevation. We want to keep it very simple. Also note that the next door, that little building, 12 feet wide, with the very modern design. So it's very similar to in terms of the architectural style. This is a sort of sideline elevation showing how the building appear from the street, and you can really see the penthouse. Oh, this drawing is to show what the flood zone imply for us. So our first floor apartment actually elevated pretty high up. Because of that, in order to make the top apartments as level as possible, so we are making the front window of the second floor a little bit taller. This is the ending slide, and please have the comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
So what we're seeing there, that's the elevator bulkhead, right?
Yes.
And there's no water tower or anything else?
No,
Conditioning
no water
equipment?
tower. This is a 6-story building. We don't need water
Air
tower.
conditioning equipment, not visible?
Not visible. It will be at the back.
And the brick that you're using on the side of the building, is it the same as the
Yep,
one on the front?
yep. We are going to have side brick facade.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's see if there's anybody here that wants to testify on this item. Is there anybody in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use their raise hand function. The first speaker will be John Graham. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. It looks like the community board was supportive. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Mahan, would you second that?
Second.
Thanks. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Wilder, would you like to start this discussion?
Thanks, applicant, for the presentation.
Sorry, commissioners, I don't know why I couldn't get in.
Not so fast.
And are we?
Hello?
Okay, hold on just a second. What we're going to do is we're going to open the hearing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to open the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion? Would you second that? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is open.
Good afternoon, commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The VSNY has no objection to demolition of the garage building, which doesn't contribute to the historic character of the district and, in fact, detracts from it. The proposed new building seems to us an excellent example of an infill structure. This small district is already stressed architecturally, and we think that a new building that helps maintain and strengthen the district's historic architectural character is the right approach. The scale, proportions, and materials of the new building are all good. If there is a concern that its appearance won't be sufficiently differentiated from that of historic buildings, we suggest adding a cornerstone stating the year of construction. We would have preferred not seeing a garage door at the base, as these are atypical of the district, but the door, as shown, works well with the traditional tray-baited base of the building and its neighbor. We recommend that the penthouse floor be eliminated to avoid the very visible bulkhead as seen from Water Street. We also think the proportions and detailing of the storefront cornice may need some tweaking, but overall, we're supportive of this application. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Did you want to comment? It was largely supportive, but okay, good. Okay, so let's go ahead and close the hearing again. Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Mayen, would you second that?
Second time.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. And Commissioner Wilder, would you like to start this discussion?
Yes. So I can find the demolition of the existing structure appropriate. I think the new design, size, scale, materials, I can all find them, can find all of them appropriate in relationship to the rest of the district. I will say that the bulkhead and penthouse seem a little odd, and I would want them to make some modifications so that it doesn't draw so much attention. And obviously this is an elevation, and I think he did show some images where it might not be that visible because of the size of the street. But just looking at it here, it does seem a little out of place, even in relation to the other buildings. I think it's consistent with the rest of this district and neighborhood window placement. I think the garage, he pretty much spoke about the reason for it. I can find it okay as well. So overall, I can find the project appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Mayen?
Yeah, I'd echo my fellow commissioners' comments. The applicant stated the intent was to blend in, be a kind of background building with dignity that doesn't, call too much attention to itself. I think it succeeds in using quality materials, known, patterns and profiles. I think the storefront and garage entrance is appropriate. I would even be okay with the penthouse and the bulkhead, given the limited visibility demonstrated both from the street and from even surrounding elevated vantage points such as the Brooklyn Bridge.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Same here. I can find it appropriate, especially in terms of the testimony in regard to the bulkhead height. I think the consideration here is this is a very high flood zone area, and basically not just this building, but the whole seaport area, the base plate to me, the datum basically had to be raised. And so I think that is the trade-off, given that they had to start with a much higher base plane. I can find it appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
I generally agree. I think it's an appropriate proposal. I think that the applicant could work with staff to make it better in a couple of simple ways. First, it's very uncommon to have a face brick used on the side and bulkhead walls, rear wall. I think that they, most buildings in this district and throughout the city of this age use a face brick that's a different color or finish than a more common brick that's used on the side and rear. And I think that would since the finished corner will be visible, I think that's something they should consider. Second, the cornice looks a little bit undercooked in terms of the details. The dentils are spaced in a way that's like too wide for brackets and too wide for dentals, too close for brackets. So, you know, if you're going to do a classical building, you got to kind of play by those rules. But they could work with staff on that as well. I think they should also, at the front facade, look at the joints with the staff and make sure that they're as tight as possible. I mean, a historic building this style would have rather tight joints. I doubt they would have been dyed to match the color of the face brick, but the applicant can work with staff on all this to try to make it. No, you don't want it to look like a developer building that just happens to be kind of a little bit historical-ish, to be as good quality as possible.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I found it's a very simple building, which I found very bold, appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Ikumbe?
I also find what's being presented to be appropriate. It's very simple in form, massing, and it's pretty much straightforward. And I can definitely understanding wanting to keep a city curb cut.
Thank you. So Commissioner Wilder, are you comfortable with most of the other commissioners were okay with the visibility of the bulkhead? Would you be okay with that? Okay, and then I think Commissioner Goldblum made some suggestions about working with staff, and I think he said 3 things. One, perhaps exploring whether the face brick on the bulkhead should be a different color. The second one was refine the details of the cornice with staff. And then the third, on the front facade, making sure that the joints are tight.
And I think it's the side wall and the bulkheads for the different brick.
Thank you.
In the matter of LPC 26-03098, 269 Water Street, South Street, Seaport Historic District. A garage built in the mid-20th century. Application is to demolish existing garage and construct a new building. I note that I recommend approval, finding that the demolition of the existing garage building, which is not one of the buildings for which the historic district was designated, will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the historic district, that the proposed building will be consistent with historic and modern buildings found within this streetscape and elsewhere within the historic district in terms of overall massing, height, depth, and alignment with the street wall, that the front facade of the building will be in keeping with the neighboring building's front facades in terms of its large framed ground floor openings with smaller punched openings above, and its organization utilizing the vocabulary of base, shaft, and termination / capital, that the floor heights and associated placement and scale of masonry openings will be compatible with the variation in floor levels and size and alignments of openings at the front facades with neighboring buildings and comply with regulations relating to the floodplain, that the proposed 3 bay divisions and 1/1 double hung windows at the upper floors will be consistent with the fenestration patterns found at neighboring buildings within the streetscape, that the red tone brick cladding, light colored cast stones, lintels and sills, limestone piers and fascia, and fiberglass cornices, and gray painted wood and metal infill will harmonize with the materials and finishes of neighboring buildings and buildings found throughout the historic district, that the arrangement of the base, including masonry piers framing the openings and the proportions, presence, design, and details of the paired doors, side lights, and a paneled garage door will be compatible with the industrial character of the historic district, that the rear facade will be consistent with secondary facades of buildings found throughout the historic district in terms of the solid to void ratio, and simple overall design and will not be visible from public thoroughfares, that the presence of a double height opening divided by a tall spandrel panel at the upper portion of the rear facade of a building of this size, which is surrounded by buildings built at or near full lot, will not detract from surrounding properties or the block, that the proposed penthouse and bulkhead will be set back from the front facade, well scaled to the building, simple in design and massing, typical in terms of material, neutral in finish, and only seen from public thoroughfares at a distance and select views within the context of other rooftop accretions, and that the proposed building will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the South Street Seaport Historic District. Also recommend that the applicant work with staff in exploring various material options that will differentiate the side of the building as well as the bulkhead side of the building from the face brick, and that the applicant work with staff on cornice details as well as mortar joints on the facade.
Thank you. Commissioner Ikumbe, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quembe,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 7 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you. That was approved with modifications. Please continue to work with staff. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 6, LPC 26-03246, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 613, Lot 9, 252 West 11th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a French Second Empire-style building designed by James J. Howard and built in 1869. And the application is to construct a stair bulkhead and install railings, replace windows, and create new window openings.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Martin. I am the architect for the new owner of 252 West 11th Street. What do I do? Okay, great, got it. Okay, so this building is located at the corner of West 11th Street and West 4th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. Here you'll see 2 of the historical photos. This building was built in 1869 with 2 other townhouses of 3 of a kind. It is currently serving as a 5-family rental building, and my client is intending to take it back to be a single-family residence. So it'd be a lot of interior work as well. The building has been a bit neglected, so it needs some restoration work, and then we have a few design items. Okay, here are pictures of the existing building. On the upper left, you'll see the view from West 11th Street, moving across the screen to the West 4th Street facade, and at the bottom, you catch a glimpse of the south facade from the areaway. Okay, this is the West 11th facade. On the left, you'll see the existing condition, on the right, proposed. Here, we plan window replacement and then painting of the cornice, restoring the brownstone lintels, repainting the fence, door, and railings. Moving around to the West 4th Street facade, the side facade. One feature of this facade is 6 brick recesses, which are just sort of blank window openings. My client is interested in creating actual windows there. So you see those added. Up on the top, also the side yard of this building, or the rear yard, is very small. So he's interested in using the outdoor space of the roof, and we plan to add a bulkhead. Right now, the only way to get up to the roof is a roof hatch. So you see the bulkhead there. We try to position it as far to the east as possible, and also a very low profile with angled wall and as far to the south as possible. And then moving around to the south facade, one feature of this facade is a bay window, which is on the parlor level. This bay window is currently structurally unstable. It's sagging off the building, so we plan to replace this in kind. Matching all the details, one thing we would like to do is add an additional window in the center of the bay, which is missing right now. Then you'll also see on this elevation below the bay, we'd like to consolidate. Right now there's 2 windows and a door. We'd like to bring that together into a larger single opening with double bifold doors. We are also replacing the windows on the upper stories, and then you see our guardrail at the roof, since the roof will now be occupied for safety. Okay. This is some sections through the building where you can see the profile of the bay, or of the bulkhead, and then an elevation of the bulkhead from the roof itself. Okay, so to the point of the bulkhead, these are our sightline diagrams from both across West 11th and West 4th Streets, and the bulkhead is not visible according to these diagrams in the view shed. Further, we built a mock-up of the bulkhead, and the photos from at the top show that this bulkhead is not, this mock-up is not visible. The one thing that is visible is on the far upper right photo, you can see the guardrail that we're proposing on the south wall. You catch a glimpse of that. These photos are of the south facade where the bay window is. I think you can see that the bay is really struggling there, especially on the lower left. So that's the reason for that rebuilding. And then also there's a number of photos of the basement facade, which is kind of in a bad state as well. The upper right photo is the neighbor's bay window, which was just restored about 5 years ago. And that you can see they have a center window in their bay, and we will be using some of their details as a paradigm. Here you see our proposed materials. The paint color shown on the upper left is black paint, which we'll use for the front door, the cornice, the fences, and the gates, the window frames and mullions, and the bay window. The next color down is the paint color for the basement level of the south facade, which from the previous photos you saw is currently painted. We'll paint that brick again. And then the next photo down is the vertical metal siding, which we're proposing for the bulkhead. Bluestone is for the pavers in the rear yard. On the upper right is the cable railing for the guardrails on the roof. Then you see some light fixtures proposed for the front and rear and for the bulkhead. One thing I forgot to talk about was the air conditioning. This is positioned just behind the bulkhead in the furthest southeast corner of the house. There are a few other slides, but it's mostly just extra plans and support information.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Jefferson?
On page 03, the elevation, and on the right-hand side, are you changing the linear patterns at the lower level of the facade? On the right-hand side, you have these lines that go across, but on the left-hand side, you do not.
So yes, we are. On the left-hand side, the existing windows all have horizontal mullions. And so we're going to put them as vertical, which I believe was the original state. Is that what you're talking about?
In the basement level.
Oh, the basement. So the basement has bars.
On the basement level? The rustication.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yes. So we are proposing to put rustication on the basement level.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
And I just wanted to note one thing. I'm not sure that the applicant mentioned it, but commissioners are looking at the windows throughout in this case because the applicant's proposing metal-clad wood windows, which the current rules don't allow at staff level, but you all have seen that many times before. So it's not just the opening up in the blind window openings, it's the regular windows on the facade as well.
Thank you. So let's move to public testimony. Is there anybody? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Commissioner Mann.
So why are they metal-clad wood windows as opposed to just wood windows?
For maintenance, we were trying to use a also similar profile to the standard wood windows, but yeah, it's just a maintenance concern.
Any other questions? Okay. Let's move to public testimony. Is there anybody in this room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee for remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. The first speaker will be John Graham.
Well, I'm glad it worked better this time. Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. This is an interesting proposal which the Victorian Society supports. The main question, we think, is whether it's appropriate to replace the apparently original brick infill in the blind windows on the side elevation with double hung windows to match the originals on the front facade. The designation report says that, quote, the side wall of number 252 displays 6 very interesting blind windows, complete with sills and lintels, arranged in 2 tiers, 1 tier near the front and 1 near the back. However, the report doesn't explain why these blind windows are very interesting. Despite the fact that the blind nature of the windows may be original, we do not see this as critical to the integrity of the building or as reflecting an important historic design feature. We'd be somewhat more comfortable, however, if at least one of the windows remained blind to recall this original feature. We note, on the other hand, that the applicant is proposing to restore the missing projecting lintels over all these windows, restoration work of considerable benefit to the building. The reconstruction of the oriel window at the back is appropriate, including installation of a center window, but the details of the model on an adjacent building do not match those on this building. The detailing should be fixed to match exactly this very visible oriel. The rooftop bulkhead is very small and its visibility, if any, will be minimal. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
The next speaker will be Dana Tassawinter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dina Tasswinter, and I'm speaking on behalf of Village Preservation. Village Preservation feels that the blind windows which are adjacent to the primary facade should be retained as is to reflect that historic condition. We can, however, accept replacing the blind windows closest to the rear of the building with new double-hung glazed windows. And we are also fine with the proposed stair bulkhead and railings, and just request that these accretions be as minimally visible as possible. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval on the condition of an approved historic color for the front door, the denial of the proposed narrow windows on both ends of the west facade, that the blind windows remain at the front, and that the full-size windows be inserted into the blind window recesses at the rear.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the comments?
I'd have to ask my client if he was willing to do the blind windows at the front, but I think he is very passionate about having the windows in general, so I request that you approve them.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Mahan, would you second that?
Second.
Thanks. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Ikumbe, would you like to start this discussion?
Absolutely. To begin, I would say I am in alignment to what is being proposed. To start at the front facade, I'll start with the base, adding a rustication. I'm okay with that. Looking at the proposed metal clad windows, is that correct? Metal clad wood. Yes, I can find that appropriate in this sense. As for the blind windows on the side of the building, I can find it acceptable, but it would also be good if not all of them were placed. The blind window would be fine as well, just giving some remnants of what was there prior. When it comes to the rear, I'm okay with the rebuilding of the oriel window to be in kind, plus the addition of the center window. As for the rearranging of the openings at the ground level in the rear, I'm okay with that. And also with the proposed railing that will be slightly visible.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I can agree with most of those comments. The one exception I would say is the blind windows. I would say I would find it appropriate if they're all or none, not two in the front or two in the back. Besides that, I think overall it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mahan?
I think this is all appropriate, and I'm okay with installing windows in all the blind openings.
Same here.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Goldblum?
Agreed.
Okay,
Yes.
and thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Cool.
Okay, so Commissioner Kumbe, it looks like most of the commissioners are okay with blind windows. Are you okay with that?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Would you mind reading the motion?
absolutely.
Thank you.
In the matter of LPC 26-03246, 252 West 11th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District, a French Second Empire style building designed by James J. Howard and built in 1898. This application is to construct a stair bulkhead and install railings, replace windows, and create new window openings. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed rooftop bulkhead and railings will not be visible directly over the front facade and will only be visible from the south along West 4th Street, that the design and materiality of the rooftop bulkhead, featuring a sloped roof with skylights and a black standing seam metal finish, will be in keeping with the character of utilitarian rooftop accretions found at other buildings throughout the historic district, that the railings will be simply designed and will not cause undue attention to themselves, that the proposed combined and enlarged openings at the below-grade basement at the rear facade will only be minimally visible from West 4th Street and will match the width of the oriel window above, that the four-leaf metal frame glass door assembly at the enlarged opening will be in keeping with the scale and character of secondary facades found at row houses within this block, that the proposed opening of six blind windows on the West 4th Street facade will maintain the overall proportions and articulation of the facade and is consistent with window spacing at other buildings of a similar age and style in this historic district, The proposed double-hung 2/2 metal-clad wood windows to be installed throughout the front and side facades will help return this building closer to its historic appearance in terms of configuration and will closely match the historic windows in terms of detail, profiles, dimensions, and finish. And the change in material will be largely imperceptible. And that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or historic district.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner, Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
7 in favor and none opposed. The motion passes.
That's approved. Thank you. And let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 25-12509, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 553, Lot 7, 390 Avenue of the Americas in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a bank building built in 1956, and the application is to replace windows, construct an addition, and install rooftop screening.
Hello, I'm Joanna Gulik with William Ledger Architect. Thank you, Landmarks Preservation Commission, Michelle, Janelle, for your guidance. And commissioners, thank you for your time. The proposed site is located at 388-390 Avenue of the Americas between Waverly Place and West 8th Street on the east side of 6th Avenue within the boundary of the Landmarks Preservation Commission designated Greenwich Village District Extension. The building, erected in 1956 as a West Side Savings Bank, is a 4-story high, prominent modernistic design with its simple unadorned structure. The design likely emphasizes functionality and clean lines. This is a quality that we like to closely adhere to. Some context. Zoning context, this is just for information since we're not proposing a vertical enlargement. The site is situated in a mostly a block composed of 4 to 5-story buildings with an adjacent 9-story tower. The proposed horizontal enlargement has been mocked up and reviewed on site. But I'll tell you a brief of our project. So the building, again, is located at a meeting point of diagonals of Greenwich Avenue, Christopher Street, 6th Avenue, Waverly Place, and West 8th Street. So it has a high visibility, as you can see from the site pictures. The building's west facade, Avenue of the Americas facing, is defined by large glass areas on each floor, a light-colored horizontals contrasted against a dark vertical tower at the south end. The tower displays the name of the bank, and on each side, a combination time temperature reading device, which is not in a working state anymore. The proposed work involves change the use of the 3rd and 4th floors of the building from commercial to residential, which is as of right use. So the first part of the proposal is to replace the large glass windows on 6th Avenue. The proposed design elements are mostly a consequence of the change of use, so namely 10% of light and 5% ventilation in a living space. The first and second floors remain commercial. There'll be a restaurant. The second part of the proposal, the east is the east facade enlargement, as well as the third part of the proposal is privacy screens visible from the multiple vantage points, and those are on the rooftop and a lower 3rd floor roof. None of the proposed items affect the skyline as they have a backdrop of existing building behind them, as you can see from the mock-up pictures, which were reviewed. This is just context. We're combining lots
And so we're kind of end up with an interior courtyard with a combined lot 6, 7, and 9, and that's where we are doing the horizontal enlargement. Some more views of the block from southeast and northeast. As you can see, it's a very visible site. This is a back of the building where we are proposing the horizontal the expansion of the staircase. So just views from the rooftop. Okay, so there are 3 elements of the proposal that are subject matter for the submission to Landmarks Preservation Commission. The first is to review the installation of the new operable windows on a 3rd and a 4th floor to the top 2 floors into the existing horizontal fixed window units on the primary facade on 6th Avenue. The second is privacy screens located on the rooftop as well as 3rd floor and the lower roof. And a third is the east side, back of the building enlargement, which has limited visibility from the northwest diagonal, as you saw previously. And a version of the new punched openings in the north and the south facade have been previously approved in a separate application. So the proposed design on the 6th Avenue West facade maintains the new windows within the existing masonry openings. We propose the width of the new operable ventilators to a minimum to leave the remaining fixed glazing as large as possible. The proposed design of the operable portion of the fenestration is symmetrical to reduce the distraction from the clean lines of the horizontal design. Generally, the placement of the operables corresponds to the interior space requirements. So this is the existing non-insulated fenestration, and we're proposing to replace them with IGU and with operables. And we propose that the design closely matches the line of the existing where possible, particularly where the fixed glass is. So, and that's throughout the building. The proposed design maintains the anodized aluminum modern aesthetic, oval fenestration. The second element of the our proposal is the privacy screens at the 2 terraces on 388 portion of the building to provide privacy between 2 residential terraces. We propose same visual screens at the mechanical units on the 4th floor or 4th floor roof of the building. These 4 screens shield condensers and a residential individual compressors unit and a large chiller on the rooftop. So, sorry, I'm going to revisit the finishes. So this is kind of both the privacy screen and the fenestration. We propose the design to maintain the anodized aluminum modern aesthetic of all fenestration, the front facade stone material and the metal cladding to be preserved after power washing with some attempts to remove the existing graffiti. The new stucco is to match existing. The new privacy and mechanical equipment screen is to be neutral Oxford gray, intending to fade into the shadow of the background buildings. The side north and east and south facades are to be resurfaced with a 3-coat stucco finish to match existing color. The enlargement is to match so you can see the enlargement. It's we can go back to the views from the street. It's not very visible. We approximate that at the most maybe 20 to 30 square feet that's of this bulk that's visible from this thoroughfare. So the proposed fenestration is intended to match modernistic, clean, narrow lines with anodized aluminum finish and provide energy efficient product using Cornea thermal window series and thermal doors to allow similar to existing modernist typology to the original bank with anodized aluminum finish number 14, which is the thickest anodic oxide coating. So it's suitable for a long-term use on the exterior. Just run through all of the facades for reference. So the last part of the proposal, which is not very visible from the thoroughfares, is the small horizontal enlargement on the east side of the building at 3rd and 4th floor, approximately 441 square feet per floor at the rear portion of the building. So it's 3rd, 4th floor. As you can see, it's all utilitarian space to provide egress to the 6th Avenue egress. And it's kind of part of this as of right change of use. And to provide egress, hallway and stair on those 2 floors connecting to the existing egress stair on the north side of the building at the 2nd floor, allowing egress down to the 6th Avenue. That's basically it.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you so much. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Mahan?
Sorry, I didn't follow. Looking at the 6th Avenue facade, there's a 2-story portion on the right-hand side. Is that part of this building and part of this project? Yeah, there.
Yeah.
I guess it is. You drew it. That's part of the building.
The last 2 floors is part of our proposal.
The
So
sort of
just-
the right-hand side here is a part of this building. Is that the same building?
So it's 396 6th Avenue, which is not part of the project. 390 6th Avenue is our project. 388 6th Avenue is part of the lot that's being merged currently.
Yeah, I have to admit, I didn't follow all the zoning lot, tax lot, merger, horizontal. That was talked about at some length, but I did not follow if that's relevant even.
So we're looking at the top 2 floors of 396 Avenue?
That's correct.
But what's part of the landmark? What's part of the building?
Changing of the windows.
No,
to
what
be
is
applicable.
that right-hand part of the same building as the rest?
It is the same building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Noting that there's no one here to testify in the room, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Lee to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. The first speaker will be Manor Fatima.
Hello, my name is Manur Fatima. I am the Advocacy and Outreach Manager at HTC. While HTC supports the conversion of this building into housing, we find the alteration of the windows to be inappropriate as they do not align with the building's modern vocabulary. If keeping the original configuration is not possible, we ask the applicant to find ways to lessen the vertical breaks in the new windows. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to the comment?
Well, we need to provide ventilation to the interior living space, and there's limited options to do that. We thought that providing something that's has the least amount of sightlines and symmetry would be most appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum, did you have a question?
Mm-hmm. No.
Commissioner Mahan?
Sorry if I missed it. Do you know the original architect of the
I
building?
don't. I do not. I tried to find them. I did not. I didn't go very deep into my research, but
Okay. Yeah. Is it understand more about what was called out as significant about this building?
I mean, I think the report doesn't say the architect's name, and it just kind of notes that it's a bank building of recent date. And that's not too uncommon for this particular historic district where the designation report was written only 10, 12 years after the building was built.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Kumbe, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, would you second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Jefferson, would you like to start this discussion?
In terms of the replacement windows, I think, what they have there, I think is acceptable. And I'm not quite sure if they can prudently match up with existing, they should, but I find this acceptable. In terms of the addition is appropriate, you cannot see it at all. And the screening, you can barely see it, so I can approve that.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumbe?
Overall, I do find this appropriate. I guess as was noted earlier, it is potentially possible that the middle mullion can be removed from the fenestration. As for the addition, it seems to be necessary for egress purposes, and I'm fine with the proposed screening as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I can agree with fellow commissioners. I can find it appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Mahan?
I find the building and the proposal to be a little bit of a head scratcher. You know, it's sort of it's trying to be a kind of modernist strip window building, but then it has these two quite prominent white piers. I think page I guess it's 2 of the proposal. There's a photo on the upper right-hand corner, which is quite illuminating to the discussions we're having. You know, but I read it as these there's this L shape that's interlocking with this dark vertical, and then, you know, suspended in between it are these kind of horizontal opaques, highly contrasted by horizontal strip windows. I would note actually the presence of the center mullion is quite prominent due to its color here. So I think the applicant and we have a question before us. Do we honor what is there historically? We can see it in the image on the left as well. Or do we, you know, take the liberty to quote unquote improve upon it by perhaps eliminating the center mullion or something else? I don't know. Sounds like it's going to remain at the lower floors though. So I would say it's important to the sort of composition of the building. And my reading of this as a kind of horizontal band of windows, I think leads me to think that the configuration of these quite narrow casement windows on both sides of all three windows is inappropriate, actually. Certainly not if it is in a highly contrasting, bright mullion color, but I would like the applicant to find an alternative, operable window configuration that would, continue to harmonize with what I see as this horizontal reading of the strip windows. I have the same impression, actually, of the new punched windows on the left-hand side of the image here. I'm sorry, I'm not sure which cardinal direction that is. But they're the kind of punch windows that we might see someone proposing to insert in a townhouse, but to me, perhaps not appropriate for a building of this vintage, which seems to be attempting to express that particular mid-century vintage pretty explicitly. So I think those need to be rethought as well. So I wouldn't be ready personally to find this appropriate. I'd be fine with the, non-visible sort of additions and screens and so forth, although they're a little bit ad hoc. I think they could be rethought, although they're not visible, so I think they're okay. But I think there's still a little bit of work to be done here personally.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Interesting observation. I think, that the other commissioners also were making comments about the Santa Mullion. And so I do see the point, the horizontal, yeah. And then,
Sorry to interrupt you, but we keep looking at this drawing. This drawing is not accurate.
Yeah.
There is missing the center mullion.
right. And so I think there's a sense here about the Santa Mullion issue. And so I would like to see what the rest of the commissioners feel.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. I think that this is generally okay as presented. However, I think Frank's comments are very, very wise, and I think that the project could be made better if trying to accommodate his concerns. One suggestion I throw out there for the casements is, I did a job recently where you can get operable casements butt glazed, structural glazed. So there's no frame. So all you would have on the outside is a seam. It might retain a little bit more of the reading of the broad windows while achieving the effect. We could look at that maybe. I mean, especially since these mullions are white, I think they're going to really pop out at you, especially if it's a frame with a double, operable with a double frame. Might be worth thinking about. You could also paint the frames for the operables in a different color, like a darker color, as opposed to the white. I think that your comment, Frank, about the side windows is interesting as well, especially since this building will probably in the near future always be visible from the south, which is to the right, looking north up at that side wall. Those windows more than the ones from the north, which is from the left looking to the right, that's towards the south. I don't think those you really perceive as part of this building, but I think the ones on, that are on this facade that's around the corner of the tower are definitely going to be perceived as, part of that front. It reads as one building that has a kind of a low part and a high part. And so the idea of, where I take what Frank was saying to its extent is to make those side windows more consistent with the front, more horizontal, more suggestive of a three-dimensional modernist pavilion as opposed to punched windows. I think that's a nice idea, and it especially since they have air rights over it and it's for light and air, they could do it. I think both of these things could be worked on with staff, in my opinion.
I'm just kind of reading the comments here. I mean, I think Commissioner Mahan had the strongest feedback on the window configurations. I know it is a fact that they have to do something operably here, whether it's vertical casements or perhaps something horizontal or on, that's like an awning or a hopper they could look at that might reinforce a horizontal reading. But otherwise, I think the staff is happy to work with applicants to take your comments into consideration and study other configurations and finishes at both the front facade and the side facade openings.
So Commissioner Jefferson, are you comfortable reading that?
There's options to be investigated, casement windows, options to be investigated.
I think to be more in character with sort of the defining features of this modernist building in terms of the different configurations of the openings on both the front and the side.
Yeah. So study window configurations on the front and the side, working with staff. Yes, thank you.
In the matter of LPC-25-12509, 390 Avenue of the Americas, application is to replace windows, construct an addition, and install rooftop screening. I note that the building style, scale, material, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historical character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed windows will match the historic in terms of material and finish, that the proposed change in configuration and operation of the window assemblies, incorporating 2 single-light casement windows, flanking 2 fixed windows, will maintain the symmetry of the historic windows within the masonry openings and will support the residential conversion and adaptive reuse of the building, that the proposed rear addition will be constructed above an existing full-depth ground floor and will not diminish a central green space, that the proposed beige stucco-clad addition and gray finished rooftop screening will be simple in design and neutral in terms of color palette and will only be visible over primary facade at limited vantage points at a distance from public thoroughfares and in the context of secondary facades and other taller background buildings, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historical character of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend, however, that the participant explore with staff. What's the particular words I'm supposed to say?
We'll study the configurations of the new operable windows to be consistent, more consistent with the character-defining features of the modernist building.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that motion?
Second.
And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 7 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, that's approved with modifications. Please continue to work with staff. Let's move to the next item.
And I'm going to read in the next 2 items. They're being presented together. And I'm also going to note that after we finish those 2 items, that will conclude our day today, but I will be reading in the remaining items into the record after we finish the 2 that we'll look at right now. So up next, public hearing items number 8 and 9. Number 8 is LPC 26-02997, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 593, Lot 4318 Christopher Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, a federal-style house built in 1827. The application is to legalize work completed in non-compliance with LPC permits, including reconstructing a dormer, installing windows and shutters. And item number 9, LPC 25-08333, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 593, Lot 4220 Christopher Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, a federal-style house built in 1827. Application is to legalize work completed in non-compliance with LPC permits, including reconstructing a dormer and installing windows, shutters, and a transom grill.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm the owner of the building at 18 and 20 Christopher Street.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Sorry, Lionel Nazarian. We bought these properties in 2022 and inherited these violations that were here prior to it, along with a lot of structural issues and commissioner's orders from DOB to, the initial order was to bring a structural engineer to the property, to both properties, assess the properties and, you know, take a look at what needed to be done to make the building safe. Looking back at the history of both buildings, there were, on the DOB website, there were actions that both of these buildings were deemed unsafe. At some point or another, 18 Christopher had it in 1909, 1918, 1926. 20 Christopher had the records in 1900 and in 1926. 20 Christopher had a vacate order, a full vacate order in 2011, citing structural issues. And again, we came in 2022 and wanted to do the work and fix the properties. So here are pictures of the before and after. On the left are the two properties in 2022 when we first purchased them. And on the right are the two buildings once we were done in completion around, I believe it's been a year, this year, end of 2024 we finished. The picture on the map. The two pictures here, one is from 1940s, the tax photo, and the other one is the historic designation. I'd like to point out that the dormers, you start to see a little bit of a change from when you look at the historic designation photo. You can already see that the dormers have a little bit of a sag to them structurally. Some of the windows have already been changed. If you look at the difference between the 1940s and the newer photo, the width in between the windows had also changed. So there's a history here of the dormers changing through time. These are pictures of the approved facades for both buildings. This is a designation photo of 20 Christopher Street on the left, and this is the condition in 2024 before the work on the facade had started. Again, this was inherited. Similar photos of the facades at both properties in 2022, showing that the windows have been changed on the second floor. Again, similar pictures. So this was the interior of 18 Christopher Street when we first purchased the building. The second, you can see on the left, there's already sagging on the ceilings and the facade plastering and the walls. The middle window wasn't able to close because of sagging. And the picture on the right was the initial probe that we had done, removing the plaster that had been there. Once we continued to do probing, we realized that the plaster was aiding the structure as well. So we had to we had to remove things very carefully. The picture on the left, as soon as we did the probes, we had to do some shoring, some temporary shoring. We had to go very slowly. There's more pictures of when we opened the walls. On the right is a picture of number 20. This is a picture of at least one fire that we found throughout the building. I believe we counted around 3 to 4 fires in both buildings independently. If we looked at like rotted structural beams. More shoring holding the dormer back. Again, on the left here, you see more charred structural beams. I think it's important to note as well that I went back to the pictures before. On the left, in the middle of the dormers, we believe the main reason for the sag was the structural beams in the center ceiling of the dormer had been removed at some point. One of our guesses was that originally maybe there were only 2 windows instead of 3. It had been modified at some point throughout the history, but we don't really know exactly when. Once we demoed most of the buildings, most of both buildings, structurally the building had a lot of issues. There was fear that it would fail, so we had to do shoring at both properties from top to bottom. We also had to tie in both facades, front and back, to make sure that when we did the structural work, the buildings wouldn't fail. These are pictures of the reconstruction of the dormers. The exterior. This is a picture of this is a picture to show the historical significance of some of the dormers in the neighborhood. You can see that the picture in the middle of the 3 properties has the full dormer, and then the 2 buildings next to it have the 2 windows that are separate. So this is another example that in the past people have taken dormers and changed them throughout time. As part of the facade work, we had to correct the violation for the shutters. One of the things that we needed to do was send in shop drawings. This is what was sent to LPC with the picture of the color of what we ordered and the width and the height. This was sent via email. Here's a picture of the shutters at 18 Christopher Street. In the designation photo, there's a picture of the shutters once installed. I'd like to note that the height of the dormers are correct. The only issue is that was brought up to us was that the shutters, if operable, if they were to close, they don't completely cover the window, and they were off by maybe 3 inches. I'd like to point out, though, that all the shutters are proportional throughout. Each window is proportional, so we thought it would be, aesthetically looking correctly. And they're all non-operational as well. But all the hardware associated with the shutters are the correct hardware and had been approved by LPC prior to installation. This is a picture of 20 Christopher Street before and after. This is the designation photo of the transom at 20 Christopher Street and the approved drawing of the transom, the LPC drawings that were sent in on the right. And this is what was done after the work. We were supposed to send in shop drawings, but we didn't, and we tried to mimic it as much as possible as to what was on the approved drawings. And that's that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
So all the stars on the facade that appear to be new, that I don't know the technical term for those rods that go through the building to hold it together. I don't remember what the term is, but I assume those were added at some point to address the structural chaos in this building?
Yeah, this was to tie in the new replacement beams into the facade.
Okay.
And this was part of the LPC approved drawings.
Okay, good. All right, thanks.
Commissioner Mahan?
Is there a photo of the completed transom above the entrance door? And I guess it's 20.
Do I bring it back or?
What is installed? What's finished?
The last photo.
Last photo.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
That's what's there. The design is mostly correct. I think there were issues. What was the issues were minor, I don't know, minor details that were missing.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. The first speaker will be Dina Tassawinter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dina Tasswinter speaking for Village Preservation. Village Preservation absolutely opposes this work, which was done in non-compliance with LPC permits. The original gambrel design for the dormer roofs, as well as the dimensions and details of the dormer windows, must be redone to accurately match the historic condition. LPC had approved their accurate replication and nothing less. The new shutters are also evidently not of the historic dimensions and must be replaced to be so. It is alarming that this work was done so incorrectly. These are simple details that were clearly indicated in the LPC approved drawings. Feigning ignorance here is not acceptable or sufficient. This illegal and inaccurate work must not be approved retroactively. These properties are owned by the same landlord who allowed the demolition of 14 Gay Street around the corner. The applicants must not be allowed to continue to conduct illegal work and irreparable damage to our historic buildings. There's a long history of unpenalized actions here, going back to at least 2022 when the city gave the order to demolish the nearly 200-year-old landmarked house at 14 Gay Street. Since then, the 5 surrounding jointly owned properties, including 18 and 20 Christopher Street, have faced neglect and a series of illegal work, such as this work. Now, at the very least, the dormers must be replaced in kind to match their historic conditions, with details that precisely match what was so shamefully lost. The LPC needs to require adequate restoration of these buildings. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Manor Fatima.
Hello, my name is Manor Fatima. I am the Advocacy and Outreach Manager at HTC. HTC finds this project to be inappropriate. It appears that the applicant did not follow the initial proposal to restore the historic houses as approved by the LPC. We echo Village Preservation's concerns over long-term decline of these structures and the need for the owner to do the appropriate thing here and follow the LPC's approved plans. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval on the condition the dormer and its windows be reconstructions of the original historic design.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to some of the comments?
Yeah, my first comment would be the original structural engineer that was hired on this property on 18 and 20 Christopher Street. When he was first brought in and everything was gutted, his initial recommendation was to tear down the building. So I'd like to point that for the record. We did everything possible to keep these buildings in place. We hired old structures that were highly recommended in these kinds of projects. I did all the necessary shoring. I learned from my mistake on the property next door, which I'd also like to point out that it was 14 and 16 gay. I hired the wrong contractor who compromised both structures of the buildings. And DOB initially, they ordered us to tear down both buildings, and I saved 16 Gay Street, which cost me a lot more money to do so, but that's the route that I went. And again, that was stuff that was inherited by other. I inherited plans from another owner. There was pressure from DOB. So these are things that I came in with a clean slate trying to make everything appropriate. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just also note, that what you're seeing here today, commissioners, are a few things that were done in non-compliance. And in general, I think, as the owner has stated, there were attempts made to do what everyone had hoped would be done here. I think it was some of the process steps weren't adhered to after the permit was issued, where there should have been continued sort of conversations and approvals by staff of things like shop drawings. But nonetheless, there was still a lot of work that was done in compliance with the permits. I think it's fair to point that out. And as was stated, the buildings were very structurally compromised, and a lot of effort and a good team was put into shoring up the buildings and putting them back into good condition. So the things that you're looking at today, the staff wasn't comfortable that they, kind of met the standard of restoration expected to pursuant to the staff level rules, which is quite strict. However, that doesn't mean you all can't consider these deviations for, using appropriateness standards otherwise. And just a note on the dormers, the staff's been curious also about the dormers, and we kind of looked into other sort of gambrel roof dormers. And I'm not sure, there's anything definitive here, but I think it does seem to us as well that the most likely state or condition was that they may have originally been two single dormers that were later combined, as was evident in the image that on Grove Street that the owner had put up on the screen, where it was part of a row of identical buildings that all had single dormers. And even if you look at what you see there today, where the sort of bend in the roof occurs seems to be at the ridge of where the original single dormers would have been. So that may explain some of the structural deficiencies that came along with that conversion of the roof line there as well.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, Corey, the one thing that that I see when looking at the before and after of the building is that the pitch of the dormers appears to be different. Now, the drawing that he showed looked like it was more similar to what was built than what was originally there. Did we approve the drawing that was that was presented with a different pitch?
We did approve a set of drawings, but my understanding is that we had also requested shop drawings for many elements of this project, where, and I think the idea with that is refinements, but also to get another crack at it once the applicant has the team and the contractor involved for projects like this. I'm not saying it would have been adjusted or not, but the intent, as expressed in the permit, was to match the existing condition, kind of regardless of whether the degree of angle on the drawing was perfect.
So, Oh, you know what? It looks a lot better there than it did in real life. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Okay, no further questions. Let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So move.
Commissioner Kumbe, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. And Commissioner Mahan, would you start this discussion?
Sure. Another tricky one in piecing together the kind of history and sequence of events here. Undoubtedly, a lot of admirable work was done to salvage the awful condition that these buildings seem to have been found in, having covered over fire damaged structure and so forth. So quite a dire situation. I can certainly appreciate that. Nonetheless, unfortunate, that some of the process wasn't sort of, followed through, and we have to kind of try to piece together, not only the history, but what we can sort of do about it. At any rate, all that being said, I'm okay with all the sort of work at the facade, shutters and transoms and so forth. That all seems pretty straightforward, and deviations from either the historic condition or the approved drawings appear to be quite minor. The real issue seems to be the dormers, and there are really just two there. One, I think, is the flanking windows, so the two side windows on both dormers. And in fact, this image on the right-hand side shows it clearly that it's a single casement swinging out, a single light with a kind of simulated divider mullion in the middle to simulate the condition in the original condition, not shown on the left here, which had two paired casement windows, which I find more appropriate, and I would suggest that needs to be remedied. The profile is harder. Certainly the gambrel profile has more character, and the one example from the neighborhood shown to us was in fact a gambrel. But there's quite some forensics work that Corey and staff seem to have done, noting that the sort of mid-spring point, is where the ridge of a single dormer would have been. So I suppose I would follow their guidance and sort of expertise on that, and find this profile, although in its totality, less characterful. I might, if I had my way, have preferred the gambrel if we were in a different situation, but I think I can find it acceptable as is, and would just ask that the paired windows on either side be remedied.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I share the same sentiment. I think that, given the, it's a tragic that you have this many fires and the history of this. I do agree that the casement windows need to be rectified based on, Commissioner Mann's recommendation, and the dormer, I can leave it as is.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. I agree that the work on the facade below the cornice is fine. I agree that the casements should be made true casements and not fake casements. But I think that the profile has to be adjusted. The profile of those dormers, they're so odd. They're so distinctive. I think that's I mean, these just look kind of like a standard kind of Greek revival gable that has a little kink in it. It doesn't look intentional. And the thing that makes those so weird and interesting is they look very, very intentional. I think that the applicant, should work with the staff to adjust that. I mean, structurally speaking, it's not that big a deal. You've got the structure up there. You would have to, frame on top of whatever you've got to get it to have that shape. But the amount of lumber and change should be sustainable on what's already been built. And kudos to the applicant for having taken on this project. It's a real challenge to bring these buildings back, and it's great that they are back to the extent that they are. But I think that the dormers have to be fixed.
Thank you, Commissioner Jefferson.
Casement windows, I think it should change. I think the profile, I agree that the left-hand side is, but it's a little too much, I think, to actually do that. I think taking the casement window would be fine. I think to reframe the roof, but that character is.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikumbe.
Well, I think it's unfortunate that we're in this position at the moment. But I will say that I do appreciate the applicant's effort in trying to bring these buildings back to life. That being said, I do believe that the windows themselves should be more in alignment with what is normally what we allow, and that would be the dormer windows I'm speaking of. And in that same vein, I also believe that the transom should be looked at it again, because it's a different profile, and the profile does change the reading of it. It's a little more blocky than what was actually envisioned and actually provided in the detail. And I believe that's something that can be readdressed.
What was your position on the roof line of the dormers?
I would appreciate that if it could be reformed, yes, but I'll let it live in its present condition.
I think we don't seem to have the votes to pass this today. We only have 6 commissioners. In terms of the dormer, one of the commissioners would like you to restudy the dormer. So,
Yeah, I think we can't take an action today. However, that means you could come back and talking to the owner here. I think you've heard that the commissioners want the casement windows on the outer sides of the dormers to be fixed and have real casements there instead of the single. There may be enough support to legalize the dormer roof profile as is, coming back on another date when there are more commissioners present. However, if you want to think about that now and make that correction, some of these things could actually be worked out with staff. So I think you can talk with the staff after we finish this today. Similarly for the transom window, I think if there are small details or other refinements there, we could talk to the staff about that. So either have you come back another time, still requesting to legalize the dormer in terms of its roof line, or you could do all of the corrective work at staff level if it's restorative in nature along the lines of what I think you've discussed with them previously. So no action today.
yeah, thank you. Okay.
Right. And before we conclude, I do need to read several items into the record to be presented at a future date. Those are items 10 through 13. And we will ask, just in case anyone is in the room or on Zoom that wishes to testify, even though we're not doing the presentation today, we'll just make sure that we can accommodate if someone is here for that. So hearing item 10, LPC 26-01996. That's 79 Christopher Street. Again, being read into the record, not presented today, but we'll see if we have anyone on Zoom that wishes to testify, seeing that there's no one in the hearing room.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. The first speaker will be Manor Fatima.
Hello, my name is Fatima. I'm the Advocacy and Outreach Manager at HTC. HTC finds the applicant's proposal to be appropriate, though we believe that the rooftop addition can be pushed back further than the original plan. The applicant should also consider flattening the roof to appear less visible from the adjacent St. John's Church facade, so as not to disturb the existing view. Thank you.
Fatima, if you could stay on for just a second. This is sort of a procedural thing we're doing. Since this will be presented at a future date, you can also give your testimony again at that time. And for these next three items, if you want to hold your testimony until the future date when the presentation is made, you could do that as well.
All right, thanks.
Okay, we're going to move to the next item to read into the record. That's public hearing item number 11, LPC 25-07374, 380 West Broadway, being read into the record, not to be presented today. We'll ask if there is anyone who wishes to testify on this item.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. The first speaker will be John Graham.
For those people who are raising their hands, just so we're clear, you testified today, you're entitled to testify today, and but you will not be able to testify when this is brought back, having already testified today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian
Sorry, John, do
Society.
you mind pausing for a moment while we explain where we are right now?
So I just want to make sure the Zoom participants understand. These items are being read into the record. There's no presentation today. They will be brought back at a public meeting. There will be a presentation at that time, and the proceedings will be opened up for people to testify after the presentations are made. If you testify today, you will not be able to testify again when it is brought back at a public meeting.
Oh,
so with that clarity, again, if you want to testify, John, you can, but I just want to make sure you understand.
No, thank you, Mark. I would rather not testify then.
All right, we'll move to the next public hearing 12, item 12, LPC 26-03633, 779 Fifth Avenue, the Sherry Netherland Upper East Side Historic District. We are not presenting this item today. It's going to be read into the record to be on a future date. We'll ask if there's anyone here to testify.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Noting I see none.
Last but not least, public hearing item 13, LPC 26-04283, 950 Park Avenue in the Park Avenue Historic District, being read into the record today, not being presented, and will be presented at a future public hearing date. We'll ask if there's public meeting date. We'll ask if there's anyone here to testify.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Noting I see none.
All right. So that concludes our public hearing and public meeting for today, December 2nd, 2025. Thank you all for your participation, and we will see everybody next Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, for our next public hearing.